Please proceed.
Good morning, you may be seated. They are all here.
Your Honor, calling people versus Jennifer Crumbley, case number 22279-990, FD.
Karen McDonald on behalf of the people.
Thank you, Mark Keats, on behalf of the people.
And good morning, Your Honor. I'm Shannon Smith on behalf of Jennifer Crumbley.
Good morning, Your Honor. Sean Godwin, on behalf of Jennifer Crumbley.
Good morning. We did get a note from the jury this morning, just for your edification, that telling me that the media is describing who they are. Someone is a radiation, veterinary oncologist or radiation oncologist or something, and has 2 children or whatever it is. I think that they are have a belief that I have more control over the media than I do. But anyway, I plan to do nothing about it. So I think they were letting me know.
Okay, thank you, Judge.
Okay.
Thank you.
They don't use anyone's names or where they live, what city they live in, and so. Just so you know. Okay, who's the first witness?
Edward Rogowski.
Okay.
And Your Honor, we're not ready. And
You're not ready?
No. We're ready, but before Mr. Rogowski comes in, there are exhibits that I have previously objected to.
Okay.
That
who is he? Who is he?
He was computer crimes, Oakland Sheriff's Office.
Okay.
It's my understanding or belief that he's going to testify to some of the messages that were sent from the shooter to his friend, who we're not going to name B. And I previously filed a motion and asked that they were excluded. I understand the court's ruling and that they're included.
Yeah, that was a year and a half ago, right?
Yep,
Yeah.
but since that time, I have received further documents that show information that is critical to the defense from the psychiatrist who evaluated the shooter, and it appears that we have an issue that the shooter will not waive privilege.
Okay, let me ask you something. When we left yesterday, I asked whether there was any issues. I really do not like to use the jurors' time talking about these things. I'm aware of this issue. I'm frankly irritated because I feel like the court has been very timely in responding to the attorneys, and I don't, the scheduling order had a motion cutoff day in December, and I don't appreciate the during the trial homework assignments for the court. That being said, I'm aware of this issue, but that's why I asked about it last night. I do plan to make a ruling on that. We've done some of our own research. I've gotten motions from those 2 psychologists, but I'm not going back a year and a half and changing my ruling that could have been appealed at that time. Well, I know that things have happened since then, but those things were subject to appeal. The motion to quash the denial was appealed. All kinds of things were appealed. This case went to the Supreme Court for a year. I'm pretty sure it was coming back, which it did. And I know that I was stayed, so you couldn't file anything then, but these rulings were made a year and a half ago, and there's reliance on those, and the Court of Appeals and the Supreme Court have not told me that that was error, or that I shouldn't do that, or anything like that. And I think there was opportunity to appeal.
Your Honor, there was opportunity. We did appeal. We appealed to the Michigan Supreme Court. The court is absolutely right. The problem is, even after the motion cutoff, my office received records from jail psychiatrists that I need, that has important information.
Okay, let me tell you this. We're not arguing that motion right now.
I understand. So I'm just placing my objection on the record because part of what I've asked for is that the evidence I am not going to be able to contradict that's going to come in through this witness is leaving me absolutely hamstrung. If the court rules that these psychiatrists cannot testify and the shooter is not going to testify, I'm left with this evidence coming in when I now know things I didn't know at the time And I just learned these things, and we just got the objections to these people testifying, and from Sato this week about Ethan testifying.
That is not true. That is not true. The shooter's attorney, Ms. Lofton, asserted that privilege at the time that I provided the records. The records were provided under a protective order. The records are subject to an absolute privilege that we have been researching for the past week. There's an absolute privilege, as far as I can tell. If you can find me a case that says there isn't one, I would be happy to read that. We have spent a lot of time on the homework assignment we were given while the trial is in full swing. I have found nothing that says those records aren't privileged. The privilege was asserted by Ms. Lofton at the time that you requested the records. I know it was asserted again by Sato, their new attorney, but it was asserted back in November. I can give you that date if you want. At the time that I provided those records under protective order because they could the prosecution had the records, and because they could potentially lead to exculpatory evidence on behalf of your client. I didn't plan on ruling about this today, but I guess I would direct you to the Stanaway case that talks about review of records, but that's of a victim witness's records, and in that instance, there was an in-camera review, but there has to be a threshold showing that there would be relevance. I don't have that either. So I'm working as hard as you guys are right now. So at the moment, I'm not going to go back and change my ruling from a year and a half ago. I think everybody has had ample time. When something is filed, I respond to it in a very timely way, despite the fact that I have one or two other cases. And I'm not changing my ruling from a year and a half ago. You could have appealed it to the Court of Appeals, the Michigan Supreme Court, the U.S. Supreme Court, whoever. So,
Your Honor, I'm not asking the court to change its ruling from a year and a half ago. I'm asking the court to make a new ruling based on new information that I literally got this week. I literally got this week that Ethan Crumbley will not testify pleading the fifth, and that...
I'm sorry, I have to interject. We brought this to the court's attention November of 2022. We've discussed this.
Are you talking about the 803 statements?
All of it.
Okay.
All of it. And I don't mean to interrupt the court, but just to supplement what the court indicated, counsel for the shooter filed an objection in November of 22 and then filed another objection regarding privilege in October of 23. And at one of the very first hearings in this case, we talked about how it would be near impossible for this attorney to call somebody with a Fifth Amendment privilege. We have Fifth Amendment privilege. We have the privilege in the Mental Health Code. And there's also the issues of hearsay, Judge, and there's nothing inconsistent in any of this. And counsel's had all this information.
Well, and Your Honor, I subpoenaed those three doctors. Those three doctors coordinated with my office to find time to come in and testify.
Okay, how did they testify?
And then they had attorneys file motions this week while we've been in trial, and I filed a motion while we were in trial asking for alternative relief. I'm not asking the court to change its prior ruling.
Okay,
I'm asking the court...
I have found no legal basis for your alternative relief, and I have tried mightily.
Well, the alternative relief... I agree with you. I'm not talking about the privilege, but I'm saying when the privilege is absolute, if the privilege holder will not waive it, the court rule says, and it doesn't have to be a complainant, it doesn't have to be a victim, it says if the privilege holder will not waive it, their testimony cannot come in. And what this court is going to allow to come in through this next...
The privilege holder is not testifying.
I understand that, but the problem is the evidence coming in are statements this privilege holder made, and I have no way to cross-examine to show the inconsistencies and the important information.
I've received no offer of proof about that. I don't know if there's inconsistency there.
There's not. This argument is based on a false premise, and this is something we've been saying for months.
I know that. There's been no supplemental filing saying that there should be an in-camera review for some reason. This person is not testifying. The shooter is not testifying. So how is he someone who's providing testimony? He's not. Those are statements that were provided under 803. I was not prepared to have this discussion today, this morning. That's why I said last night, anything. The jury is waiting. I would say that I also asked that in the Zoom we had last week. I think it's disingenuous for the defense to say that they're surprised that the shooter would be taking the tip. You are a very smart, very experienced attorney, and all this stuff is sitting on my desk. There's a case, Jackaloni, right? You can't put someone on the stand knowing that they're going to take the tip. And aside from shooter, what's your favorite color? What question could you ask him that would not implicate his Fifth Amendment rights?
Okay, I'm sorry. This has to be a clear record.
It's not going to be a clear record now because the jury is sitting there.
I asked to have the shooter brought in after the issue of privilege was brought up by the shooter's attorneys and by the attorneys for the doctors. I was not planning to call the shooter until this privilege issue came up this week.
No, the privilege issue came up in November.
On the actual records,
yes.
Not on the testimony. The testimony is all impeachment.
What testimony?
The testimony that I anticipate these doctors will give is straight impeachment of things the shooter said.
I need to correct the record. It is not. And Dr. Anneker informed me that she had a conversation with defense counsel last week when counsel tried to subpoena her, and Dr. Anneker explained that to counsel that it is not inconsistent. She actually said that to counsel.
I don't know
if
it's inconsistent or not. I have not read the records. I have not read these records, but the privilege was asserted at a minimum last November by the shooter's lawyer, and try as I might, I cannot find an exception to that privilege. That privilege is absolute except in limited purposes. The privilege belongs to the shooter, and it's been asserted several times. I have personally, and my staff attorney, been looking for something that would support your position. The closest I've gotten is Stanaway, and that is a victim witness, and there was a threshold offer of proof by the defense regarding what should be searched for in an in-camera review. I am obviously not in a position to do an in-camera review of those records right now, nor have I been provided with some glaring thing that the shooter said. I lied when I wrote X in my journal, whatever it is. So,
Your Honor, I am going to put together an offer of proof of exactly what these doctors would testify to. I understand the court has not ruled yet about these doctors, aside from the fact that the privilege is absolute. I understand that. I cannot file that because of the protective order.
No, you can't file it.
So I'm going to put it together. I'm going to get it to everyone, and obviously we'll go from there. But I also want to state the privilege. Obviously, we all know the Fifth Amendment. This shooter has pled guilty. He's been sentenced. It's our position that at this point, he does not have the same Fifth Amendment rights as, for example, James Crumbley.
It's just not the
whose
law.
trial is not.
Okay, support it, because every lawyer in this room knows that sentence is going to be appealed until well after I retire.
Well, and the other thing is the evidence I intend to put in front of this jury, quite frankly, is evidence that the entire world knows about because it came out at the Miller hearing.
That's not the test for the law.
You're
or the
telling
evidence.
me why it's relevant and why it would be fair to you to admit it. I understand why you want it. I understand why you want it. I haven't seen it. I understand why you want it. But I have to follow the rules. Believe me, I have been researching this issue.
Well, and I'm sorry, that's why I'm pointing to the rule about when the privilege holder won't waive it and when the privilege holder won't testify and can't testify. I'm going to the third option, which is that evidence just can't be used. If I have no
I'm sorry,
way...
this is non-testimonial evidence that's being admitted today, not testimony. Non-testimonial evidence, I'm not finished. Not testimonial evidence, and that's the basis of this court's ruling. There's no Crawford issue, there's no confrontation issue, it's non-testimonial. If it were, we'd have an issue. We don't.
And I believe the Crawford issue is preserved, and this is testimonial because this is information that is tantamount to testimony in this case.
The rules of evidence, 803.3 specifically, 803.1 talk about present sense impression. I did a thorough evaluation of some of those statements at that time, which was about a year and a half ago. What month was it? Maybe I'm blocking it. I evaluated all of those statements, and I made a ruling based on a hearsay exception where the declarant whether the declarant is available or not is immaterial. So whether he testifies or not is immaterial, which says to me it's separate. Those statements are separate from any testimony. The person who made those present sense impression statements, whether they testify or not. That's what 803 says. The theory behind it is that it's done in a contemporaneous way. So I made those rulings a year and a half ago, and I invited anyone to appeal anything that you wanted to appeal. There was a motion to quash. There was a lot of things appealed, and that could have been appealed as well. So it's not that people haven't, that either side hasn't had the opportunity. So I will read any case you provide. I have been researching whether or not those records could be admitted, and I have found nothing that would direct me to allow doctors to testify about privileged records that have not been waived by the person who holds the privilege, and that person is the shooter. And that privilege has been asserted repeatedly by Ms. Lofton and by Sato. I will read any case you give me, and I've been frankly trying to help you. I can't find a case that allows for that. So,
Your Honor, the only cases I can find, and I think it's because this is a unique issue, and there has probably never been a case like this, with parents who are also charged with murder-type crimes, and the shooter is charged with a murder crime that he pled to. So this is a very unique situation. Unfortunately, it's a case of first impression. I know the court knows this. And so when I look at the cases, I agree with the court that most of the cases deal with a complaining witness or an alleged victim and their rights. But the court rule says privilege holder. It does not limit it to complainant. And I agree with this court. There's not case law. And that's why I'm asking this court to make a decision to not allow these statements pursuant to the court rule, because I have no way to defend them. But if the court's ruled, the court's ruled.
okay, well, I didn't plan on ruling on that this morning.
I will still file an offer of proof, and I will still file a list of what the evidence would have shown. And I understand the court will make a decision about the doctors testifying. That's the best I can do.
Okay, well, I'm doing the best I can do. So,
I know you are.
anything else?
Just really quickly, what the court rule says is that if the privilege is absolute and the privilege holder refuses to waive the privilege to permit disclosure, the trial court shall suppress or strike the privilege holder's testimony. Testimony. I'm not done. Testimony, and this is non-testimonial evidence, what we just said. There's nothing more. This isn't a case of first impression. This is the law. It's been the law for a very long time.
Well, the problem is I want the testimony, and I'm being told I can't get the testimony.
That is directed at a person who puts, like someone who is in a car accident and they're suing an insurance company and they're putting an issue. They say that I've been depressed. I can't leave my house since this accident, whatever it is. If they testify to that and then they object to having their mental health records admitted, it's problematic because that person, the witness, put their mental health issue in that case at issue. They put their mental health at issue. And so you can't use your shield as a sword. That's what that is about.
Correct.
So if you are a witness who's alleging damage to your mental health, yet you will not waive the privilege with regard to your psychological records from mental health treaters, then that testimony is stricken. There's a reason for that. You can't use your shield as a sword. That is the reason for that. That is wholly separate from this issue. With regard to asking the shooter to testify, it's not that I'm saying you can't call him as a witness, but two of his attorneys have said in no uncertain terms that he's taking the fifth. Both sides, not just the prosecutor. Again, I think that's Falcone. I don't know. All of this stuff is sitting in my desk. You are not allowed to put someone on the stand knowing that they're going to take the fifth. And I cannot think of a single question beyond what is your name that would not implicate his Fifth Amendment rights. So, I don't know what you could even ask him that he would answer or that his lawyers would let him answer. So it's not, I'm going to prohibit you from putting any witness on the stand who takes the fifth in front of the jury. That is strictly prohibited. So are there other questions that you could ask him? I can't even imagine that would not implicate his Fifth Amendment rights. That's the problem. I understand your problem. I understand the difficulties. I do. And if you knew how much time I have spent and my staff attorney have spent on this, it's mind-boggling. But at the moment, I have nothing that lets me say I have to rule in a way that is the most fair for the defendant, but goes against the law as I know it. I don't have something that lets me do that. If someone has something that lets me do that, I would be happy to hear about it. Okay, I'm ready for the jury again. Okay.
Thank you, Judge.
All rise for the jury.
Good morning, you may be seated. Thank you for being kind.
Good morning, progress.
Who's the next witness?
Ed Wogrowski.
Okay. Would you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony about to give is the truth so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Great. Could you take your seat there? Put the recording, have a seat. And then could you state your name for the record and spell your first name last name?
Edward Wogrowski, E-D-W-A-R-D, last name W-A-G-R-O-W-S-K-I.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Sir, how are you employed?
I am employed with the U.S. Secret Service.
And how long have you been with the Secret Service?
Just a couple weeks.
Now, prior to this current job, where did you work?
The Oakland County Sheriff's Office.
How long were you with the Sheriff's Office?
28 years.
Okay, in those 28 years, where did you work?
I started out in dispatch and went to corrections after that, the road patrol, and then eventually to computer crimes.
Okay. And tell me, when you say computer crimes, what does that mean?
Do anything that has to do with the computer, cell phones, forensic examinations of computers, DVR equipment, call detail records.
How long were you in computer crimes?
10 years.
In your time in computer crimes, did you receive specialized training with forensic analysis of electronic devices?
Yes, sir.
May I approach the witness? Sure. This is Exhibit 422. Sir, just confirm for us that that's your CV.
Ms. Smith, you object to submission?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. No objection to his admission, and
Yes.
also no objection to his qualifications.
CV. So you would stipulate his qualifications. You would stipulate he's an expert in forensic examination of computers.
Yes, yes, sir.
Forensic.
Cellular cell phone forensics, historical cell site analysis.
Yes, the defense stipulates to both of those, the CV and that he's qualified as an expert.
Historic, say again, please.
Cell site analysis and cell phone forensics.
Historic cell site and cell phone, okay. You may consider him as an expert in the area of historic cell site analysis and cell phone analysis. Is that right? Yeah, okay.
Yes, right. Thank you. Well, sir, now we don't have to go through the entire CV, but let's just talk a little bit about your training as it pertains to cell phone downloads and forensic analysis.
Okay.
Okay, so is it fair to say that this field is evolving?
Always.
So you said you spent 10 years there?
Yes, sir.
What sort of things did you do in computer crimes 10 years ago?
Well, things were a lot different. It was actually a lot easier to do forensics back then because with updates of how the phones operate, how Apple or whoever Android operating system, they just make it more difficult, and now we have to figure that out.
What do you mean more difficult?
With encryption, file-based encryption on a hard drive, so data that you hold personal can't just be taken off the phone and given out to whoever.
So talk to me about what a detective in computer crimes, or first of all, what your current role with Secret Service, what exactly do you do there?
I'm a network intrusion forensic analyst.
Okay. So would that be the same sort of duties you had in computer crimes?
Yeah, the same thing that I did, cell phone analysis, computers, just with more network intrusion, like someone hacks into a bank or something like that.
Okay. So walk me through, what is a typical day for a expert in the area of cell phone forensics?
Typical day is you come into work, you just see what work needs to be done. The case, depending on the case, how important it might be to get that, to either examine those phones or contact the detective that brought that stuff in to see exactly what they're looking for on those devices.
So you'd be somebody to receive the cell phone, seize an investigation, and then conduct an investigation into that device?
Correct.
Okay, so what does that entail?
That entails, depending on the device, we have tools that are able to obtain the data from the phones, and then we then take that data, because it could be voluminous, thousands and thousands, hundreds of thousands of pages, and then put it into an easy readable format called Celebrate is the company, and they make a forensic analyzer reader, which makes it easy to look at.
So that reader, that's one of the tools, forensic tools you mentioned?
That's not the tool that we use. That's what we give out to investigators. The tool that we use is a little bit more than that reader tool, what the functionality that it gives us. But the reader tool makes it easier for the average investigator to look at.
Okay, so help me understand this. So a phone is taken as part of the evidence, a search warrant is obtained for that phone, and then you're given the phone itself. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, so tell the jury, please, what do you do with the phone? Walk us through that step by step.
Depending on the phone, again, if it's passcode protected, if it's not passcode protected, there's different steps that we have to do. We hook it up to the tool. In this case, it would have been Celebrate, again, as a company, and the tool is their Celebrate Premium platform, and that's able to obtain what's called a full file system, which is everything on the phone, everything you can get off of it, as long as there's not encryption on it.
What is encryption?
Encryption is, how do I describe it? I don't make it easy. It just jumbles up the information. It makes the word "the" look like absolutely nothing that you can understand.
Okay. So, as an investigator in the area of digital information, you don't confine yourself just to a cell phone. Would that be right?
Oh, that's correct.
Okay. So, what other sources of information would you draw upon as an investigator?
Someone's social media accounts, Facebook Messenger, Snapchat, all that stuff, anything you would download to your phone. And obviously the phones are cell phones, so you'd want to get the cell phone records from the carrier.
Okay. Now, talk to us about how you obtain the information from other sources other than just the device itself.
Via search warrant.
Okay. And before a search warrant is sent, do you send something else?
Yeah, there's something called a preservation letter. What that does is in order for us to get a search warrant, you have to have probable cause, or reason a judge to believe that the information you're looking for is going to be there. So while we're trying to gather that probable cause, we tell AT&T, don't destroy these records under any circumstances for 90 days until you hear back from us.
Okay. Now, as an investigator, why is it important to not confine yourself to just the device itself? When I say device, I'm talking about the cell phone. So why would you not confine yourself just to that cell phone?
Because sometimes the stuff isn't always stored on the phone. It could be stored on a server, and the computer system, like, again, Facebook, for example, or Instagram, that information isn't always stored directly on your device. It's stored on a server that your phone just accesses.
Okay. So is it your goal then as an investigator in computer forensics to gather as much information as possible?
Always.
And then when you gather the information, what do you do with it?
Start talking to the OIC, as it's called, the officer in charge of the case. What are you guys looking for? What do you need? How can we help you, basically?
Okay. Now, is every cell phone the same in how they store and transmit data?
No, sir.
Okay, tell me the differences.
The difference is, like, to put it plainly, the more advanced the phone, Apple, for example, or a higher-end Android device like a Samsung, could have file-based encryption, where a lower-end phone doesn't necessarily have that file-based encryption.
Do you know why that is?
It's just whatever the manufacturer wants to put on the phone to keep the cost down, to not have as many developers and all that stuff. You just keep the cost down by not having that as part of your platform.
So if the user of a phone is spending more money for the device from a certain manufacturer, they can expect to have a higher level of encryption. Would that be right?
Yeah, and features, yes.
And features, okay.
Yes.
So then, is it possible to recover deleted content from a phone?
Potentially.
And why is it potentially?
Potentially because, again, you go back to that file-based encryption that I've said over and over. Is if it's, once you delete something on your phone, it's not necessarily always deleted on the phone, it's just encrypted. You telling it to delete it just erases the path to get you that encrypted data. And so we can't find it.
So it has nothing to do with the forensic tools at your disposal. It's regarding the manufacturer of the device itself.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, you talked about how some information can be stored on a server as opposed to a device. If something is deleted from a phone by the user, are you still able to recover it from the server?
Potentially, yes.
Okay. And tell me in what circumstances.
But for this situation in particular, I did some research. Facebook Messenger, for example, two people are having a conversation. I delete it on my phone. All I do is I tell my phone I don't want to see it anymore. Where Facebook, as the other person wants to see that conversation, won't delete it so that person can still read the conversation on their end of the phone.
Okay, so let's say you and I have a Facebook Messenger chat with each other, and I delete that from my phone. If the investigator wanted to recover that information, it wouldn't be on my phone. Is that correct?
Possibly, yes, correct.
Okay. But then you could send a search warrant to Facebook, to the server, and obtain that information.
Correct.
Okay. Now, what if you and I both deleted it from our phones? What would happen then?
According to what I looked up and looked at Facebook's website, that it won't be available.
Okay, so then it's deleted completely if both users of the chat delete it.
Correct.
Okay. Now, what about deleted text messages on the device itself? Tell me how that works.
Yeah, it just comes back to possibly able to delete or retrieve deleted text messages on how they're stored in the phone, if the database is still available, or if the app's totally deleted from the phone, and all that data is stored in the phone, and I tell it to delete that app, then it could possibly be totally gone.
So if you were to review, let's say, screenshots from one person's phone and then a forensic analysis of somebody else's phone, if the screenshots didn't match up with the forensic analysis, what would that tell you?
That was possibly deleted.
Okay. Now, during the course of this investigation, People versus Jennifer Crumbley, did you uncover evidence of deleted content from Jennifer Crumbley's phone?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, and we're going to get into that later. But before we do, could you tell us just in general terms, what does a cell phone do that maybe a layperson wouldn't know?
It's continually working in the background, talking to a cell tower. One, so your carrier knows where you're at, so it can give you the phone call that someone's trying to get a hold of you, or the text message. Or it is updating your email account without you telling it to do it, because the application is just constantly looking for the signal, so you open it and there's the most updated information.
So that's when the phone's powered on, right?
Correct.
Okay, so when the phone's powered on, it's constantly doing things. Would that be right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what about when the phone's powered off?
It's doing nothing. It's just off.
Okay, so it can't update?
Correct.
Okay, so when a phone's powered on, is it possible to obtain the location of that device?
Yes.
How so?
Because there's a feature, whether you have an Apple product or an Android product, each one of them has what they call location services, and it's actually to benefit the user of the phone. So because that information is sold to McDonald's or whatever, and next, you're near McDonald's and your device says, hey, I'm near McDonald's. Oh, cool, I'll send you an ad for McDonald's or a coupon for McDonald's. So that's...
Okay.
Yeah.
So you have, as an investigator, a fair amount of reliability in that because of the capability for somebody's phone to sell the device basically to an advertiser.
Correct, yes.
Okay. And are you able to obtain someone's location from their phone based upon other data as well?
That's correct, yes.
And how so?
Through the carrier themselves, AT&T or T-Mobile, whoever you may have. Again, your cell phone's constantly talking to a cell tower, and they try to triangulate your position on where you are based on the signal back and forth from each tower.
Okay. Now, on an Android phone, for example, it automatically comes with a Gmail account. Is that right?
No, you have to make a Gmail account.
Okay, you make a Gmail account.
Yes.
Okay. So if someone were to have a Gmail account, would that also help an investigator determine a location of that device?
Absolutely, yes.
Why is that?
Because again, that information, that location services is stored within that particular Gmail account that someone might have. So if we would search warrant Google for your particular email, the Gmail, they would have, if that's turned on, the location services would be given to us.
Okay. So I want to talk about the evidence in this particular case. There were a total of 7 phones recovered, and I'll go step by step with you. So I'm going to review with you, I'll show you a slide here, some of the sources of available information. So You see that as a school shooter, his initials?
Yes.
Now, is it true that you reviewed a T-Mobile phone, last four digits, the phone number 1551?
That's
a
correct.
Facebook account?
Correct.
And an Instagram account?
Correct.
And you were able to determine, and we heard testimony yesterday, that both James and Jennifer Crumbley followed that particular account?
That's correct, they did.
Okay. So you were able to review not only the shooter's phone, but also social media, Facebook and Instagram for that individual?
Correct.
Okay. Now regarding Jennifer Crumbley's electronic information, you reviewed information from 3 phones.
Correct.
Okay, so we have one listed as an original phone. Are you aware that her original phone was seized on November the 30th in the evening?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then you're aware that she purchased what we refer to as a burner phone or a track phone that night?
Correct.
Okay. And then that's the number, the 947 phone number?
Correct, that's right.
Okay.
Yep.
And you're also aware that subsequent to turning over her original phone and prior to arrest, she obtained another phone?
Correct.
And that was with her same original phone number?
Correct.
Okay, so you reviewed that device as well?
Exactly, yes, sir.
So just so we're clear, when I say you review the device, we're talking about forensically analyzing the data on that cell phone?
Correct, yeah, exactly.
Okay. You were also able to obtain information from Facebook, from 2 different Facebook accounts?
Correct.
Okay. And information from a search warrant served on Google regarding her Gmail account?
Correct.
Okay. And that Gmail account and that Yahoo account, did that include location data?
The Gmail account, yes, yes, it does.
Gmail account did?
Yes.
Okay. Now regarding James Crumbley, again, 3 cell phones. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. His Instagram account,
Correct.
his Yahoo account,
Correct.
his Gmail account,
Correct.
an email through Charter Communications,
Correct, yes.
and then a search warrant was served on DoorDash to obtain his DoorDash driving location history.
Correct.
Okay. Now, your goal with obtaining all of this information as an investigator into digital evidence is to obtain the who, the what, the where, the why, and turn that information over to the officer in charge and ultimately the prosecutors in the court. Would that be right?
Correct, everything we can get.
Okay. Okay. So I'm going to show you People's Exhibit 76. I don't believe we have an objection to any of the evidence coming through Officer or Investigator Wogorowski, do we?
No, we have several objections. And I believe many of them have been placed on the record already, but let me open up 76.
This is 76? Okay.
We have no objection to 76.
Okay, 76.
And I'm sorry, with this witness, we're going to have to go exhibit by exhibit.
That's all right. 76 is admitted.
Okay. So what are we looking at?
That is what it would look like, a printout from the Celebrate Reader or Celebrate Physical Analyzer program of someone's information that's obtained from their phone. And it's Jennifer Crumbley's, followed her son's Instagram account.
Okay, so just to give us an idea of what we're looking at here, this is a snippet from a PDF export from that forensic tool that you use.
Correct, yes.
Okay, so tell me how that digital information comes to you and how it ends up looking like this.
The reports, the information that we have, you can put it in any number of formats. You can put it in a PDF like this is, in a Word document or Excel spreadsheet. And you just tell the software what you want it to show you and export the software, and this is what it produces.
Okay. So moving on to Exhibit 77, this is a portion of James and Jennifer's Facebook messages. And Judge, I did want to place on the record that we do have an additional exhibit, 423, that'll be introduced to this officer too. That's the entire Facebook message thread between James and Jennifer Crumbley. Counsel placed an objection on the record yesterday regarding that, so we're introducing the entire 2,000-page thread.
And Your Honor, I until I look at that 2,000-page thread, I object to it. My objection, I need to look through it. I might not object to it.
Okay.
My objection yesterday was about the exhibits the prosecution was showing, those individual exhibits. They deleted parts of those.
Hold on. Nobody deleted anything. This is
Well, then
demonstrative aid. The exhibits are the same, and we're given the whole thing.
Okay.
Okay, and
You can, they're admitting an exhibit and showing the jury portions of it. They're permitted to do that. right?
Right, so, but I'm just saying, my question yesterday about the parts missing did not mean I'm asking for all thousands and thousands of texts to be introduced.
Okay.
So I'm gonna take a look at them and see if we do have an objection, and we may not.
Okay.
The other.
You've had them for a while.
What's that?
You've had them for a while.
Yeah, I
Okay,
have.
January of 22.
I guess the difficulty is that the prosecution does not want the jury to get the impression that they're in some way hiding something or not presenting something to them. So they're presenting the portions of that exhibit that they think are relevant for purposes of this witness's testimony. In the event that you want the entire exhibit in, the prosecution is saying we don't object to that.
Right.
So it's up to you. You can let us know.
Right, and I believe the only problem is this court's made other rulings where things are discussed in those texts that are not a part of this.
Okay.
So when I reviewed their exhibits, as a whole. They're allowed to show different pieces of the exhibits, but that didn't mean I was suggesting we just admit the whole thing, because you've made other rulings about.
All right.
Okay.
They don't want the jury to think that they're not willing to provide the boxes and boxes of evidence. I'm sure that there are in both of these cases, but I'll leave it to you. They want to ask this witness questions about specific portions of those 2,000 pages. They don't want to show the jury 2,000 pages and then ask questions about it.
I completely understand that. I get that. The other thing I would ask the court is, until the exhibit is admitted, I would ask that the exhibits are not being published to the jury.
Yeah,
Because,
That's fine. Yeah, that's fine.
okay, well,
Correct. Agreed.
okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So, I'm sorry, we're on exhibit 78.
This is 78.
Okay, and
Okay.
let me just find my list really
Okay,
quick.
so 75 is admitted.
In 78, we have no objection to.
Okay, yeah. Tell us what the exhibit is.
76 was admitted as well.
Yeah, just try to put tell us what the exhibit is prior to, so that she knows which one.
I have that 76 was admitted, 78 was admitted. The prosecution indicated they are skipping what was proposed
77.
exhibit 77.
Correct.
Okay, so
Although we have no objection to 77.
okay, so you don't object to 76 or 78, so they're admitted. Okay. All right, go ahead.
Thank you. Okay. Do you remember my question?
No, sir, I don't.
I don't either.
Okay. All right. So this is Exhibit 78. It's been admitted. This is from the James and Jennifer Facebook message thread. Okay. So before we get into the content, you talked for a little bit before about deleted content, specifically a Facebook Messenger thread between two people.
Correct.
Okay. Now, in the course of your investigation, you came to learn that Jennifer Crumbley had a Facebook account.
That's correct.
And that James Crumbley also had one.
That's correct.
Okay. Did you uncover this particular chat thread on Jennifer Crumbley's phone?
No.
Okay. How did you obtain it?
Through a search warrant to James Crumbley's account.
Okay. So if there is an actual chat history, in this case a 2,000-page chat history between two people, but it's not found on a device, but it's found on the server, what does that indicate to you?
That one person deleted it.
Okay. And in fact, Jennifer Crumbley had the Facebook Messenger app on her phone.
That's correct, she did.
Just this was deleted.
The chat thread, correct.
All right. Now 78 is a few slides, so we'll go through it together. Okay, we have the date and time up there. We're going to start with March the 9th of 2021. We're going to backtrack a day to give it context, and then we're going to go through late winter, early spring of 2021. Okay. So before we get into this, is it fair to say that as an investigator who analyzes all this electronic and digital information, you're able to provide a digital footprint for the individuals you're investigating?
That's correct.
Okay, and that's the goal of your investigation, generally speaking?
Yes, sir.
All right. Blue is who?
That is Jennifer.
That's Jennifer, okay. So she wrote, leaving at 4 today, what time you done? And that was March 9th at 2:55 p.m.
Correct.
Okay, now it says UTC -5. What does that mean?
The UTC is, that people might know as GMT, it's where all time starts in Greenwich, and then it goes plus or minus depending on which way you go from that line. At that time of the year in March, we were -5 hours from the start of time. So if you add 5 hours, it would give you what the UTC actual time is on the earth.
So when we see UTC minus a number, that indicates to us that that's real time.
That's great. It's already been factored in. The software did that.
Perfect. Okay. So March the 9th, you able to get an idea what James and Jennifer were doing and talking about in this conversation?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So she wrote leaving at 4 today. What time you done? James wrote 5. He's in green.
Correct.
And we know that because that's his Facebook ID as well as his name that came with the Cellbrite reader.
Correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. And she wrote, okay, see you at 5:30.
Correct.
Sir, in all the information that you recovered, is it fair to say that James and Jennifer Crumbley communicated quite a bit through Facebook Messenger?
Yes, sir. They did.
And so the Facebook Messenger thread is substantially more so in volume and data than any text message thread you found between the two of them.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. 3:46, March 9th, Jennifer wrote, bring me socks and a drink, LOL. What did James write?
A drink? Nah.
Okay. Jennifer, got myself a drink at 4:31 p.m. And James's response?
Okay, you grab smokes too? Almost out, I think.
Okay. And she writes, yes. Did you check the front porch? And what did James write?
Nothing on the porch. What were you expecting?
And she wrote their new blankets. Now, are you able to determine where they go later that day?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so need hoodie, NOL socks. I believe that was supposed to be wool. He wrote hoodie check. What are no socks on my way? Okay, now this is exhibit 79. Actually, I'm going to approach, unless there's an objection to the photograph found on her phone.
I have no objection, but again, I would ask.
That's fine. That's fine.
Before they,
Yeah, I agree with you.
Thank you.
I agree with you.
but no objection to 79. Thank you.
79 didn't.
There are two exhibits on one side, so I'm going to try. This is 79, and underneath it is 80. Have you seen those items before?
Yes, sir.
And how have you seen them?
There were pictures on Jennifer's phone.
Okay, so I'm going to move to admit 79, I believe, stipulation, as well as 80.
I'm sorry, can I have a moment, please?
Sure.
I have no objection to 79 or 80. That's correct.
79 is admitted and 80 is admitted.
Now, as an investigator, are you able to tell when you look at a photograph that's saved on a phone where the photograph was taken and when it was taken?
Potentially, yes, sir.
Potentially. Okay, in what circumstances?
If the camera is set to record, that you wanted to tell you the date and time that it was taken and the GPS location of where you're at on the earth.
Okay. So 79 and 80 on the screen. 79 is the picture itself, and then in the text box on the right, that's the metadata?
Correct.
What's metadata?
Metadata is, we call it, it's the data within the data. The main data here is the picture of the horse. The metadata inside that data is all the stuff, the camera make, the camera model that's captured that you just don't usually ever know that happens.
You know, I think before we get into your investigation into the phones itself, I want us to back up a little bit and talk about your involvement, how you got involved in this case. So November 30th, 2021, you were a detective in computer crimes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you remember that day?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were you working?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Where were you at 12:51 p.m. on November the 30th?
At 12:51 p.m., I was sitting in my office, I believe, at the Oakland County Sheriff's Office.
Okay. Did you learn of the school shooting in Oxford?
Yes, sir.
Tell me how you learned that and what you did next.
Our captain came in, and well, prior to that, our sergeant, who was off that day, had said that there was a shooter at the high school, and we thought in the office like it was just somebody near the area that fired a long gun or something like that, you know, from a house, and you know, the police are gonna show up and do their job. And then probably a few minutes after that, our captain came in and said that there was a shooting at Oxford High School, and the phrase used was all hands on deck.
Okay. So what'd you do?
Being what is referred to in the business as a computer nerd, you just grab your stuff, your computer, your laptop, what you think you might need, what we had no idea what we were getting into. And I knew Oxford was a long ways away from the Pontiac area. I figured by the time I got there, it was going to be long over, and me and my partners were just going to do what we do.
Okay, so did you get in a squad car? Did you get in an unmarked car?
I have an unmarked, at the time I had an unmarked white minivan with emergency lights and siren in it.
Okay. So did you start heading north then?
Yes, sir.
All right, tell me about that.
Well, at first it didn't seem real. I remember pulling out of the parking lot, and I looked to my left, and there was some patrol cars coming around the corner. There's the medical examiner's office down there. And I'm like, then it like really came real. Like, holy crap! Like they know about it. It was the state police. I'm like, they know about it. Like this is serious. It's bigger than I could ever have imagined. So I flipped my lights on at that point and just drove north.
Okay. How fast were you going?
As fast as the van will let me.
How long did it take you to get there?
I have no idea. It seemed like eternity, I can tell you that much.
So, Oxford High School, it's a large school. It's one level. It's one story, rather.
Yes, sir.
As far as area, it's got a pretty big footprint. Okay, so where did you go when you pulled up?
When I was driving there, there's a lot of radio traffic, a lot. I remember I was actually at 24 and Lapeer Road, M24 Lapeer Road and Updike, and they called that S1 was in custody. And I was still, I know, a ways off from there. But that, we didn't know what was going on. We didn't know if there was a second shooter, a third shooter, a bomb planted somewhere. So, it just didn't stop. I drove north on 24. It seemed like eternity. And with every half mile I drove, it seemed like there was another emergency vehicle falling in behind me.
Yesterday was described as a caravan. Would that be accurate?
Oh, it was definitely a caravan. There was one time I remember we were approaching a light, we were getting closer, and there was, the light had just turned red. So cross traffic was going to start, which obviously is a dangerous situation, being in a car. Actually, the white minivan that no one believes is a police car. And so as I approached, I got up into the intersection. I inched my way in there to stop traffic and hold the intersection. And I counted every vehicle that went past me. There were 18, or SWAT trucks, ambulance, patrol cars from agencies that were nowhere even near our area.
So tell me what you see when you pull up on the scene.
Like I said, there's a lot of chatter on the radio. I wasn't familiar. I'm not familiar with the area of Oxford at the time. I had no idea where the school was. All I could hear was the staging area and Ray Road. And so I'm just thinking, I'm just going to drive north. I'm going to follow this caravan. We're going to go up there, and as soon as I see the Meyer, I'm going to stop there because I have no idea where the heck I'm going. I didn't bother putting in my GPS, of course. And I turn onto Ray Road, and all I see is I see kids that look like my kids. There were girls wearing real, small clothing, and one kid, I didn't have a shoe on. They were coming down the road, coming towards the Meyer, and just like walking across the snow. And I remember it was cold that day. I had 2 coats on, and I was shaking when I got out of my car. And there's kids just walking past me, dressed like anybody in this courtroom is right now, they're not ready for the weather.
So you said he went to the Meyer on Ray Road?
Yes.
Did you learn that was the reunification point for parents and children?
At the time, I didn't know that was a reunification point. I just saw that there were a ton of kids going there. When I got out of my car, walked down there. They were sending everybody down to the garden area to try to get, the names of people that had gotten to that point. And once I got, that would be at the south end of the Myers. Once I got to the garden area, there were kids just everywhere, just staying in the cold or making their way into I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. What did you do when you arrived? Where did you go?
Like I said, I went to the garden area. I picked up on what they were trying to do. They were passing out notebooks just to write down everybody's names and phone number, all the students that were coming in. So I first started just collecting that. And then they started telling everybody, we got to go outside and get all the kids inside because, again, it was freezing out there. And so I go back outside and I start trying to direct people to go inside. And I know the trauma they just experienced, so I'm not gonna force them in the building. I'm not gonna grab them and drag them in there. And I remember putting my arm on a couple of the kids' shoulders, and they didn't move, they didn't nudge, they didn't do anything. There were parents there, just standing there. There were some parents that had made it reunified with their kids. I remember seeing school buses pull up.
School buses with who?
Students on it that had made it out of the school.
Did you go to the school?
Yes, I was probably at the Meyer for 15 minutes, 10, 15 minutes maybe. And then Detective Jeff Enger had called me and said that he was attempting to obtain the security footage from the school.
Where does Jeff Enger work?
He's also a detective in the computer crimes unit, worked with me.
So you were asked to go to the school?
Yes, sir.
Why were you asked to go there?
At that time, I was a little more versed in DVR systems. Jeff had told me, Detective Enger had told me that he was looking to trying to get that off of there, and he just didn't, he wanted to get it right, of course. And so he asked me to come up there and help him.
Okay. So you drove to the high school from Meyer, or did you walk?
I drove.
Okay. And where did you go when you got there?
I drove to what would have been the north entrance of the school.
The main entrance?
Yes, the main
Okay.
entrance.
And tell me what you saw when you walked in.
When I first walked in, there's vehicles people walking in and coming in and out, crazy chaos. And I walk in and Detective Sergeant Sean Wilson was standing at the door, keeping security, so to speak, at the time, making sure people aren't coming in that shouldn't be there.
Okay. And where did you go?
I asked where the security office was because that's where Detective Enger told me he was. And people pointed me, eventually it was back behind the main office.
Okay. So tell me what you did when you arrived and who was there.
Jim Rourke was there, who was a school security at the time. He was trying to get the video footage. Detective Jeff Enger was in the room. Lieutenant Marsban was in the room. Deputy Lewert, who was a school resource officer, was in the room. And ATF agent was also in the room.
That was Mr. Brandon?
Yes, exactly, yes.
Special agent, not Mr., I'm sorry.
Yes.
Did you know him at the time?
I had no idea who he was.
Okay. And you said you had a familiarity with DVR systems, that's why you were called.
Correct, yes, sir.
Okay, so what was your specific role at this part of the investigation?
I'll be honest, I wasn't given a direct mission or anything at that time because they were looking for a second bad guy or a third bad guy. And so I knew that people would want to know, the bosses would want to know what happened, where did it start? Who was it if they didn't know that, or were there more people or whatever? So we just started to look for the shooter in the hallway that it started.
Was the school made safe at that point? They were still clearing the school?
No, it was not.
Okay. So the officers were still conducting their searches? Like you said, they weren't sure if it was one shooter, two shooter,
Yeah,
two shooters?
it might have been, I'm sorry. It might have been 1:30, 1:45 at this time, maybe a little bit later than that.
Okay. That's the time you arrived at the school?
And got to the office, correct?
Got to the office. Okay, thank you. Did you learn how many surveillance cameras were active in Oxford High School on November the 30th of 21?
Yes, there's well over 90 of them.
Okay. And so it was your job at that point, or your role as you saw, to identify who the shooter was?
Correct.
Okay, so how did you go about doing that?
We started in the hallway, the 200 hallway where it all started, in the bathroom that the shooter came out. And we attempted to backtrack him going in there. I remember it took us like 15 minutes to try to figure out because he had actually changed his clothes. We didn't know who the shooter was. We didn't know his name in the office at that time. He was in custody at the time, but we didn't know. And I remember someone in the office, someone saying, eventually giving us his name, and then saying that he was in the school counselor's office earlier that day. So we went back to that time of day when he was going in and out of the school counseling office to find out what he was actually wearing at that time. And we were able to follow him into the bathroom then.
How long did that process take you?
Well, because we didn't know what he was wearing, it took us 20 minutes to try to figure that out.
Now, are you the person, so you backtrack to the point where the shooter walked into the bathroom that he emerged from to begin the shooting, is that right?
Correct, yes, sir.
Okay. So are you the person, the investigator, who actually put together the footage of the shooting itself?
Yes, sir.
So you're familiar with the path the shooter took in the school?
Very much so, yes.
I'm going to ask you to walk us through that. So he said, you told us that he went into a bathroom. That's the bathroom adjacent to room 258?
Correct, yes.
Okay, tell us what happens next.
He comes out of the bathroom. What I envision is he comes out of the bathroom with a proud chest, with his almost like his shoulders were back, like he looked excited. He comes out of the bathroom, and immediately to his left is a victim, and he shoots her in her neck. And then her boyfriend was there and shot him in his. He put his hand up and shot him in his mouth.
Okay. And that's right outside 258?
Yes, sir.
What happened next?
He then quickly turned his gun to a group of 4 girls that were just standing there. He shot Hannah St. Julian, and she immediately fell to the ground. And then he continued shooting in the area that those girls were, and they sort of just like fell on top of each other, because they were hit as well.
May I first minute?
Sure.
This is a map. It's already been admitted. You can use it to describe.
What exhibit number?
That's 5, Judge. Thank you.
Judge 5, okay. Exhibit 5.
Exhibit 5.
At this point, it's under a minute that all that shooting happened, and then so at that point, obviously, it must have really, again, kicked in, for lack of a phrase, to the victims in the hallway, and they started running. Then the shooter, with just a one-arm grab, just started firing rounds down the hallway, with no regard for obviously anything, and bullets are flying, and there's one girl who was, you see at the end of the hallway. She just, as the shooting starts, she drops down into the fetal position in an attempt to protect herself. And the shooter runs up to her and just puts the gun right to her head. And that was Madison. And you see her fall over. He then goes around the hallway, and there's, at this time, all the kids have gotten out of the area. Most of the kids. You see 2 girls. One stops at a classroom that obviously the victims inside have already locked the door, so you can't pull it open. You see her trying to tug on that door. And there's another girl with dark hair that comes running up behind her and like grabs her while the shooter is just shooting down the hallway. And then they just take off running further down the hallway. Now he's rounded the corner from where it all started. Continues going down the hallway. I think at that point he might have reloaded his gun. And continue down the hallway. I'm sorry. And then he stops as he gets to, like, there's a courtyard, what they call the cubby. Jim worked on, they call this area the cubby, where the cameras are. And you see Tate Muir. He comes in the door, and then just takes a left. He must not have known what was going on. And that's when the shooter leveled the gun, like if you were at a gun range and practicing. Leveled the gun, appeared to look down the sights of the gun, and fired a round. Tate just fell instantly. He continues on down the hallway, walks past Tate, doesn't care to acknowledge the fact that even happened. I'm sorry.
prior to walking down the hallway, that's right, while Tate's body was laying there, you see the shooter with the gun still level fires another round, and it causes Tate's body to jerk. I don't know if it hit him in the hip or the backside or whatever. Tate's body jerks, and then the shooter walks past him. You see his feet at the top of the camera frame. There's not a camera that picks him up because if there's not enough movement, they don't start recording. But you see his feet stop in what I later found out to be a teacher's classroom, and he turns and then he fires into that classroom. He continues on down the hallway, looking into classrooms and stuff like that. There was one, as he gets so far down the hallway, he had fired a couple rounds down the hallway. Once he gets to a certain point, all the children are gone at this point. The teachers had gotten him out of there, they had ran, out of the building, and out through the door, wherever the heck they could get out of there. As he's coming back, you see him stop because the way that classroom was, if you're walking away from it, it's on your right-hand side, you don't see the classroom because it's actually behind you at this point. But as he's coming back, he must have seen people hiding in a corner because he can now see through the window, and he fires off a few rounds through that window. He keeps coming down. He's coming back down the hallway now at this point. And then the assistant principal, Gibson Marshall, I didn't know her at the time. He walks right past her, and sort of, I don't know what she said to him, but if she said anything. But you see the shooter as he's walking by, and the gun's in his hand, and he sort of just turns his head and just, I don't know why, but he turns his head and looks away from her, doesn't even look at her as an acknowledge her as he's walking past. And then he continues on down the hallway and stops at the bathroom where Justin was killed. And just like an abrupt stop, like, okay, well, and he just turned right and went to the bathroom.
So, I didn't tell you I was going to ask you that. You obviously have this committed to memory.
No, yes.
How many times have you seen this footage?
Like I said before, it's I don't know, it's burned in my brain.
And it was your responsibility to obtain that footage, to get the information to officials at the sheriff's office and federal law enforcement as well?
Yes, sir.
So you were the person that had to watch, rewind over and over again?
Countless times, yes.
Judge, this might be a good time for a short break.
Okay.
Your Honor, my client could use a second if we could, please. She's like, I'm trying to like,
Okay.
we could.
Okay, I understand. We
Thank
understand.
you.
I understand. Okay, so we're going to take a 10-minute break, so if you can be ready to Sergeant, I'm in the habit of demoting and promoting people while I'm in the stand. You're Sergeant?
No, ma'am, I'm an analyst now.
You're
A civilian employee, I'm
You're
sorry.
a civilian.
I'm sorry,
Okay.
ma'am.
You're dismissed here. Okay.
Yes, sir. Ma'am.
You are still a witness and still under oath, so you can't discuss your testimony with anyone during the break.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can step down.
All rise for the jury.
Right.
Someone. Yeah. Okay. You can take her downstairs. You can be seated. I apologize. Every time I clear, a fire breaks out. So I'll stay here. Ready for the jury?
Yes, Judge.
Yes, Judge, thank you. I mean, just a distance.
Oh, here's the windows. You can retake the stand if you'd like.
All right, adjourned.
All right, you may be seated. Are we here? Just like slow go.
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
May I proceed, Judge? Sure. Thank you. Okay. Just one more question about November the 30th. When you arrived at the Meyer and Ray Road, were there just a few parents there or a lot of parents there?
There's dozens of parents just standing there just waiting.
Okay. Now, I want to direct your attention now to the late winter of 2021 and the early spring of 2021, specifically how you came to know about information regarding that time period in your review of the defendant's development. So I had already introduced this exhibit. 79 is the photograph, 80 is the metadata. Okay. And if you could tell us, did you recover evidence around this time frame that was of note to you of an investigator in this case?
Yes.
Okay. So like I said, we're going to start with March the 9th and move backwards from there. May I first witness?
Sure.
This is People's Proposed 81. Sir, I've just handed you a map. We were talking about metadata and how it can occasionally give an investigator an idea of where and when a photograph was taken.
Correct.
Okay, and if we look at the screen here on Exhibit 80, we have coordinates at the bottom of that metadata. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and so 81 I've just handed you, that's the coordinates plugged into a map.
Yeah, in the Google, yes, correct.
People move to omit 81.
No objection.
81's
I'm sorry, 80.
It's a Google map of metadata.
Yep, no objection.
81 is omitted.
So this is 81 on the screen here, and that tells you, in addition to the metadata, where the picture was taken, where that device was when the picture was taken.
Correct.
Okay, and again, this is March 9th of 2021.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, now I'm going to ask you about turnouts. What Jennifer's son was texting Jennifer about on March 9, 2021. May I approach the witness?
Sure.
This is People's Proposed Exhibit 82. Sir, those are text messages exported from Jennifer Crumbley's phone. Have you seen that in the past?
Yes, sir, I have.
Okay, and how did you come to see that?
From the phone extraction.
Okay, and you extracted the information and you reviewed those messages?
Correct, yes.
People moved to omit 82.
Any objections to 82?
I'm sorry.
Remember,
82 is a text message between shooter and Jennifer, pages 105 to 106, dated March 9, 2021.
Yeah, I believe that the court, I've previously
alleged an
Thank
objection
you.
that I've had a gold on. Correct, it's preserved. 82 is omitted.
Thank you. Sir, I'm going to publish that because it's multiple slides and then you can look at the screen. So this information is from Jennifer's original phone. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And so People's 82, we have multiple slides here. The blue is the defendant's son. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And what is he writing at March 9, 2021 at 7:50 in the evening?
He's asking if Jennifer could come home. There's someone in the house, I think.
Okay, and what's the next text writes?
The third one says someone walked into the bathroom and flushed the toilet and left the light on.
Okay, that's March 9, 2021 at 7:50.
Correct, yes, sir.
Okay, and then March 9th, 7:50 and 52 seconds. What does he write?
And I thought it was you, but when I came out, no one was home.
And then he writes, there's no one in the house though.
Correct.
Dude, my door just slammed. That's at 8 p.m.
Yes.
Maybe it's just my paranoia. That's at 8:01 p.m. March the 9th.
Yes.
Okay. And then this is 8:01 p.m. text to his mother, the defendant, but when are you going to get home? And when was the next text response in the phone download that you recovered?
The next response was the following day on March 10th, where she said, "Where's your dad?" at 10 a.m., 10:21 a.m.
May I approach the witness?
Sure.
This is People's Proposed Exhibit 83. Sir, take a look at that and tell me if you recognize the witness handed here.
Yes, sir.
And how do you recognize that?
It's an extraction report in a PDF format of a call log from a cell phone.
Okay, and that call log specifically was recovered on the shooter's phone.
Correct.
Okay, this is from March of 9th, 2021 to March the 20th, 2021.
That's on the last page. Yes, correct.
Okay, thank you. People move to admit 83.
And I have no objection to that.
83 is admitted.
So the slide I'm going to show you, it's a snippet of that. We're going to go back to Exhibit 83 throughout your testimony.
Okay.
Specifically, because we're talking about March the 9th right now. March the 9th, 2021, the phone call to either his mom or dad to his father, James Crumbley. It was a missed call at 7:31 a.m. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
And his mom called him at 8:38 p.m. March the 9th. I'm sorry, March the 10th.
Correct, on the 10th.
Okay, so the time those text messages were being sent to his mother, there were no phone calls or texts back in that relevant time period.
Correct.
Now, I'm going to back up a day to March the 8th to give this context. May I approach the minutes?
Sure.
This is People's Proposed Exhibit 84. Sir, 84 is the portion of a Facebook thread between James and Jennifer Crumbley, pages 386 and 388 from March the 8th of 21. Is that right?
Correct.
And you've seen this before?
Yes, sir.
People move to admit 84.
No objection, Your Honor.
84 is admitted.
So I'll direct your attention to the screen. This is blue again is Jennifer, green is James. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, and that's because this chat specifically was deleted from Jennifer's phone.
That's correct, it was.
Okay. So Jennifer's words, Ethan going to bowling. And what does James write?
IDK, I don't know.
Okay. And she writes, what do you mean IDK? His response,
I don't know exactly what I said. We'll know after he gets home.
okay. And Jennifer wrote, does he have his phone? Why isn't he home yet? He should be home by now. That's March 8th, 21 at 3:12 p.m.
That's correct.
Okay. Then she writes, freaking out. And James's response,
He does not get home until 3:16.
okay. And then Jennifer wrote, I told you to pick him up because he's upset and I don't want him to do anything stupid, goddammit.
Correct.
That's March 8th, 21, 3:13 p.m.
That's correct.
Okay. And James writes, dude, chill, he is fine, and I'm trying to fucking work.
That's correct, you did.
Okay. So for context, this is the day before those text messages were sent by the defendant's son to the defendant.
Correct.
Now I want to move on to March the 17th of 2021. May I approach the witness?
Sure.
This is People's Proposed 85. Sir, 85 is the Facebook thread between James and Jennifer Crumbley, pages 432 to 435 from March 17th. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
And how do you recognize it?
Again, it's a printout of a Facebook chat.
Okay. And you've, of course, seen that before?
Yes, sir.
Because you were the one to pull the information?
Correct, yes, sir.
What number is it?
85.
85.
People moved to mid 85.
Your Honor, I'm trying to pull it up right now.
Okay, sure. It's hard for me to determine from this list
Your Honor, I
which
believe,
exhibits have been subject to previous rulings, just so you know.
Thank you, Judge.
Your Honor, I do object to 84 because there's portions of it that don't need, are not admissible, in my opinion.
84 is your...
I'm sorry, 85. I'm sorry, 85. There are portions of 85 that the defense objects to, and they have not been previously ruled upon by the court. May we approach?
Yes. Do you want to go in the hallway? I don't know. Because
I think we first need to find what the actual objection is.
The
Because we have
objection,
a foundation to chain, we have a foundation to we have a stipulation to chain in the foundation. He's already testified to a number of portions of this very same Facebook thread.
it's hard for me to know if I've seen this one before or if I know what it is.
this has not been the subject of a prior ruling.
Okay.
I object to portions of page 432. It does discuss a topic that has been ruled to be inadmissible. So I am asking that those portions of 85 be struck. They're irrelevant.
Okay, can I see it?
May I approach?
Yeah, that might help.
May I approach?
Yeah, that may or may not.
You have 8. Thank you.
All right, you can step down if you want to. It's up to you.
Is it okay if I stay?
Yeah, you can step. Yeah, it's up to you. Most people don't want to stay seated there.
Oh, fine, ma'am. Thank you.
All right. So an issue came up. I'm hoping that we're not going to have to exclude the jury with every exhibit. So some of this I'm relying on memory. So a year and a half ago, some evidentiary rulings were made. This might be an overgeneralization, indicating that the fact that there was alcohol in the home in and of itself is not relevant, right? And then there was a ruling about, I don't think I have a prosecutor.
I'm listening, Judge.
What's your, okay, what, yeah, what's, okay,
He's just bringing me up to speed. There wasn't room for me to turn.
okay, all right, so, there was a ruling about,
Counsel moved to exclude certain pieces of evidence, and this court made a record that was June the 27th of 22.
Okay.
And in that record, actually it was page 40 of the transcript, the court specifically said, the court indicated that it was based upon a preliminary examination transcript. As the court recalls, neither party stipulated the exam transcript for the factual basis, and the court indicated that more evidence is being found even as we speak. I don't want to paraphrase because that's not a verbatim quote.
Okay.
And in defense counsel's opening, so to bring the court up to speed on the record, counsel asked to approach and objected to any reference of alcohol. There's one text in this text message thread, or Facebook thread, between James and Jennifer. Jennifer, on March 17th, says, "Gonna get drunk and ride my horse." James responds, "Well, don't get drunk." They have a couple of more text messages in the midst of a conversation that is pertinent to our proofs. And that's because the next exhibit will be text messages from the school shooter to Jennifer Crumbley about seeing demons. And then there'll be evidence of a lack of phone calls, lack of text messages back. And to get back to the court's ruling, the court said no evidence of alcohol or substance use unless it does show some type of parental neglect.
Okay.
So these particular messages are the same time, the same date, where the defendant's son is experiencing or stating that he's experiencing hallucinating. So this is all relevant.
And Your Honor, my point is, on Exhibit 85, there are texts that do not need to be included to make the point that Mr. and Mrs. Crumbley were at the barn and not with their son. We're objecting to the texts that include buying beer, being drunk on a horse. They are irrelevant. They are also irrelevant to someone being a hypervigilant parent. I would consider myself a hypervigilant parent, and I have some cocktails once in a while. That issue is not relevant. The alcohol is not relevant. It's just an unnecessary part of this text to make them look like they're out drinking, when the whole point is that they're out with their horses and not with their son.
So it's not counsel's idea of what the point is.
No, it's not just that they're out with their horses and not with their son, and there's no crime, there's obviously no crime committed by people with children having cocktails, and in fact, this room would probably be in jail, but That being said, the issue is whether or not the shooter's texts are being ignored. That's the point of it.
Right, Judge. And there is an offer of proof, there is substantial evidence that has been excluded that shows the substance use of James Jennifer Crumbley. Substantial. We're not introducing any of that because of the court's ruling. But directly on point to this, in the midst of a conversation, it is relevant. It's material, it's probative, it's under 401, people read those.
Okay, well, you know, am I able to see a specific picture of, because some of it might be, some of it might not be. So I don't want to do this while the jury is waiting. Is there more things like this that, if the shooter is having some trauma, feeling some trauma and reaching out to his parents and they're ignoring him, that evidence to me is obviously relevant.
Correct, Judge.
So
That's-
if,
I'm not objecting to all of 85. I'm objecting to the portions about alcohol.
okay.
Judge, the door has been open. Counsel specifically said, I think more than once, that her client is a hyper-vigilant mother. Nobody says anything about having a cocktail, but when there's evidence to show that they are drinking when the son is texting things to the mother, no call back, that's important, and it's important to show the jury what they actually did and spent their time on.
Okay, can I see the text right again? And is that the only one, because the jury's pulling their hands on it? Is there any more like this?
There are more like this. And
Okay, well, maybe we need to do this at 6 o'clock tonight. I should have been raised last night. Okay.
Judge, these exhibits were turned over a long time ago.
I know.
No. I got all these text messages a long time ago.
Okay.
I found out what they were planning to use from the boxes and boxes of information. I found that out
Ridiculous.
on,
Okay, you picked
excuse
this
me, on
discovery.
Tuesday night. Yeah, I've had this discovery, but I can't file a motion to exclude every single line of these things. I filed many motions.
Okay.
I filed a motion about the alcohol. This part of the text that they told me 2 days ago they're going to use includes alcohol. I'm just asking that the alcohol portion be struck.
Okay. I understand that, but I know that there's a lot of exhibits. And I know there's a lot of documents, but we could have had a massive motion and lemonade fest a while ago, right? So I am loath to make the jury sit there while we're going line by line through evidence. That's very problematic to me.
I didn't intend for this issue to take a long time. I thought this would be a simple objection to just take out the text about drinking, and that's it.
Okay, so she says, I'm going to get drunk and ride my horse. Okay, so that might not be specifically relevant, but at what time is he?
When she's on her horse, that's when he's texting her.
Okay.
And just because she's on her horse and he's texting her doesn't mean she's looking at the text and ignoring him and saying, I'm going to have a drink instead of
Okay, my understanding was there was a large period of time where he was texting her and she was with her horse. And then maybe sent a picture of the horse. I don't know.
Correct.
Tell me.
Right,
That's
she's
it,
on.
Judge.
You're going to hear testimony from other witnesses that the cell phone signal doesn't work out where the horse place
Well,
is.
then that's argument for counsel to make.
It is.
Right, but the fact that they're having beers out there with the horses is not relevant to the point the prosecution's even trying to make about the fact that they're unavailable and not responding to their son.
Okay, there's a text from James Crumbley. This is not when I like to do this. Okay, she says, gonna get drunk and ride my horse. That's at 1:30 in the afternoon. When do you say he's trying to contact her?
That was a day during the week when she was at work. After work, she went to the barn, the text being around 5:50 p.m. When she's at the barn, we know that from pictures and metadata.
Okay, this, okay, then cans.
And so the court is aware there are no other, we took all other reference out prior to trial of alcohol use in accordance with this court's order. Of course, that's subject to the door being open.
The door was not opened by me saying that she's a vigilant mother.
Okay, so they go to the barn after work. Is that correct? Do we know what time approximately they go to the barn? This text is at 1:30, right?
Those texts are from during the day when they're making plans to go to the barn after work.
Right.
And then
Wait, that's not what I asked. What-
I believe the text says something about leaving now at,
Okay, so when are they at the barn in relation to his texts about demons?
At the same time.
Okay, but is that at 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock?
The first text, the house is on at 6:03 p.m.
Okay.
There's a picture of James on a horse taken by Jennifer. There's a picture of Jennifer on a
and
horse
there's no
at the same
objection to
time.
that.
Okay, all right. So she says, I'm going to get drunk and ride my horse, that she's expressing her intention for that evening.
Correct.
I'm going to allow that text, but not the next one about, well, don't get drunk, we're definitely going to have some drinks, I need to stop and get me a 12-pack of Budweiser, please, I'm going to keep that out. All right, and, all right, I'm going to keep that out. She is indicating her intention to go later and ride her horse and get drunk. And when she's riding her horse, when she's at the barn later, is when he is texting and getting no response. So I think that could be relevant to her ignoring her son. All right?
Yeah, bro.
Sure. But this text from James Crumbley, I'm going to exclude. Is there anything else in there that
Okay,
needs to
so
be excluded?
just for the record, page 432,
Yeah.
the second text, the
Yeah,
message
the one
back from James Crumbley.
Crumbley. Is there anything else in there?
I'm looking now.
Yeah. Because I don't want to,
No,
we were making good headway yesterday, but now we're moving in slow pace. So.
well, Your Honor, there's also a text responding to the one about buying beers. Jennifer just says, okay, but glass is not a good idea. I mean,
Yeah, that, you can strike that too. It's referring to the text above. It's not relevant.
so it would just be those two portions.
Okay. Yeah, can you strike that? I don't know how easy it is to do it up here.
It'll just take a minute.
Okay. All right. Are there any other issues such as this?
I'm looking right now, Your Honor.
Okay, well, we shouldn't be looking at that.
Your Honor, I mean, the next exhibit has been the subject of a prior ruling.
Okay.
I'm,
Good, that's a good way to do it.
okay, exhibit 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92.
We're trying on the fly
Okay.
to edit an exhibit.
Okay, go
Or an
ahead.
objection we just got, and now there's like,
Okay, I want to find out if there's any looming issues, because
we do too.
they're going to get
because
their 10,000 steps here.
we do too.
Your Honor, I did not think this objection would be such a process. I simply was asking for like one little part of this to be struck, and
Okay.
objections during trial are common. This is
Okay.
just a very simple.
All right, but is there anything else coming up that would require the jury to step out? There's photos.
Well,
I don't know what objections to such are.
I have objections to many photos that are going to be brought in through a different witness, but what are they planning to use? Because I have 450 right now. If I know what's coming, I can tell the court.
Okay, well, there's a list of exhibits, and there's, coming after that, after the text messages, are pictures. It looks like there's pictures of James and Jennifer.
And we have no objection to those.
Okay, I just want to know if,
Your Honor, if I could just say, there's a lot of inquiry as to exactly who we're calling next, which exhibit we're, and this isn't a math formula. We really are changing this organically because we're working.
I get it.
So we're trying to be cooperative, but things do change.
I know, and you're not required to divulge your trial strategy, and your order and all that. I'm moving a lot of people around, and I just want to know if there's anything else that needs to be handled right now on the record.
The only other objections, I believe, with respect to this witness, at least for the next very long time, are objections the court's already ruled on. So,
Okay, thank you.
okay, so at least we can get through, I mean, this whole page of exhibits with no problem.
All right.
Okay. Perhaps council can meet with us after court today to go over the next proposed exhibits, and then we can see what objections.
Oh, okay, yeah, it's just because I don't want to change your time.
That sounds great.
All right.
Thank
Okay.
you.
All right, so,
So 85 is modified and we're,
yes.
thank you.
Okay. We're ready for the jury?
I think so.
Okay. We're ready.
With all, when you say all of those, what do you mean?
Everything. We're at 85 right now.
Yeah, no, okay. These ones, just tell me how far you want to go, because I do agree with all those. Up through 100.
All rise for the jury.
Right, which is already preserved. That'll be good. And then I don't have any objections. I mean, yeah.
That's fine.
All right.
I didn't expect. Yeah.
You may be seated. I apologize, there's a large volume of information, and we want to streamline it for you as much as possible, right? So you want to start now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Okay. We're on exhibit 84, I think. All right. This is between James and Jennifer Crumbley. Again, Jennifer is in blue, James is in green. We'll start at the top because I don't recall where we left off. Does he have his phone from Jennifer, March the 8th?
I'm sorry, you said you're on exhibit 84, but I believe it's 85.
84 was admitted.
84 was admitted. Yes, because 85 is March 17th.
The 84 was on March 8th.
Okay, so you're on 80, I'm on 84, okay, but mine
84 was
was,
on March 8th, and this time is on March.
Yeah, this is 84 on the screen.
That's 84, yeah.
okay, I'm sorry, there,
He went
it
back.
scrolled down, so, okay, thank you.
And, James responds with, yes, but he won't answer while he is walking. I will let you know the minute he walks in.
Okay. Jennifer's response, I'm serious freaking out. Is he home yet? And then, okay, now we're moving on to 85. So, James and Jennifer Facebook messages. This is from March 17th of 2021. And you've seen this before?
Yes, sir.
And this is admitted pursuant the order that we just had on the record, correct, Judge?
Right.
Thank you. Okay, March 17, 2021, 1:23 p.m. Jennifer writes, cool, leaving at 4 today. Fuck this place. James's response is what?
LOL, you have your stuff for the barn?
Okay. And then Jennifer's response, yes, gonna get drunk and ride my horse. That's March 17, 2021, 1:30 p.m.
Correct.
There's a response back. And then what does James say?
James says, okay, then cans, you have the debit card.
And Jennifer's response, I know, hate my job. Can you bring out last, please? He says yes. Correct?
Right, yeah, I'm sorry.
Okay. Right. Okay. Now, on that same day, did you find any text messages from Jennifer's son to her of a concerning nature? This is March 17, 2021.
Yes, sir.
Okay. This is People's Proposed 86. I don't believe we have an objection to this.
No objection, thank you.
This is 86.
86.
86 in the
Okay. All right. What does Jennifer's son write to her on March 17th, 2021 at 6:03 p.m.?
He says, okay, the house is now haunted.
And then what?
Some weird shit just happens and now I'm scared. Then it follows with, I got some videos.
Okay.
Okay, Your Honor, I apologize. This was previously the subject of a motion. I do object, however, the court has already ruled it's admissible. I'm sorry, I misspoke.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, I have already ruled on this.
Okay,
Yes.
sorry about that.
No, that's all right.
Okay, please, at the top.
And then Ethan says, continues with, and a picture of the demon. It's throwing bowls. The word bowls is in all caps. He then says, I am not joking. It fucked up the kitchen.
And the next message after that?
He says, I'm just going to be outsider for a while. Can you at least text back?
Okay, so that's from 6:03 to 6:29. The last text, you at least text back was 6:29 p.m.?
Correct, yes.
Okay. And the next response from the defendant to her son is when?
2 days later, it's 4:11 in the afternoon. Where's your dad?
Now, this is people's 87 and 88. I don't believe there's an objection to either of these two exhibits.
No objection.
Okay, 87 is the picture. 88 is the metadata with the picture. So, could you please tell us when and where this picture was taken?
It was taken, the GPS is similar to the previous ones at a horse barn. He's on a horse. It was taken on March 17th at 6:03 p.m.
Okay, 6:03, that's the same time that the text message regarding the house being haunted and saw a demon?
Correct.
Okay. And this is actually found on Jennifer Crumbley's phone.
That's correct, it was.
And who's that a picture of?
That's James Crumbley.
And that's St. Patrick's Day, correct?
Correct.
This is exhibit 89 and 90. 89 is the photograph, 90 is the metadata.
And we have no objection to 88, 89, or 90.
Thank you. And this is also St. Patrick's.
Can you move for their admission before you put them on the screen?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, thank you.
This is also St. Patrick's Day 2021, is that correct?
Correct, same day.
And this is an image also on Jennifer Crumbley's phone.
Correct.
Okay. And when was this taken?
On March 17th at 6:03 p.m.
Okay. Same location?
It appears so, yes.
Now I'm going to move you on to exhibit 91 and exhibit 92. I don't believe there's an objection to either of these pieces of evidence.
There's no objection.
91 and 92 are admitted.
Thank you, Judge. Again, we're still talking about St. Patrick's Day 2021. What time was this picture taken?
This was taken at 6:28 in the evening.
Okay. And again, is that time and date significant to you as an investigator in this case?
Yes, it is.
Why?
It was the time when the shooter was sending the text messages.
Okay. And this is also on Jennifer Crumbley's phone,
Correct.
91 and 92. '93 and 94.
We have no objection to 93 and 94.
93 and 94 are admitted.
Thank you, Judge. Exhibit 93, also a picture captured on Jennifer Crumbley's phone. This is also St. Patrick's Day, 2021, and this is at 6:30 p.m.
Correct.
Okay. Same location as the other photographs you
It
just
appears so,
mentioned?
yes, sir.
Okay. Now I'm going to go back to Exhibit 83. This has already been admitted. This is the phone log found on the shooter's phone. So the time we're speaking of, those text messages where he sent his mother indication that he was seeing bowls fly off the shelf and a demon, that was between 6:03 p.m. and 6:29 p.m. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. So we already saw that there was not a text back from Jennifer Crumbley, but tell us about the phone log. What do these show?
It shows a phone call from Jennifer Crumbley at 7:24 p.m.
Okay. So that's about an hour and a half after he texted about the house being haunted.
That's correct.
And that was a 19-second call?
Correct.
Okay. Now I'm going to move on to March the 19th, 2021. This is a Facebook conversation between James and Jennifer regarding their son that day. This is people's 95. I don't believe I have an objection to this.
No, there was no objection.
95 is admitted.
Thank you. Okay. Again, Jennifer in blue, James in green.
Correct.
Okay. She said, "Is he awake?" And what did James respond?
James responds with, yeah.
Jennifer wrote, how is he?
James then responds with, he woke up looking like he had way, in all caps, W-A-Y, too much to drink last night, complaining about a headache.
Okay. And then her response as well, he was really worked up and out of control, so I can see why. That's March 19th, 21, at 9:41 a.m.
Correct.
About 48 seconds later, she wrote, all I know is he needs to eat, go to work, and work hard and not complain, and he can get his stuff back.
Correct.
And then March 19th later on, you responded and didn't get it. That's Jennifer Crumbley's word?
That's correct, yes.
Yes. Just you did have Mark 95 down for admission, correct?
Yes, it's
Thank you. Okay. Now, the next day, March the 20th, did you find text messages from the school shooter to his mother, the defendant, of a concerning nature from that day?
Yes.
This is Exhibit 96. I believe this was subject to a previous ruling.
any objection, aside from what was already admitted.
No.
96 is admitted.
Thank you. Okay, we're still on 95 on the slide. James wrote, Jesus, yes, he said, referring to their son, let me ask you a question. Why am I in your guy's room, LOL? And Jennifer's response is what?
OMG. Oh my God.
Just-
Which exhibit is
I have to back up just a little bit, Judge. Sorry, thank you. So just to make sure everybody's on the same page, this is Exhibit 95. This is from March 19th, 2021. We've already gone through these. At 9:41 a.m. when Jennifer wrote he was really worked up and out of control. In the same text message conversation, there's no breaks in this exhibit. And the conversation continued. James wrote what?
I totally thought you were giving him a Xanax last night. ...
And Jennifer's response was,
Does he seem better?
and then,
No melatonin.
and James wrote what?
I know.
And Jennifer wrote,
But he hasn't had one before, so I should have only given him half.
and then James' response is, he is doing his school, says his head hurts. He took Tylenol.
Correct.
Okay. And Jennifer's response was, is he okay to work? That's at March 19th at 11 a.m.
Correct.
And James's response,
Was yeah.
and that's
Yeah.
also, it's 11:13 a.m.
Correct.
Okay. And then Jennifer wrote 11:38 a.m. on March 19th. Does he remember what he did?
Correct.
Okay. And what was James's response?
James responds with, Dude, I am working on a demo right now. I have not talked to him, and he is doing school.
And then her response is,
Okay then, geesh.
okay, thank you. Now, this is 96 that we just admitted. This is from March the 20th of 2021. And again, did you find text messages from the school shooter to the defendant of a concerning nature?
Correct.
Okay, in the blue, that's all the school shooter's words?
Correct.
Okay, what did he write to her?
He starts with, I finished picking up the room. That was at 2:38 on the 20th.
2:33?
2:33, I'm sorry,
Okay.
yes. He then says, I cleaned until the clothes started flying off the shelf.
And then what?
This stuff only happens when I'm home alone.
Okay, it's March 20th, 2021 at 2:34 p.m.
Correct.
And this is the same date and time?
Yes, it is.
And what did he write?
I picked the clothes back up, though.
Okay, that's March 20th at 2:34.
Correct.
And when was the next response to that?
By Jennifer was on the 22nd of March at 8:17 p.m.
Okay. So I'm going back to Exhibit 83, which is the phone log found, recovered off of the school shooter's phone, specific to these days. Okay. So we just went through March the 20th, and those messages were sent about 2:30 in the afternoon, if you recall. Is that right?
Yes, sir?
Okay. And were there any phone calls in that time period?
No, there was not.
Okay. In fact, the next call was 6:37 p.m. on March the 20th.
Correct.
No objection. Oh, I'm sorry, you can say the numbers and then also no objection.
97 and 98, Judge, I believe will be admitted.
We have no objection.
97, 98 are admitted.
Thank you. So, Sir, were you able to tell where James and Jennifer Crumbley were yet again on that day?
Yes, sir.
Okay. This is 97 and 98. 97 is the photograph, 98 the metadata. This is March 20th, 2021 at 1:51 p.m.
Correct.
Okay, and if you recall, the text messages from the school shooter were sent to his mother about 2:30 in the afternoon?
Correct.
Okay, so tell us where Jennifer and James Crumbley were at this date and time.
They're riding the horses again.
99 and 100?
No objection.
Yeah, is it 99?
And 100.
No objection to either one?
No objection to either one.
99 and 100 are admitted.
Thank you, Joe. Okay, now this was taken off of the last picture. Was taken off of James Crumbley's phone, 97, 98.
That's correct.
99 and 100 were taken off of Jennifer Crumbley's phone.
Correct.
Okay, so the capture time here, March 20th, 2021, 11:58 a.m.
That's correct.
Okay, so then that would indicate to you that they were at the barn at least from that period of time until at least 1:51 p.m.
Correct.
Okay. Sir, during the course of your investigation, did you come to learn that the school shooter had only one friend?
Yes.
And did you also learn that that individual was abruptly taken from the state of Michigan about a month before the shooting occurred?
Yes, he was.
And did you review the text message thread between the school shooter and that other individual?
Yes.
You've looked at the entirety of the phone of the school shooter as well as James and Jennifer Crumbley's phone, is that right?
That's correct.
If you could give us an idea, the volume of the data found in the text message thread between the school shooter and his friend.
There was over 20,000 text messages just between the two people. I've done exams on phones where the combined number of text messages isn't that much.
So what's the relative size and data between that particular text message thread and any other thread between the school shooter and anybody else?
I think the most text between any other person might have been near 500, an individual person.
I'm going to show you a portion that's been previously admitted by this court of that text message thread from April the 4th of 2021, April the 5th of 2021. That's Exhibit 101.
And the court's previously ruled on this.
All right. One of one's admitted.
Thank you, Judge. So we have names redacted. 101 was found on the shooter's phone, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So in this instance then, the green would be his words, the shooter's words.
Correct, yes.
Okay. Tell us what he wrote to his friend on April the 4th of 21.
The shooter wrote, like, I hear people talking to me and see someone in the distance. And then corrected the spelling of the word distance.
It's April 4th, 11:56 p.m.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what else?
The shooter said, I actually asked my dad to take him to the doctor yesterday, but he just gave me some pills and told me to, quote, suck it up.
And then what?
He then says, like, it's at the point that I'm asking to go to the doctor. Then he says, my mom laughed when I told her.
So that's April 4th, 2021, 11:57 p.m. His words, my mom laughed when I told her.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, April the 5th at 12:06 a.m. So we were looking at a conversation right up until midnight on April the 4th, and now we're in the early morning hours of April the 5th. What did the shooter write?
Shooter wrote, but I'm having bad insomnia, RN, for right now, and paranoia.
And then what?
He then says, I need help.
Okay. And the next slide, or the next text?
I was thinking, I calling 911 so I could go to the hospital.
Then there's a response from his friend on April the 5th
Correct.
at 12:12 a.m. And then what did the shooter write?
The shooter writes, but then my parents would be really pissed.
Now, April the 5th, 2021 at 12:38 a.m., what did the shooter write?
The shooter writes, I'm going to ask my parents to go to the doctor's tomorrow or Tuesday again. Then he says, but this time I'm going to tell them about the voices.
Okay. Next text.
He then says, like I am mentally and physically dying.
Before we get to Exhibit 102, in the course of your forensic examination of James's phone, Jennifer's phone, and the school shooter's phone, you're able to look at certain apps that are installed. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And did you discover if an app called Life 360 was installed on Jennifer Crumbley's phone?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And what is Life 360?
Life 360, it's a tracking app that friends and family can install on their phone so they can know where they're at. I have it on my phone, and there's a family group, and my kids are on it, and I'm on it, my wife.
Did you find that app on James Crumbley's phone?
Yes, it was.
And through that app, you can see where someone's at and where they've been. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you looked through the school shooter's phone as well, the defendant's son.
Correct.
Was that app installed on his phone?
No, it wasn't.
So it was just installed on James's phone and Jennifer's phone.
Correct, it was.
And that was on April the 5th of 2021.
I believe that's when it was installed, yes.
Okay. And it's the same day as these text messages, like I'm mentally and physically dying and asking to go to the doctor.
Correct.
Exhibits 102 and 103.
I'm sorry, are these, this is 102 and 103? We have no objection, sorry.
103 and 103 are admitted. I'm sorry, did you say that the date of the installation was April 5th? Is that what you said?
Yes, ma'am.
So on the screen here, we can see the timestamp purchase date, April 5th, 2021. That's on Jennifer Crumbley's phone, correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay. And Exhibit 103, on James Crumbley's phone, we have April the 5th, 2021 as well.
Correct.
During the course of your evaluation of all the electronic information, digital evidence available to you, did you uncover evidence in the spring of 21 of Jennifer Crumbley talking to a friend about what she saw as depression in her son?
Yes.
And were you able to review a Facebook conversation between Jennifer Crumbley and actually the school shooter's only friend's mother?
Yes.
Okay. So I want to make sure that I'm clear with you. In April of 2021, which is the same month of these text messages, Jennifer Crumbley texted her son's only friend's mother, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And in that conversation is when you uncovered concerning text messages as an investigator to this case.
Correct.
This is 104.
Thank you, and let me just take a quick look, I'm sorry. Yeah, I have no objection to this, thank you.
104 is admitted. That's just 104, right?
Yes, thank you, Judge. Okay, this is April 29, 2021. Now, this is from Jennifer Crumbley's search warrant return, correct?
That's correct.
So she's green in these.
Correct.
All right. So what does she write?
She starts with, Ethan isn't bowling tonight, just want to let you know. Not sure if they need a partner or not.
Okay, and then her son's friend's mother, also named Jennifer, writes, is he feeling okay?
Correct.
And the defendant's response?
She responds back with, yesterday he wasn't, and he's been acting kind of depressed, so I don't know what's going on.
Okay, this conversation continue?
Yes, it does.
What does the defendant write?
The defendant says, I'm not sure if there's something bothering at school. He really doesn't feel good. I can't get anything out of him.
Okay. And the person she's communicating with writes her son's name too. He stayed home from school today. The only time he's happy is when he's with school shooter.
Correct.
And then her son has 2 E's and 2 D's. I'm wondering if he's worried about that. That's the other individual worried about her own son.
Correct.
Okay. That's 5:24 p.m. on April the 29th.
That's correct.
The conversation continues. What does the defendant write?
The defendant says, yeah, this is all new to me. I'm not used to Ethan being moody. He's usually pretty happy, and we'll talk about anything. I do know Ethan's been stressed about school and his grades. We called the school, but she wasn't in, social, do it tomorrow. I think his grades have a lot to do with it. He just got to a point where he got so far behind and we were out of town, he's having difficult time making it up.
And then the other individual writes, I'm sorry, her son's struggling too. To be honest, I'm sick of fighting with him about it. Stupid online school really messed him up. I'm thankful her son has the shooter as a friend. They laugh and have a great time together. That's April 29th at 5:31 p.m.
That's correct.
Okay. And then what does Jennifer respond?
Jennifer responds with, yeah, me too. I'm just glad they're still getting along. And it wasn't an issue with those two as to why he was being depressed. The online school is horrible. I've given up too. I just told him to do the best. Don't worry about it. Next year is a new year.
Okay. And then what's the next text?
She says maybe if, is referring to the shooter's friend, feeling better, if he wants to come over after work on Saturday, he can take him up to go bowling and make up their scores. He's more than welcome to stay the night and go to work in the morning. We set up a little shooting range in the backyard for Ethan's BB gun. They could do that.
Okay. Okay. And the response was her son's been excited to shoot.
Correct.
Okay. And that was April 29th, 2021?
Yes?
Okay. Now, around this time frame in the text message conversation and the videos on the school shooter's phone, did you discover extremely disturbing information?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I'm not asking you to go into detail, but as an investigator, it was important to you.
Yes, it was.
Okay. And in fact, it was in the days after these messages were sent?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And the school shooter shared that with his friend, his only friend he had.
That's correct.
And you mentioned that his only friend was taken out of the state,
Correct.
and it seemed to be without notice to the school shooter?
Correct.
Okay. Did you uncover evidence that either James or Jennifer Crumbley commented on the fact that his only son was taken, or his only friend was taken out of the state?
Yes.
This is Exhibit 105.
Yes, I have no objection to 105, thank you.
105 is in the middle?
And you said that was around about a month before the shooting in Oxford High School?
Yes, it was.
Okay. So, this is from Jennifer Crumbley's Facebook, again, to the mother of her son's only friend.
Correct.
Okay, and this is October 31st, 2021, 9 o'clock in the morning?
Yes.
Okay, and what does she write?
Jennifer writes, James filled me in on Ethan's friends last night. I'm so sorry you guys are having to make such a hard decision. Please let me know if you need anything.
Okay, and then November the 3rd, she wrote what?
She says, how are you guys all doing? Been thinking of all of you a lot.
Okay. And you know from your investigation, this is the time frame when the shooter's friend was taken out of the state?
That is correct.
Okay. In this conversation, November the 4th, that other individual writes what to Jennifer Crumbley?
She writes, hi Jen, we're doing okay. It was the hardest thing I've ever had to do. I worry about him constantly and miss him terribly. I know that he's where he needs to be to get better though. Thanks so much for checking on us. I appreciate you and your family. She's referring to her son, the shooter's friend, was only happy and relaxed with you guys.
And in response?
Jennifer responds with, please keep us updated. I know Ethan misses him. If you guys need anything at all, please don't hesitate to ask.
And that was, again, in November of 2021 before the shooting.
Correct, on the 4th, yes.
Okay. Now I'm going to direct your attention to the days around the shooting and what you were able to obtain as far as the digital footprint of the Crumbley family.
Okay.
Starting November 26, 2021, is that date significant to you?
Yes, it is.
Why is that?
That was the day the gun was purchased.
Okay. And we heard yesterday that the gun is in the murder weapon?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That was a 9mm Sig Sauer handgun?
Yes, it was.
Okay. That's been admitted in evidence, and we heard it was bought from a firearms store in Oxford.
That's correct.
Okay. This is 106?
I have no objection to this one.
Okay, 106 is admitted.
Okay. This is just as an example, what information you can obtain from a search warrant on a Gmail account.
That's correct.
Okay. And so this is from James Crumbley's Gmail account, November 26, 2021, confirming that he was in fact at that firearms store at 12:08 p.m.
Correct.
Okay. Now, we talked about obtaining locations from somebody. This is 107.
We have no objection.
107 is admitted.
Before we get into 107, Exhibit 417, it's a video. Sir, in your analysis of the shooter's phone and Jennifer Crumbley's phone, social media accounts, you were able to obtain videos taken by the school shooter with that handgun, the murder weapon?
That's correct.
Okay. So 417, people move to admit and publish to the jury the video taken from November 26, 2021.
And Your Honor, I'm sorry, I have to just take a look really quick, because we just jumped ahead like a couple.
Yeah, it's 417.
Yeah, let me just take a quick look, I'm sorry.
No, it's all right, there's a lot.
And actually, I don't have 417 in the exhibits that I was given. Can I see? It wasn't on my hard drive that I was given. Okay, Your Honor, I have no way to play this, and I don't have this.
All these
Can I
are
just have?
it's a very short video.
It's not on our. I just need to see what the video is. Can we just unplug the computer and can you just show it to me really quick?
Is there audio?
No.
Was it provided to the defense?
Yes.
It's,
We're showing a preliminary examination as well.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, it's not on the exhibits they gave me on the desk. So there's a million videos in this case, and I have no idea which video it is.
Okay.
I probably have no objection. Can I just see what video it is?
Sure. Well, I guess I thought for a moment when he said it was for the preliminary examination, it might refresh your reflection about what it was. But if you can take a quick look, that'd be great.
I don't have a flash drive player on here, so can we just turn the screen off for 1 second and just take a quick look?
Yeah.
And I apologize.
No, it's okay. There's a lot of stuff. I don't want to release the jury because their lunch is not made. I haven't made your lunch.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah, sorry.
I'm having lobster.
Okay, and so this is 417.
417.
Okay. Can you just show me? Okay, we have no objection to this one. And I apologize.
That's all right.
Just didn't have it.
No,
Thank you.
I get it. That's a lot of stuff. Okay, so 417 is admitted.
Okay. May I judge?
Sure.
Thank you. This is what you obtained from the shooter's phone, and it was captured 6:39 p.m. on November the 26th, 2021?
That's correct.
Okay. So that video was taken the evening the firearm was purchased,
Correct.
and that is in fact the murder weapon, the 6-hour 9mm?
Yes, sir.
I have no objection to those.
What number is it?
107 and 108, Judge?
107 was previously admitted, 108 is admitted.
Thank you. Okay, now, Agent Brandon testified yesterday to much about the evidence regarding the firearm, so I'm going to move you ahead to November 27th, which is the next day, the day after the 6-hour was purchased.
Okay.
All right. So, all right, 107. This is evidence obtained from James Crumbley's Gmail account, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, so you were able to tell what James Crumbley was doing from 8 a.m. to 8:59 p.m. on November 27th, 2021.
Correct.
Okay, and tell us what was he doing?
He was delivering DoorDash.
So these dots, these data points are what? What do they signify?
Those are the GPS locations that were provided when the location services was turned on from Google.
So we know he was out of the house basically the whole day.
Correct.
Okay. Now, 108, we have Jennifer Crumbley's Gmail data points, and from what time period?
That's from 2:29 p.m. to 3:32 p.m.
Okay, and this is exhibit 108. It shows she's out of the house from about 2:30 to 3:30. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Now, the next day is Sunday, November the 28th, 2021. Could you get a feel for what Jennifer Crumbley was discussing based upon her Facebook messages, what her plan was doing on November the 28th, 2021?
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, you recovered chat history with an individual named Kira Pennick?
That's correct.
Okay. And did the course of this investigation, did you come to learn who that person was?
Yes, I did.
And who was that?
She was the owner of the horse farm.
Okay. That's the horse farm where Jennifer and James Crumbley would board their horses?
Correct.
Okay. So she's going to testify later on in this trial, but you reviewed their Facebook chat history.
Correct.
So that's 109. People who commit 109.
Your Honor, can I just have one moment? This is a,
It says it's a thread between your client and Kira Connect on November 28th. That's what it reports to me.
okay, and the exhibit that I received from the prosecution is 967 pages long. So I'm thinking that what I got is not.
It's
what-
pages 930 to 933. We're not going to go through 1,000 pages.
Well, no, I'm
Well,
just.
let's do it.
Okay, I'm sorry. So what pages are they admitting as?
930 to 933.
Okay, 9:30. Okay, give me just a moment. I'm
Okay.
sorry. I got the whole file like.
It's on the exhibit list. What
Yeah,
pages?
the exhibit list indicates, this exhibit list is what I got on Tuesday. I'm not sure when it was shared with the defense, if it was the same day or not, but it says pages 930 to 933 are the only ones they're seeking to highlight.
I know. I'm just scrolling.
Okay, go ahead.
It's just taking me a little bit to scroll through. Ooh. I need to use my computer. I'm sorry, I'm trying to get to 900. It just takes a little bit to load because it's such a big file. Okay, so it's pages 901 to
930 to 933.
Exactly what was written on the exhibit list.
and I'm trying to get to the pages. The file they gave me is much larger than 3 pages.
Okay. The exhibit is-
On every other exhibit, they have narrowed it down, and this one is much bigger. I just need a
Okay,
moment.
you're good, you're good. The exhibit list says, the pages, the third.
I know, but I can't pull it up fast enough because my computer's, I'm trying to go as fast as I can.
Okay.
Okay, I have no objection to this.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
109 is in the
Thank you. And this is a portion of Exhibit 109. Okay, so green is who?
It's Jennifer.
Okay, and what's she writing?
Was his front swollen again?
Okay, and then the response?
That is from Kira Pennick. Right, I'm the same, I'm not sure, I'm not doing chores, but I'll ask my dad when I see him.
Okay, so did you come to learn when Jennifer writes, was his foot swollen again? She's referring to one of her horses.
Correct, yes.
Okay. And Kira's response?
If Billy keeps stocking up, I think you should have the vet out for him. Just want to make sure it isn't anything serious.
And Billy's who?
The horse.
And Jennifer's response?
He's got mid-fever. James is coming out in the morning to put some stuff on him and calling vet for antibiotics. And then she corrects with mud.
Okay. Billy's one horse and they have 2 horses at this point, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then what does Kira say?
Kira, then, that's crazy. Never seen it react like that. Want me to just put stuff on it daily? I can. I didn't do chores this weekend, so don't know if it got down.
got done.
So the last message in this exhibit from Jennifer Crumbley to the individual who boards those two horses is November 28th, 2021. That's Sunday, 8:18 p.m., Sunday night.
Correct.
And she writes, yes, let's do Tuesday. I'll have James leave the mixture out there. I don't think he's sore from the ground. He's just fine lunging. Just need to keep moisture off his scratches and get him on antibiotics. Should be clear in a week.
That's correct.
And that's again in reference to one of our horses.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, did Jennifer go to the barn that day?
Yes.
When you say that date, you mean your 28th?
Yes, thank you, Judge. This is 110, 111.
No objection to those.
110 and 111 are admitted.
Thank you. 110, this is from her Gmail search warrant return. We can tell that she's at the barn at noon on November 28th.
That's correct.
Okay, and she's back at home. This is Exhibit 111 at about 2 o'clock.
Correct.
All right. Now moving on to Monday, November the 29th. That's the day before the shooting, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, what's the first thing that you see of importance to you as a forensic investigator from the day before the shooting that occurred on one of her devices?
It was a web history search or a web search.
Okay. This is Exhibit 113.
We have no objection. I just want to make sure, I'm sorry, 112 was admitted.
No, 112 was not omitted. That's
Yeah, 112 is not admitted.
correct.
Okay, so 113, we have no objection. Thank you.
113 is admitted.
Thank you. Okay, 113. This is a snippet from a Celebrate extraction report of Jennifer Crumbley's web history.
That's correct.
Okay. So, tell us please, what was she researching November 29, 2021 at 3:05 in the morning?
In the second column, you can see where it says research clinical depression treatment options. It was Yahoo search that was used.
Okay.
In the third column, you can see exactly that's what was in the URL bar, the web address bar that she typed
And that's the day before the shooting in the early morning hours?
at 3:05 a.m.
All right, now let's talk about the Facebook conversation between James and Jennifer from later that day, Monday the 29th. This is 114.
I have no objection.
114 is admitted.
Thank you. Okay. November the 29th, 2021, 8 a.m. Jennifer writes to James, "Are you at the barn?" And then about 40 minutes later, she sends a question mark. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And then James responds to what?
He responds with starting with the question mark, working on Billy.
Okay. So it appears, at least from this message thread, that he's at the barn with their horse Billy.
That's correct.
And then he sent a picture.
That's correct.
Can you tell what that's of?
It's horse's legs, it appears.
Okay. And what does Jennifer respond to that picture?
Do the fronts too.
Okay, and this is 9:21 a.m. What does Jennifer say?
Jennifer asked, did you call the vet?
And then what?
Make sure you get back in between his heel balls.
Okay, and James's response to that?
He responds with, I did, and then fronts too.
And that's at 9:34 a.m. on November the 29th.
That's correct.
At 9:35, what does James say?
He texts, what exactly should I tell vet? Type out for me, leaving barn now.
Okay. And then Jennifer responds, Billy looks to have scratches / mud fever. He's starting to stock up on all fours and concerned about infection. He's not lame, sensitive to the touch, and they go down when he moves. Is there an antibiotic I can get him on? We just put Desitin and antibacterial on his legs today. That's November 29th, 9:41 a.m. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And then she sends a message to him.
Correct.
And what does she say?
She says, was he stocked up this morning?
And then James's response?
James responds with, he was stocked up more in the back than in the front. In fact, the front didn't really look stocked up at all. So I launched them for a few minutes before I put the stuff on it. And it took the swelling down a little bit, but I got the cream all over, in between his heel bulbs and stuff like that.
I'll call the vet here in a minute.
Okay. Now, sir, it's been a little tedious going through all of the messages regarding the horses. Give us an idea, because you're the one who actually extracted that information from Facebook and reviewed it. How often will they show concern over their horses?
Quite often.
Okay. Okay, and Jennifer's response, this is the same conversation, November 29th at 9:58 a.m.?
She responds with, "It made sense, LOL."
Okay, and then James responds more about the horse, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And Jennifer responds to that message,
Yes, she did.
and that's at 10:15 a.m.
Correct.
Okay. Now, this same day, same time period, did you uncover evidence that someone from Oxford High School left a message for Jennifer Crumbley?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And in fact, that was at 9:41 a.m.
That's correct.
Okay, so that was in the midst of the Facebook conversation between James and Jennifer about their horse.
Correct.
Okay. And were you able to obtain that voicemail from Jennifer Crumbley's phone records?
Yes.
Okay. People move to admit 115.
No objection, Your Honor.
1:15 is a minute.
Thank you.
Hi, Crumbley. My name's Pam Fine, and I'm calling from Oxford High School, and I'm here with Mr. Hopkins and Ethan's counselor. I was just calling to let you know that we just spoke with Ethan, had a really nice conversation. One of the teachers had sent an email to the office that she was concerned with Ethan when she was walking around the room checking assignments, but he was on his phone looking at bullets and that sort of thing. So she just wanted to have a conversation. We did. We said he's at the shooting range with you this weekend, and I'm like, yep. Guns are a hobby for a lot of people, and shooting ranges, and that's perfectly normal. And that we just wanted to make sure I had a conversation with him about the things he searches at school, and things versus searching at home, like Mr. Hopkins gave a good example of, like, if a teacher makes beer at home, perfectly normal and healthy, but can't be using searches for making beer at school. So we had a conversation. He was great. He said, yep, I get it. So I just wanted to let you know that we did have a conversation with him, and about 5 minutes, and he went back to class. All right, if you have any questions, you can give me a call. Otherwise, it'll be a great holiday. Thanks. Bye-bye.
Okay, that was the day before the shooting at 9:41 a.m.
Correct.
Okay. Did Jennifer Crumbley access that voicemail?
Eventually, yes.
Okay, this is Exhibit 116.
We have no objection.
1:16 is a minute.
Thank you, Jen. And according to your analysis, she accessed the voicemail at 11:49 a.m.
That's correct.
Okay. So that's still in the midst of the conversation she was having with James about their horse.
Correct.
Did you uncover evidence that Jennifer Crumbley texted her son about that voicemail?
Yes.
Okay. This is Exhibit 117.
I have no objection.
1:17 is a minute.
Okay. Now, owner, Green, this is Jennifer because it's from her phone. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, and in fact, you were able to take the whole text message conversation that existed between between Jennifer Crumbley and her son. Is that
Right.
And if it were to be printed out, it'd be over 200 pages or so. Is that right?
Sounds about right, yes.
Okay. So I'm going to show you portions from November 29th, and we'll refer back to this. So November 29th at 11:53 a.m., this is a few minutes after she listened to the voicemail. What did she write to her son?
She says, seriously, 2 question marks, looking at bullets in school, question mark, question mark.
And he writes back, what? And then, oh yeah?
Correct.
And then he wrote what?
I already went to the office for that. It was in first hour. All I did was look up a certain caliber at the end of class because I was curious. It was on my phone.
Okay, that's 11:53 a.m., November 29th?
11:54.
11:54,
Yes,
thank
sir.
you. And then what did he write?
Completely harmless. Teachers just have no privacy. They said I'm all good.
Okay. And then the next message?
The shooter continues, I understood why. They talked to me and they said, that is, I'm good.
Okay, and then he wrote, this is nothing I should get in trouble. This is nothing I should get in trouble about.
Correct.
You wrote that to the defendant at 11:55 a.m.
That's correct.
And what was her response to that?
You're not, they left me a voicemail with the hand over face emoji twice.
Okay. And then what did she say?
She then says, did you at least show them a pic of your new gun?
So she wrote at 12:14 p.m., did you at least show them a pic of your new gun?
Correct.
And his response?
No, I didn't show them the pic. My God.
And then what?
I only told them I went to the range with you on Saturday.
Okay. It was, I only told them I went to the range with you on Saturday.
Correct.
Okay. And then what did he say?
It was a harmless act.
Go ahead.
I have this bullet cartridge in my room that I didn't what kind of bullet it was, and it said it was a 22. So at the end of first hour, I just looked up different types of 22 bullets. And I guess the teachers can't get their eyes off my screen, SMH.
And then what did Jennifer respond to that?
She responds with, LOL, I'm period, not mad. You're not, you have to learn, not period, to period, get caught, period.
And his response to that?
IK, I know, LOL.
And then?
2 laughing emojis. And then he responds with, I just didn't want something this little to get me in trouble because, well, I didn't want to get in trouble, LOL.
Okay, and then what did he write?
The shooter says, I want to hear the voicemail when I get home, though. Also, I never tried to hide me looking up the bullet. I just didn't think a teacher would be staring at my phone.
And then what did she say to the defendant?
She says, okay, I saved it.
Sir, did you find evidence that Jennifer discussed this incident with her husband, James, that day?
Yes.
118.
Thank you. No objection to 118.
118 is a letter.
This is a Facebook message between James and Jennifer Crumbley.
Correct.
Okay. And then Jennifer's now in blue.
Correct, yes.
Okay. And what did she write?
She writes, Ethan, tell you what happened today.
And his response?
James' response was, yeah.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but there's no further discussion between the two of them on Facebook Messenger.
No, there's not.
Now, sir, I want to take you back to the day of the shooting, November the 30th, 2021. And what we'll do is go step by step, what you were able to discern from your available sources of information.
Okay.
All right. Exhibit 119. Well, first of all, we already talked about how you were the individual who went through all the surveillance video.
Correct.
And it was your responsibility to put together that timeline.
Correct.
Okay. And did you also put together the timeline when the school shooter was dropped off at school?
Yes.
Okay. And he was dropped off at 7:46 a.m. on November the 30th?
That's correct.
Okay. Any objection to this?
No objection.
119 is a letter.
Did you see him being dropped off?
Yes. It's him with the gray hoodie and had a black t-shirt on.
Right there?
Correct.
Okay. Judge, in looking at the time, this might be a good time to break for lunch, given the fact that we're starting to go through the evidence from the day of the shooting.
If your lunch is ready.
Yeah, well, that's a good point.
Just because this is now it's a transition.
Oh, okay. Right. Your lunch is here, so I want to let you know, because you're on the stand right now, you're not allowed to discuss your testimony with anyone until you're finished testifying, okay?
Thanks.
Oh, I'm sorry, ma'am. I apologize. I apologize.
I didn't
Yes,
mean
ma'am.
to wake you up.
No, I'm awake, ma'am. I'm sorry.
All right.
I was thinking.
We're in the middle, don't do that. We're in the middle of your testimony, so you can't discuss your testimony.
Absolutely.
with the other side.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
You
you
can't,
step
can you,
down.
oh,
You can eat lunch. You can eat lunch. All right. So you can step down. All right. So if we come back to quarter to one, that's enough time, right? So your lunch is ready and can you do it? Okay.
All right, for the jury. Oh, wait.
I thought you were dismissing them first. I'm sorry.
No, it's all right. It's all right. I'd like the jury to know that I'm telling you that, so they understand that. Okay, we can take her down. They're there, right? Okay. We can go down. So at quarter to one, right? Right, you may be seated.
recording in progress.
Right, we look sober out, okay?
Thank you. Okay. I'm going to now direct your attention to Exhibit 119. You spent a lot of time, I'm sorry, Judge, just for the record, so the jury knows, we have paralegal Manley Nell at the table to help with the exhibits.
Okay.
Because once again, he does not trust me with pleaded.
It's true. Sir, we spent some time talking about the background of the Crumbley house. So we're going to talk now about November the 30th, 2021. And you stated that you were able to put together sort of digital footprint from that day.
Correct.
Okay. So Exhibit 119, which has been admitted, this is the Oxford High School surveillance video from when the defendant's son was dropped off. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You determined that he was dropped off by James Crumbley at 7:46 a.m.?
That's correct.
Okay. We will determine the time that Jennifer Crumbley got to her place of employment that day.
A little after 9 in the morning.
It's Exhibit 120.
We have no objection to that.
Thank you. Sir, this is a screenshot from surveillance footage of her employer from November the 30th, 2021. And that's Jennifer Crumbley on November 30th, 2021, entering that building at 9:04 a.m.
Correct.
Now, shortly after she arrived, did she receive a phone call from the school?
Yes, she did.
Exhibit 121.
We have no objection.
121 is admitted.
And this is a snippet from her phone log, would that be correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so November the 30th, 2021 at 9:24 a.m. was a missed phone call, and that's from Oxford High School.
That's correct.
Okay. And she called the school back at 9:27 a.m., is that right?
That's correct.
And they had a 5-minute and 43-second conversation?
Correct.
Okay. Now, did she receive a text shortly after that phone call?
Yes.
Right, this is Exhibit 122 and 123.
I have no objection to 122 or 123.
122 and 123.
So 122, this is the text message found on her phone from an individual. It ended up being her son's school counselor at Oxford.
Correct.
Okay. And this is a picture of what we'll call an altered math worksheet at 9:31 a.m.
Correct.
All right. And if you were to click on that link, this would come.
Correct.
Okay. And then did she also receive an email with the original math worksheet?
That's correct.
All right. This is Exhibit 124.
No objection.
And this email,
124 is admitted.
thank you. That was shortly thereafter. And the image in the email was in fact Exhibit 74, which was the math worksheet that her son created on November the 30th.
Correct.
Okay. So she had this information about 9:30 in the morning on November the 30th.
Correct.
Okay. Did Jennifer contact James right after that?
Yes, she did.
Exhibit 125?
No objection.
125.
So this is the Facebook message chat, the one that was deleted from Jennifer's phone. Blue is Jennifer Crumbley, is that correct?
That is correct.
And green will be James Crumbley.
That's correct.
Okay. So at 9:33 a.m., what did Jennifer write to James?
Call now with now in all caps, emergency. And then she texted again, less than 2 minutes later, emergency.
Okay. And she sent these two pictures, both the original and the altered worksheet to James?
That's correct.
And this is at 9:38 a.m.?
Correct.
What was James's response at 9:44?
James responded with, my God, WTF.
What was it?
WTF, what the fuck?
Okay.
Excuse me. Then responds, vet not here yet. It's McElmurray for Kira's horse, still waiting on vet.
And we already talked about that they were concerned over one of their horse's medical issues.
Correct.
Okay. And what was Jennifer's response at 9:50?
She responded, he said he was distraught about last night.
And James's response to that?
We talked about it this morning. And then he asked her, you talked to him?
Okay. And that's 9:51. And what was Jennifer's response?
6 minutes later, she texted, can you call?
Did Jennifer leave her work and head to the school?
Yes, she did.
Did Jennifer Crumbley also text this picture, Exhibit 74, to anybody else at that time?
Yes, she did.
Okay. This is Exhibit 126.
We have no objection.
126 is the number.
Now, she sent this picture, this text, to Andrew Smith at 10:05 a.m.
Correct.
Okay. Did you learn who Andrew Smith was?
Yes, I did.
And that was her boss?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And what did she text with the caption on this picture?
She said, I have to go to my kid's school. Counselor just called, and this is what I'm dealing with. I'll be back 11:30 to 12 at the latest.
And did she leave her employment?
Yes, she did.
Okay. This is 127.
No objection.
127 is the number.
Okay, this is her leaving at 10:06.
Yes.
You want to go back to Exhibit 125 briefly? Skip over it. She wrote, can you call at 9:57? And then what did she write?
She wrote, heading to his school, I'm very concerned.
Okay. So at 10:04, she wrote, heading to his school, and I'm very concerned. At 10:05, she sent that picture right here to Mr. Smith.
Correct.
At 10:06, she walked out the door to the building.
Correct.
Okay. Did James and Jennifer Crumbley have a phone conversation at this point?
Yes, they did.
Okay. This is 128.
No objection.
128 is the number.
And sir, this is a snippet from the call log found on Jennifer Crumbley's cell phone. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So, well, first she got a phone call from the school. This is a phone call to the school counselor at 10:07 a.m.
That's correct.
That's a 40-second call.
That's correct.
Okay. I'm sorry, that was Exhibit 121, not 128.
I'm sorry, you said 121.
That's 121.
121.
Okay, and Your
It's
Honor,
part of the call.
I
121 is the number.
I would just ask that the witness answer questions instead of the prosecutor stating essentially all the information as he goes along.
Okay, so I guess this is the objection to the meeting.
Leading.
I'll rephrase. All right, 128.
No objection?
Did James and Jennifer have a phone conversation after this?
Yes, they did.
Well, first, this is part of Exhibit 125. What time is this?
This is at 10:12,
Okay, and then what did she write?
heading to a school.
And here's Exhibit 128 from James Crumbley's call log. What is this?
It's a call to Jennifer at 10:29 a.m.
Okay. So at 10:29 a.m., they have a 7-minute and 16-second phone conversation.
That's correct.
Did both James and Jennifer Crumbley arrive at the Oxford High School?
Yes, they did.
Okay. And approximately what time did they arrive?
It was around 10:20, somewhere around there, I believe.
Okay. If I showed you a timeline that indicated 10:37 arrival, would that sound right?
Yes, I apologize. Yes.
That's not.
Yes.
Okay. Now, we had discussed this portion of the case at a previous hearing, and you had indicated they had arrived in one car and left in one car. Did you find that to be accurate?
No, it was inaccurate.
Okay, so tell me what happened.
It was, so the video system that they have only starts recording when there's enough motion to save space on the system. So they were too far away from the camera to pick up. When I initially saw them, all of a sudden they just appeared in front of one of the cars. So I assumed that they had come together,
Okay. And when did you come to find out?
that they had drove separately.
Okay. So Exhibit 129 is a portion of the Oxford High School surveillance video that depicts their arrival and the period of time they were inside for that meeting with the counselor. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
Okay. People moved them at 129.
I have no objection, but I'm just wondering if it's the actual video that's the.
Correct.
That's the exhibit. Okay, no objection. Thank you.
129 is admitted.
So there's a timestamp at the bottom. I want to make sure we see this. 10:36 a.m. and this is November 30th, 2021.
That's correct.
Okay. And let us know, please, when you see either the defendant or her husband.
The one vehicle is already backed in, and then there they are walking up.
They as the defendant and her husband
Yes,
in the magnified area.
correct, yes.
What's this portion of the video depict?
Them coming into the school,
Well, what area of the school?
the front by where the offices are.
Okay. This is 10:39 a.m.
Correct.
What portion of the school is this?
Looks like the front office of the school.
Now, this time right here, that's a broken clock, correct?
It is correct, it never
Okay.
changes.
So this is 10:40 a.m.
Correct. The counseling office.
I'm sorry?
They're in the counseling office,
Thank
sorry.
you. Did you come to learn who this person was? Greeted them?
Yes,
Who's that?
Sean Hopkins.
Okay. He's the counselor at the Oxford High School?
That's correct.
Or one of the counselors?
One of the counselors, yes.
And the time skips a little bit. This is now 10:52 a.m. What do you see in this portion?
That's the shooter coming out of the Mr. Hopkins' office.
With the red backpack?
Correct.
So they walked in at 10:41 and the shooter walked out at 10:52?
Correct.
This is 10:53. Who do you see?
That's James and Jennifer Crumbley coming out of the Mr. Hopkins' office.
Now, there was something in his hand here. What is that? You can tell?
I wasn't able to tell what that is.
Okay. Okay, Jennifer Crumbley has a piece of paper in her hand.
Yes, she does.
Did she have that walked into the counselor's office?
No, she did not.
Okay. And then right there, she handed that piece of paper to James Crumbley?
Correct.
So this is 10:54 and almost 10:55 a.m.?
Correct.
Okay. Did you see James and Jennifer Crumbley at the top of the screen walking
Yes,
to the car?
yeah, they're at the top of the screen coming
Okay.
from school.
Thank you. What are we seeing in this scene right here?
The one of their vehicles is leaving right there, the black one. Then in that third row on the far right, the other car should be leaving shortly now.
Okay. This is one of the Crumbley vehicles?
Yes, it is.
All right, and this is 10:57, about 10:58?
Correct.
Okay. So we saw them walk in at 10:41 to the office. There's some left at 10:52. is that right?
Correct.
And then we saw them leave the parking lot here at 10:57, 10:58.
That's correct.
Okay. So how long total, if you know, were they in the counselor's office?
It was about 12 minutes.
What's the first thing that Jennifer Crumbley did on her phone or social media after that meeting?
She sent a message to Kira Bennett.
Okay. This is 1:30?
We have no objection?
So this is a screenshot,
Correct.
is that right? Okay. And these were taken from Kira Pennick's phone?
That's correct.
Okay. So the icon there, the picture on the horse, this is Jennifer Crumbley's words, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And what did she write at 10:58 a.m.?
Okay, I'll bring some out later. Just had to get my son's school, go to my son's school, and meet his counselor. Shit day.
And then Kira's response?
Oh man, everything okay? Do you still want to do lesson tonight?
And then what did Jennifer respond to that?
Yeah, I still plan on doing the lesson. Everything's okay. He's just having a hard time after losing Tank, his friend going away to a treatment facility, and who knows what else. But he was caught drawing this on his math assignment today.
And then this is Exhibit 74, the math drawing that she was sent.
Correct.
And then what did Jennifer write in this post, in this message?
As long as I can get out there early enough, because I had to leave work for an hour, and I have a meeting in Southfield at 3, but I should be done with that by 4. I plan on being there. Plus, the vet said it's better for him to move around to keep his circulation going while he's dealing with mud fever. Good times.
She's talking about her horse, right?
Correct.
And when she said, I had to leave work for an hour, she's talking about when the school called her for that meeting.
That's correct.
And what was the response at 1:26 a.m.?
She's,
Oh, I'm sorry, if you can read that.
it's, Kira responded with, OMG, oh my God, he needs some horse therapy. I bet he, and then it cuts off.
Okay, that's fine. The rest of these will be in through Kira later on. What's the first thing that James does when he leaves the meeting?
Starts door dashing.
This is 131.
No objection.
131. So what are we looking at right here?
That was a response from a search warrant served to DoorDash.
Okay. So we have not just the 30th, but we also have the 29th. I'm going to direct you to the first. DoorDash, we got November 30th, 21 at 11 a.m. Is that right?
That correct. That's when he checks in.
Okay. So that was about 4 minutes or so, 3 minutes after he left the parking lot?
That's correct.
And Jennifer's text to Kira was about 2 minutes after she left
That's
the parking lot?
Yep.
Did Jennifer go back to work?
Yes, she did.
All right. Here's 132.
I'm sorry, I was trying to write fast. No objection.
132 is another.
Thank you. And this is what?
Her re-entering her place of employment 11:24 a.m.
Okay. And that's November 30th?
Correct.
You're going back to exhibit 130. First, what's the next thing she does, either on her phone or social media accounts after 11:24?
I'm sorry.
If you recall, what's the first thing that she does after 11:24 on either her phone or a social media account?
I don't recall.
Well, that's fine. We have exhibit 130 already admitted. So 11:26 a.m.
Correct.
Okay. So you read the very top line of that OMG needs horse therapy.
Correct.
This is at 11:26 a.m. So she received this 2 minutes after she walked in the door at her employment.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Go ahead and read that.
Says, OMG, he needs some horse therapy. I bet he would love Mo. Whatever works for you, just let me know. I only have Bella's lesson tonight at 5:30, so anytime after her lesson is fine.
And what did Jennifer Crumbley write back?
Jennifer responds with, okay, yeah, well, he'll be coming with me tonight. James is working. He can't be left alone.
From the context of this conversation, did you take it that he was referring to her son?
Yes, correct.
And what did Kira write in response?
Does he want to ride?
And her response?
Jennifer responded, I don't know. Maybe brush a small horse so he's not intimidated, LOL.
And then Kira?
Kira responds with, Mo would be perfect. And then Jennifer responds with, okay.
Okay.
Kira then goes on to say, make it a family event. Coming out to the barn, really though, I've seen some amazing things done with horses, with kids.
Thank you. Now, did Jennifer Crumbley text her son after that school meeting?
Yes, she did.
This is 133.
I'm sorry, just, sorry. I have no objection, I'm sorry.
132 is another.
Thank you. Now, this is the same text thread that we referred to earlier, found on Jennifer Crumbley's phone between, this was on the shooter's phone. No, I'm sorry, Jennifer Crumbley's phone,
Yes,
the entire text thread.
correct, yes.
Thank you. Okay. Green is Jennifer Crumbley, blue is her son.
Correct.
Okay. Tell us what she wrote to him at 12:21 p.m. on November the 30th.
She asked, you okay? And then he responds shortly after that, yeah, I just got back from lunch.
Okay. And her, what did she say?
About 60 minutes later, she says, you know you can talk to us and we won't judge.
Right. And his response to that at 12:42 p.m.
At 12:42, he says, I care, I know, thank you, I'm sorry for that, I love you.
Now, we'll introduce the rest of the thread. Did she respond to that?
No, not immediately, no.
When did she respond to it?
After the shooting started.
After the shooting was made public?
Yes.
How many minutes later, if you know?
Over a half an hour.
Now, you're the investigator who pulled the footage, you reviewed the footage, and you know the timeline of the shooting, the day of the event.
Correct.
Okay. And so at 12:42 p.m., You know that was a few minutes before the shooter went into the boys' bathroom outside of 258, classroom 258, and began to load his fire.
That's correct.
And he emerged at 12:51 p.m.
That's correct.
Now, what's the first relevant event in either James or Jennifer's phone or email or social media accounts after 12:42 p.m.?
An alert was sent to, an email was sent to James's phone from the high school.
This is 134.
No objection.
134 is another.
Thank you. This is an email from Oxford Community Schools sent to James Crumbley's email address at 1:09 p.m.
Correct.
And that's, to your knowledge, the active shooter alert that went out to all parents in the district?
That's correct.
Now, when James received this, he was still making DoorDash deliveries?
Yes, he was.
Were you able to pull location history from his device?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Yes.
It was 138. I'm sorry, 136.
No objection.
Is this 135 or 137?
136, Judge. We skipped 135.
No
Oh, wait.
objection?
I have no objection to 136.
136,
And
okay.
then, are you gonna do 135?
No, we're skipping 135.
You're skipping, okay. Sorry, I'm just trying to keep my numbers straight.
136 is okay.
Thank you, Judge. So this is location data from his email, the email that he received the active shooter alert,
Correct.
November 30th, 2021, and this is at what time?
This is at 1:13 p.m.
Okay. Where is this?
This is at the Meyer. He's in the parking lot of the Meyer.
Okay. And that's the Meyer off of Ray Road?
Yeah, it's the one that I responded to, yes.
Okay, so that was the reunification location for all parents.
Correct.
Okay. Did he stay there?
No, he did not.
Okay. How long was he there?
I think just a matter of minutes.
And did he call Jennifer?
Yes, he did.
It's Exhibit 137.
No objection.
137 is another.
This is a portion of the phone call from James Crumbley's cell phone download. November 30, 2021 at 1:15 p.m. He called Jennifer Crumbley.
That's correct.
Okay. And that was how long phone call?
Just less than a minute.
Okay. And based upon your analysis of his GPS locations, where was he at when he made the phone call?
He was still in the Meyer lot, I believe.
Still in Mark. Okay. Now, did you find out that Jennifer Crumbley left her work around that time?
Yes, she did.
Okay. Exhibit 138 is a surveillance video of Jennifer Crumbley leaving work. Objection?
No objection.
138 is another.
So this is 1:18 p.m.?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so this is after the active shooter alert went out at 1:09 and after she was on the phone with her husband.
Correct.
Sir, did it appear from your analysis that Jennifer and James Crumbley spoke on the phone after she left work?
Yes, she did.
1:39.
I apologize, just really quick. 138 was the video we just saw. 139 we have no objection to.
139 is admitted?
And, okay, both were admitted, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
It's the call log off of James Crumbley's phone. November 30th, 2021, 1:19 p.m. And how long did they speak for?
They spoke for a little over 10 minutes.
Okay, when I say they, I should be clear.
James and Jennifer.
Thank you. Okay. Could you tell that while she was on the phone with James Crumbley, did she send any messages?
Yes, she did.
Okay. Do you recall who she sent a message to?
I believe it was Andy Smith she sent a message to.
Do you know who else she sent a message to?
I don't recall. I know
Did she
there's no-
message her son?
Yes, she did. I apologize. Yes, yes.
This is 140. Location data.
No objection?
140 submitted?
Thank you. 140. This is GPS location data for James Crumbley. This is 1:20 p.m.
Correct.
Okay, November the 30th, and this is at their home at 112 East in Oxford?
Hunting Street, yes.
Okay, so just to back up, just to make sure we're clear, James Crumbley received the active alert email at 1:09.
Correct.
He called Jennifer Crumbley at 1:15 while he was at the Meyer parking lot,
Correct.
and he leaves the Meyer parking lot and he's home at least 1:20 p.m.
Correct.
Okay, and they had a 10-minute phone call that began at 1:19 p.m. that indicates to you that they're still on the phone?
Yes.
Okay. This is 141.
No objection?
141 submitted?
Okay, so about this time of the day, could you tell if Jennifer was on the move?
Yes, she was.
Okay, so this is what time?
This is at 1:20 p.m.
Okay, and this is at her location of her employment, correct?
Yeah, Telegraph at Square Lake,
Okay.
south of here.
So 142.
No objection?
142 submitted?
So you said that while she was on the phone with her husband, she texted her son?
Yes, she did.
This is 142.
Okay, I'm sorry, hang on. Let me just pull it up real quick, I'm so sorry. Okay, sorry, thank you. Sorry, thank you.
November 30th, 2021 at 1:18 p.m. Did she respond to the message that he sent her at 12:42?
Yes.
What did she write?
She said, "I love you too."
Okay.
Then says, immediately after that, "You okay?" Then 4 minutes later, she says, "Ethan, don't do it."
That was at 1:22 p.m.
Yes, it was.
That was after James Crumbley was at their home, 112
Correct.
East in Oxford.
That's correct.
That's while she was on the phone with him.
Correct.
You said she sent a message to her boss, Mr. Smith.
Yes, she did.
Go back to Exhibit 126. What did she write him at 1:23 p.m.?
123, she texts, "The gun is gone, and so are the bullets."
And then what did he respond?
He responds with, "I'm praying everything is okay." And Jennifer says, "OMG," or "Oh my God, Andy, he's going to kill himself. He must be the shooter."
So that's right a minute after she wrote to her son, "Don't do it." And
Correct.
that's while she's on the phone with her husband.
That's correct.
Did you come to find out that James Crumbley called 911 that day?
Yes, he did.
Was that at 1:22 or 1:20, or was it later?
It was later.
And was it before or after they had this text message conversation?
It's after.
Phone call.
After.
Okay. So in fact, did you find that James Crumbley called 911 at 1:34 p.m.?
That's correct.
Exhibit 143.
It's the actual cause, the big, no, that, no objection, thank you.
143 is submitted.
So just so council knows, it's all listed in the exhibit list. It says 911 call. Easier for me.
It does, but I'm like, there's one of me. I'm going as fast as I can. I'm
Okay.
trying.
That's all right.
Exhibit
Okay.
143.
911, for location of the emergency.
Okay, I'm really sure. I'm at my house. There's an active shooter situation going on at the high school. My son goes to high school. I have a missing gun at my house. I need an officer to come to my house right away, please.
Okay, I'm not going to be able to send anybody to your house right now. So they're on the active shooter situation right now.
I understand that there's a missing gun here. I have a missing gun at my son's is at the school. And we had to go meet with the counselor this morning because of something that he wrote on a parent paper. And then I went down and I saw a bunch of cops going somewhere. And I made sure that I wanted to get to the hospital so that was going to the high school. And then someone told me that there was an active shooter. And then I went home to find out. And I think my son took the gun. I don't know. With him, I don't know what's going on. He's really freaking out. My son's name is Ethan Crumbley.
You know who you are. All right, so I'm going to put you on hold for just 1 second, okay? I'm just about to quickly put in and see if I can do anything for you, okay?
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Crumbley? All right, I'm gonna get your name and phone number, and I'm gonna get from the defendant that's out there dealing with the situation. He's gonna contact you, okay? What's your first name?
My first name is James.
That's what it's in Crumbley? Okay. And what's that phone number for you?
750 6483.
Okay, do you know what your son was wearing when he left the house this morning?
He had on a pair of sweatpants and then like a gray shirt, a gray like sweatshirt.
Okay. Alright, somebody's gonna give you a call, okay? I can't give you a time frame because they're in the middle of all of this. I can't give you a time frame, but we're gonna give you a call so that it's possible, okay?
Okay.
Alright, thank you. Alright, bye-bye.
Sir, we saw the location data that James Crumbley left the Meyer on Ray Road at 117, and he was home by at least 120.
That's correct.
Okay. What's the relative distance between the Crumbley household and Oxford High School?
Less than a mile.
Okay. Now, after this phone call was made, did you learn that James and Jennifer arrived at the Oakland County Sheriff's Office substation in Oxford?
Yes, I did.
No objection.
Well, what is this, 144?
144, yes.
Okay, 144 is a minute.
So this is a call log. James Crumbley's phone call. Are
Correct.
you aware whose number that is, number 17?
Yeah, actually, it's one of the sergeants in Special Investigations, Sergeant Joe Bryan.
Okay, so this is after the shooter is taken into custody.
Correct.
Okay, so you know that he was taken into custody right about 1 p.m. on November the 30th?
Yes, he was.
Okay, and this is 1:50 p.m.
Correct.
Okay, so Sergeant Bryan learned who the shooter's parents are, and he made a phone call to James Crumbley?
Correct.
And shortly after this, did James and Jennifer Crumbley both go to the substation to meet with police?
Yes, they did.
No objection.
146.
No objection to 145 or 146.
145 and 146 are admitted.
Just quickly, this is the verify. They were in fact at the Sheriff's Office 148, both James and Jennifer Crumbley. Is that right?
Correct. I'm sorry. Yes.
Correct. 158.
Oh, what? Thank you.
Okay, so they're at the Sheriff's Office at 158. Did you come to learn when they went back home?
It was about a half an hour after, or less.
This is 148.
Okay, no objection.
So you're able to,
It's 147.
I'm sorry, 147 and 148. Thank
Okay,
you.
they're both admitted.
So on Jennifer's phone, you can tell that she's at home by 2:30
Correct.
on November the 30th. Okay, and same with James.
That's correct.
Okay. So this is after they went to the sheriff's office and their son was in custody and then they went back home.
Correct.
Okay. Now, sir, did you have the opportunity in the course of your investigation to review what we have referred to as the burner phones as well as the replacement phones?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, I'm going to move ahead to December the 4th, 2021. Are you aware that they were arrested in the early morning hours of December the 4th, 2021?
Yes, I am.
Okay. This is 149 and 150.
We have no objections to 149 or 150.
149 and 150 are admitted.
So I'm showing you 150. May I approach the 149?
Sure.
So this is, why don't you tell me what that is?
This is a report from Celebrate from a phone.
Okay. And that's from her, what we call burner phone?
Correct.
Okay. And up on the screen, 150, indicates that she had set an alarm on her burner phone.
I would just ask that the witness answer the questions. Leading.
That's
Listening.
fine. What does that show?
There's a thumbnail of what is seen on the right side of the screen there, of the alarms being set at 6:30 on Saturday morning and 6:45 Saturday morning.
And that's December the 4th, 2021.
Yes, correct.
Okay. Now, did you find evidence on the replacement phone, which is the phone that was ported with their original numbers, that they had attempted a two-factor authentication for social media accounts?
Yes, they did.
Okay. Now, we had talked at the very beginning of your testimony about deleted content and your ability to recover deleted content. Do you remember
Correct.
that?
Yep.
Okay. Were you able to uncover some deleted content in this particular case?
Yes.
And we've talked about the Facebook message chat between James and Jennifer Crumbley,
Correct.
and you've already indicated that that chat was deleted from Jennifer Crumbley's phone.
That's correct.
Now, were you able to obtain a Facebook thread between Jennifer Crumbley and someone named Brian Malash?
Yes.
And was that through a Facebook search warrant?
Yes.
And did you uncover any messages before December the 1st of 2021?
No.
Okay. So if you were to learn that they had communicated on a regular basis through the Facebook Messenger chat, but you couldn't recover it, what would that indicate to you?
That it was deleted from the phone.
But on both ends, if you couldn't
Yes,
recover it on
correct.
the server.
Correct.
Okay. Now, going through the evidence that you were able to uncover from Facebook itself, could you tell that some messages were selectively deleted?
Yes.
Okay. Exhibit 151.
Is this with Ray?
Yeah.
Okay, no objection.
151's in the middle.
So this is portion of what you recovered from the Jennifer Crumbley and Brian Malash Facebook chat. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So what are we looking at here?
The first message is an automated one sent from Facebook to the device. You unsent the message.
Okay, and what's the next?
The next one says, from Jennifer, we're on the run again. Helicopters, not sure where to. I'll message you.
And when was this message sent?
You can see it says +0 for UTC. So you have to subtract 5 from the actual time that's displayed there, from there. So that would have been 7:31 in the morning.
And what day was that?
8:31. That was on December 12th, or December 2nd, I'm sorry.
Okay. So the shooting was November 30th. That was a Tuesday. Wednesday was December the 1st. This was the morning of December the 2nd.
Correct.
And this indicates to you that they were deleted by Jennifer Crumbley?
Yes, correct.
How can you tell that?
The message, the automated response sent from Facebook saying you unsent a message.
Also 151. What time and day is this?
This is, it's 7 p.m. UTC, which is minus 5 hours, so it's 2 p.m. on December 2nd.
Okay, that's Thursday, December 2nd. And
Correct.
what did she delete from her phone? What message?
She had sent him, we're fucked.
And she deleted that?
Yes, she did.
Go back to exhibit 126. Were you able to tell that Jennifer Crumbley deleted some messages she sent to Andrew Smith?
That's correct, yes.
And how were you able to tell that?
Because of, the screenshots that were obtained from Andrew Smith don't match what was obtained from her
Okay.
device.
It's exhibit 151.
No objection.
Okay, so before we get to 151, which is the extraction.
151 is already in.
Yes, thank you, Jeff. Before we show that on the screen, 126 here, these are the screenshots found from Andrew Smith's actual phone.
That's correct.
Okay, so at 10:05 a.m., this is Jennifer writing this and sending this picture, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and then we just gone through this. At 1:23, she wrote, "The gun is gone and so are the bullets."
Correct.
Okay. And then, what did she write after that?
I'm praying everything is okay.
That's what Andrew Smith
And
wrote?
that's what Andrew said, yeah. Then she responds, OMG, oh my God, Andy is going to kill himself. He must be the shooter.
And then what?
I need a lawyer at the substation with police. Ethan did it.
Okay. And then what did she write him at 3:39 p.m. the next day? Or later that day?
Later that day, I need my job. Please don't judge me for what my son did.
And that was just a few hours after the shooting started, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then what did he write in response and what time?
At 5:47 p.m., he responded with, I can't even begin to understand what you're going through. I'm praying for you. I asked Carolyn to text you some attorney recommendations. And then she responds with, they're taking my cell phone.
Taking my cell phone, okay. Here's 151, and the top message is what?
The one where she says, I need my job. Please don't judge me for what my son did.
Okay, so that's on these screenshots, so we know that wasn't deleted.
Correct.
Okay, now what about this message here?
I can't even begin to understand what you're going through. I'm praying for you. I asked Carolyn to text you some attorney recommendations.
Okay, and then we also have this final message there, taking my cell phone.
Correct.
Okay. But in the entire Cellbrite extraction from the text message thread between between Jennifer Crumbley and Andrew Smith on her phone, there were no other messages, correct?
Correct.
So that means anything before that message, she deleted.
That's correct.
Okay. So the only thing, I need my job, please don't judge me for what my son did, that was 3:39 p.m. So the gun is gone, and so are the bullets. It has been deleted. OMG, Andy, he's going to kill himself. He must be the shooter. That was deleted. I need a lawyer at substation with police. That was deleted. The picture she sent at 10:05 a.m. was deleted, as was the gun is gone, and so are the bullets at 1:23.
That's correct.
So I'm going to turn now to the Facebook messages between Kira Pennick and Jennifer Crumbley, specifically comparing what was found on Jennifer's phone with what was found from the Facebook search warrant from that particular chat.
Okay.
All right. 153 and 154.
Did we do something with 152?
We have no objection to admitting.
This was 152, Judge. We admitted this one.
Okay, you don't have any objection. But 152 is in there.
No objection, right? Okay. And then I'm sorry, what was?
153 and 152.
No objection.
Okay.
Sorry.
So, 153 and 154?
Correct.
153 and 154.
Thank you, Judge. Now, first I'm going to show you 153, which was the messages left on Jennifer Crumbley's phone. And I'm just going to show you the top portion of what is the Cellbrite extraction report. So tell us what we're looking at here.
We're looking at the participants involved, one of them being Kira Pennick, the other one being Jennifer Crumbley. At the very bottom of the screen, you see the conversation is the messages of 26.
Okay. And that's not 26 messages that you selected. That's all that's remaining on her phone.
That's correct.
Okay. And 154 is what?
That's you can see at the top extraction report, Facebook warrant return from both Kira and Jennifer. And it says instant messages 4,047.
Okay. So that would indicate that everything other than those 26 messages remaining were deleted by Jennifer Crumbley.
Correct.
And one moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
Nothing further to say.
Cross.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I want to go back to, I want to just start, you've been obviously involved in this case since the 30th of November 2021, correct?
Correct.
And Since that time, you have collected and looked at an abundance of evidence related to the Crumbleys, the shooter, the shooting, everything, correct?
Correct.
And when you were testifying earlier, you testified that at a previous hearing, you had testified about the parents when they first went into Oxford High School, correct?
Correct.
And on that date, you had reviewed many, many materials prior to coming to court.
Correct.
And that hearing was a preliminary examination, which is a hearing that's before a trial, correct?
Correct.
And at that hearing, you did the best job you could in terms of explaining, answering questions.
Correct.
You were truthful on that day,
Absolutely.
as you're being today.
Yes.
And we can agree that you made a mistake about Mr. and Mrs. Crumbley arriving in the vehicle together at the school.
Because of the video, how it jumped, yes.
Okay, an honest mistake.
Correct.
And it's fair to say that when you didn't have more information, you made an assumption that they had been in the same vehicle together, correct?
Correct. I didn't know how many cars they had at the time.
You see them walk into the school together, but you couldn't see before that.
Correct.
And that's why you testified, honestly, you thought they had arrived together, but it was incorrect.
Correct.
And so you would agree with me that the more information you have about any topic, and the less guessing, the more accurate the information will be that you give on this witness stand, correct?
I wasn't guessing before. I didn't know how many cars they had. I just saw them appear in front of the car.
Right, so when you testified and said they arrived in the same car, that was incorrect.
Correct.
And I'm saying that had you had more information about seeing the vehicles pull up or seeing each one get out of separate cars, your testimony would have been different, correct?
It would have been included in the video, correct.
And so my point is, you do the best job you can with the information you have.
Yes, ma'am.
But you're certainly not someone who can go back in time and see and know every detail of every single thing that's happened, correct?
Not every single thing. You could put together a good timeline with all the information that you gather, yes.
And it's fair to say for this jury, you have put together as detailed of a timeline as you can about all of the events before November 30th through 11/30th and beyond 11/30th, correct?
That's correct.
And when you are doing that, you are taking data from cell phones and other investigators, from surveillance, from all these different materials that are a part of the investigation in this case.
Correct.
And it's possible that at times when you answer a question, you may not be accurate, but you're not sitting here intentionally trying to lie, correct?
It's absolutely correct.
Okay. I'm going to go back through the investigation that you did. It's fair to say, and I think you testified, you started obviously on November 30th of 2021, correct?
When the investigation started?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And can you give the jury an idea of how much time it takes to get certain evidence or kind of what it looked like going forward from 11/30 when you received various pieces of information? So on 11/30th, let's talk about what you saw that day. You obviously saw the surveillance camera from the school, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay, on that day, did you have the surveillance camera from Jennifer's office?
That came afterwards.
Okay, that came down the road.
Yes.
At that time, did you have the text messages between Jennifer Crumbley and James Crumbley?
That came out. No, that would have been afterwards.
Okay, when did that come?
It would have been within a week, 2 weeks of that. We would have had to, like I explained, the process of getting the data from a phone. Depending on how much data there is, it could take a while, and then to sift through all of it. So it could be anywhere from a couple days to a couple weeks to get everything that you're looking for.
And in terms of the investigation, there were materials you had on the 30th, obviously.
Correct.
There were materials you received in the days following the 30th, correct?
Correct.
And there were some materials that law enforcement didn't have for weeks and months that became a part of this investigation. Is that a fair statement?
That's correct.
And as more and more information became available, you would turn it over to the prosecutor's office?
Correct.
And then you would assume that they would turn the evidence over to the defense for it to be used in court by all parties and the judge.
Yeah, I knew my job. I don't know what they're, they have to give that up. Yes, I understand that.
Okay, so at the time on the 30th, it's fair to say all of the evidence that you have in this investigation, I'm sorry, not on the 30th. The 30th was the day of the shooting, and Mrs. Crumbley was arrested overnight between December 3rd and December 4th, correct?
Correct.
And it would be fair to say that between November 30th and December 3rd, your office and team and all law enforcement were working as hard as they could to collect information and collect evidence, correct?
Correct.
While you were working as fast as you could, there were a number of materials that you did not see until after Jennifer Crumbley was arrested.
Well, just because of the sheer volume of information that we were pulling together at the time, yeah, it took a while to go through it.
And when you're looking at all of the information about Jennifer Crumbley in this investigation, much of what you're doing is looking back in time in hindsight.
In hindsight, we're trying to put a story together, a series of events or a digital footprint of what had happened. We're trying to put that together.
And as you're trying to put that together, you're doing the best you can to make the timeline and the evidence make sense, correct?
Correct.
But in terms of what happened in the months before the shooting, the day of the shooting, and the days after the shooting, you obviously were not with the Crumbleys 24/7, correct?
No, I was not. I didn't know them before this.
And it's impossible to have, there isn't any way to have a videotape, for example, of all those months, that shooting day and the days following, correct?
Correct.
So you take bits of information and try to put it together the best you can to make sense of it.
Are you referring to this investigation or throughout life?
Well, both. I guess we do that in both, right?
I guess if in my life, if my son had hallucinations, I would have taken serious pause with that.
All right, let's stop for 1 second. When you say hallucinations, you're saying that you would take serious pause, but in reality, you did not know the shooter before this shooting, correct?
No, I did not.
You do not have awareness if he was really having hallucinations, correct?
I would have taken some time to look into it.
You're aware that there's this text thread, and we're going to get into it later, where he's telling his parents he's seeing things, correct?
Correct.
But you weren't a part of any of the conversations or a part of that household in those days around that text message conversation, correct?
No, I was not.
You're not.
I didn't know them before this. Yeah.
Okay, you're not aware of what Jennifer and James and their son had been talking about in person before and after those text messages.
Well, from the text message, I know the son on a couple of occasions asked or spoke with his friend about seeing a doctor or wanted to go see his doctor. Tell his parents tell his parents that he wanted to go see a doctor.
And while there are texts between the shooter and his friend, you have no evidence that Mrs. Crumbley has ever seen those texts, correct?
That she has read them? No, I do not.
So there's text that the shooter sent to his friend, and you have no way to know whether Jennifer Crumbley ever saw those text messages, correct?
Other than his own words saying, I'm going to tell my parents tomorrow that I want to go see a doctor.
That telling his friend, I want to go see a doctor and I'm going to tell my parents tomorrow, you don't know if he really wanted to go see a doctor or was going to tell his parents, correct?
I understand that's counsel's argument, but it's improper questions. You already answered the question.
Okay, you don't know whether Mrs. Crumbley saw the text between her son and his friend.
No, I do not, ma'am.
And I'm also making the point, Your Honor, and the question is, you also don't know if it's true that he really planned to tell his parents anything. He has a text to a friend saying that, but you don't know whether that's true or not, correct?
Other than him saying on a couple occasions, no, I don't.
Okay. And when you say a couple of occasions, there's text messages on certain days that that you testified about, but there's many other days, we can agree, that you have not testified about, correct?
In reference to what?
In reference to what he said to his friend, or in reference to what he said to the Crumbleys.
I mean, did he have are you asking, did he have conversations with them? I don't understand the question. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. My question is, you've given us bits of information about certain days, about March 9th, about a date in April, about a date in November, correct?
Correct.
Okay. There's a lot of other dates that you did not give us information about what exactly was texted to and from Ethan Crumbley and Mrs. Crumbley, correct?
Correct. There wasn't much texting between them.
Okay. You also, there's certain messages that you testified about between the shooter and his friend.
Correct.
There's also a lot of other text messages between them that you have not talked about.
Well, because the stuff that was talked about was not allowed to be talked about. You talked about...
Your Honor?
Yeah.
Well, I think it's important, Judge.
Yeah.
Counsel can't ask questions about evidence that she sought to exclude.
Okay.
Telling this jury that I sought to exclude evidence that was irrelevant is very unfair, and that is improper.
Okay, well, there's a lot of improper things here. No one's hiding any evidence from the jury, okay? So I don't want any implication that this witness is hiding what evidence from someone. So.
Thank you, Judge.
So don't ask about the messages if you don't want to know. So.
Okay. When you're talking about the text messages, let's back up and do this differently. You went through text messages between the shooter and his friend to find evidence to support that the shooter was having issues, correct?
To build... We went through the text messages to try to get an idea of who he was and what he was going through and what he had talked about with his friends.
And when you saw text messages, like you testified about, involving seeing things and dishes flying and demons and things along those lines, you gathered those, and that was the evidence that you've presented to this jury to support your case, correct?
Well, because those are things of importance, that he was hallucinating and seeing stuff flying off of shelves. And there's no other evidence that we could find on the phones or communication between them to say that problem was remedied, or that a phone call was made to the shooter to what's going on, or how can I help you, son, or anything like that. None of that was found. So it was important that was what he was struggling with.
Okay, you're guessing that is what he's struggling with. You're doing the best you can, but you're getting pieces of information out of text messages, and really you don't know these people or what was going on, other than what you see in these texts.
He agrees with that. He didn't know any of them before this. Yeah.
Okay, I apologize. Well, I keep ending up in a situation where we're trailing off and repeating, and I would just ask that stop. When Mr. and Mrs. Crumbley were at their home and law enforcement came to their house, it's accurate that the cell phones from the parents were taken by law enforcement.
The first time they came to the home?
Not necessarily the first time. I'm asking, police took the cell phones that Jennifer and James Crumbley used. Police took those phones, correct?
Yes, they did.
Okay. And when police took those phones, Mr. and Mrs. Crumbley obviously went and bought burner phones or track phones.
Correct.
And you've testified that you can see that Mr. and Mrs. Crumbley, or at least Mrs. Crumbley, attempted to get into some accounts that required two-factor authentication.
That's correct.
Can you please explain very quickly what two-factor authentication means for the jury?
It's so someone can't get into your account with just simply your password. When you open up an email account or you open up a Facebook account and it tells you put your phone number in here. So when you try logging in from a phone or a device that Facebook doesn't recognize, it'll send a text message to the number that you said send a text message to. So then you enter that code into the app as you're trying to log into it. So it's two-factor authentication, your password and then text message from the provider.
And so for things like sometimes bank accounts or portals to get into doctors, things along those lines, sometimes two-factor authentication is required where you would need your original phone, correct?
Correct.
Or at least your phone number to be able to gain access to your own accounts.
That's correct.
There are accounts that will block you out if you're using a device it's not used to seeing when you log in.
If the two-factor authentication is set up?
Yes.
Correct.
And so in this case, you could see that Mrs. Crumbley attempted to do some two-factor authentication and was unable to do so, correct?
I don't know if she was unable to do so. I know there's a text message that was received from Instagram with a two-factor. I don't know what happened with after that.
Okay, so after buying the track phones, the burner phones, it's fair to say that Mrs. Crumbley and Mr. Crumbley went to their phone carrier and purchased new phones that have their regular phone numbers on them, correct?
Was that after the burner phones, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Yes, they did.
Okay, so when we're talking about the Crumbleys having 6 cell phones between them, the 6 cell phones include their original phones that were given to police, correct?
That's correct.
It includes these 2 track phones that have different phone numbers where you can't do the two-factor authentication, correct?
That's correct.
And it includes the 2 phones that were purchased after that so that they could have their phone numbers back on devices and then access accounts.
That's correct.
And from the phones, when you seize them, there is evidence that Jennifer Crumbley attempted to deactivate and delete a number of social media applications, correct?
There was talk about it in text messages. You need to delete this account or whatever. I don't know if you have something in particular that you're a certain account that you're asking.
There are text messages within the exhibits the prosecution has admitted, and I can put them up, that show Mrs. Crumbley and Mr. Crumbley were trying to deactivate Facebook accounts and Instagram, correct?
I know there were text messages people texting them telling them to do that, yes.
Okay, and part of the reason people in those text messages were telling them to do that is because after the shooting there were threats and, there were a lot of threats against Mr. and Mrs. Crumbley.
Judge, respectfully, I don't believe this officer can testify as to the reason why people said that. He can testify that there was attempts to delete and things were deleted, but the reason for the motivation, he can't testify.
Well, you can't testify about the motivation, but did you see anything? Did you see threatening messages to them?
I don't recall seeing any person. No, ma'am, I don't.
Okay. Do you recall that when in the text messages that Jennifer Crumbley sent out, she told Miss Brian Maloche, she told Kira Pennick, she told multiple people that she was being threatened.
Are you telling me that? Or
I'm
asking
asking
me?
you.
I don't recall. If you have something to show me, I don't recall that off the top of my head.
Okay. Okay. Okay, so in okay. I'm going to put on the screen exhibit number 130, which was admitted in your prior testimony. Is it?
Right.
Yeah, sorry. Okay. Now, within the text message thread between Jennifer Crumbley and Kira Pennick, this is a screenshot that was in that text thread, correct?
This is from Kira Pennick's, a screenshot of hers. Is that what this is?
This is in Exhibit 130 that's been admitted. These are screenshots with Kira Pennick. And I am asking you, this is a screenshot showing threats to Jennifer Crumbley that Jennifer Crumbley showed to Kira Pennick.
I don't know. I don't remember ever seeing. I don't know where it says Kira Pennick in the title of the image, but I don't know.
Okay.
Is there a copy of the exhibit that you could? Did you say this is in 130?
Your Honor, this is in 130, and I apologize. I am going to have to go in detail through each exhibit. I did not want to do that, but it's very clear I'm going to have to. So I'm going to the top of this. This is a 28-page exhibit, okay?
Well,
This was
he's having the same challenge you are, is that there's so much paper that
right.
he can't say, if there's a hard copy of the exhibit that could help him, right? Is there?
May I approach?
Yeah,
Yeah, that's
okay.
Okay, so this was admitted, these were admitted screenshots through your testimony. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do. I see the.
Okay.
Does that document refresh your recollection?
Well, this part at the where it says met with his counselors. Yeah, that part I remember that.
Okay, and in the thread, we see what you testified about in terms of Jennifer Crumbley sending over a copy of the math assignment.
Correct. I see that. Yes.
Okay, we see the testimony you gave about Ethan being upset, having lost his friend, and going away, and his dog.
Correct.
Okay, going further down, this is before the shooting started. Okay, so I'm on page 4 of that exhibit, going into page 5. This is all before the shooting, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and in this part, they're talking, Jennifer has told Kira Pennick, as you testified, about the math worksheet.
Yes.
She's told Kira Pennick about I had to go to the counselor's office to have a meeting with them.
Correct.
Kira's talking about what horse Ethan could possibly be with that day that might make him feel better.
Correct.
And as the text thread goes down further, Kira and Jennifer, it's fair to say, remained in contact through the time of the shooting and after the shooting.
Correct.
Okay? And on November 30th, Kira Pennock is asking, she says, I heard there was a shooting at Oxford High School. Is Ethan okay? Correct?
Correct.
Okay? Saying, if you need anything, let me know.
Correct.
And after the time of the shooting at 4:42, Jennifer Crumbley is texting with Kira Pennock again,
Correct.
talking about how she needs to sell her horses.
Correct.
This is when she knows that the shooting has happened, and she's, well, she says, my head is spinning right now, correct?
That's what, yes, correct.
Okay? She's talking to Kira Pennock about selling the house back and forth.
Correct.
Okay? And Kira is talking about how she'll take care of the horses for Jennifer.
Correct.
Okay? And Jennifer says, I don't have my cell phone right now. She tells her I'm on this track phone
Correct.
because the police have her real phone.
Correct.
Okay? And then Kira tells her about how there's stuff on Facebook. People are figuring out what's going on, correct?
Correct.
And Jennifer indicates, I'm off Facebook, I'm still in shock.
Correct.
Okay? And Kira offers to send Jennifer, can you receive pictures? I'll screenshot it, correct?
Yes.
And then Kira goes on to send Jennifer screenshots of something a mutual friend posted that was about the shooting, correct?
That's correct.
And their discussions are about, it says right in the exhibit, I cannot believe people on Facebook. I'm so sorry you're having to deal with this stuff, correct?
Correct.
Okay. She asks a question about the medication, and Jennifer indicates we're at a hotel in Lapeer and that the news is live at her house, correct?
Correct.
Kira's response, at least in the text messages, is please stay safe, correct?
Correct.
And Jennifer sends her over what appears to be a screenshot from a social media app, maybe Facebook or I'm not exactly sure, but you can see that Jennifer sent a screenshot where she has received nasty messages to her.
Judge, I'm just going to object to the form of the question. Mr. Rogowski can certainly read all of this, but calling it a threat or nasty, that's not for him to answer. That's for the jury to determine.
Well, yeah, they can characterize it.
They can read it.
But definitely they're not nice.
Okay, can you please tell the jury what these messages say? Larry Barton.
I'm sorry, you want me to read them? What
Sure.
it says on there? It says rotten jail next to him.
Okay, Brandon Hegwood.
What a shame on you.
Kaylee Camacho.
Fuck your ugly ass kid, I hope.
Adam Tank.
What a fucking coward, Ethan.
Jennifer Crumbley texts to Kira, I can't go home.
Correct.
And Kira texts back that she's concerned for Jennifer's, when she says you guys, I'm concerned for you guys, and is expressing concern, correct?
That, yes, to stay away from the horses. Correct, yes.
Okay. She also says she's worried about your horses or hurting you while you're here, correct?
Correct.
Okay. It's fair to say that Jennifer and James are afraid of the public's reaction to what their son did.
Again, Judge, form of the question.
Yeah, I don't understand that.
Well, let me back up. I'm sorry, I can rephrase if that's okay. Okay, so we know the news has been around the Crumbley's home.
Correct.
Okay, so following the shooting, there was media all over their street, correct?
I wasn't there. I don't know. I wasn't there. I can't tell you if there was media there or not.
Okay, would it surprise you if there was?
It wouldn't surprise me, no.
Okay. There were some nasty messages coming into Mrs. Crumbley.
From the screen, are you referring to? Yes, I'm sorry, yes.
Okay. And Jennifer is saying she doesn't want to put anyone else at risk. And that specifically is on page 15 of the exhibit you're looking at.
Correct.
Kira is telling her about, or is commenting people are ridiculous, also talking about buying horses, other random comments in there. Is that a fair statement? There's some miscellaneous, I don't know.
She also said be honest about things too.
Yep, Kira is saying to her the best thing you can do is be honest about things.
Correct.
Okay. Jennifer's not saying, I don't plan to be honest, right?
She didn't respond with that, no.
Okay, Jennifer's not saying, I've got a big plan to lie, help me put this together.
It's not in here, no.
Okay, we have no evidence to suggest that Jennifer's telling Kira to lie about anything for her.
Correct.
Okay, so when Kira's saying be honest, she's saying be honest, but you have no reason to believe that Jennifer's attempting to be dishonest at this point, based on that message.
At this point, no,
Yeah.
but they
And
were
then-
taken into custody for a couple days after they were told to turn themselves in.
I'm sorry?
They were taken into custody a couple days after they were supposed to be taken into custody.
Okay, we're gonna get there. We'll get there. Jennifer Crumbley is representing that she's trying to work out lawyer fees, figuring out about being questioned, if she's going to be brought in, amounts she can pay, things like that, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and Jennifer is telling her, I am bawling right now, my son ruined so many lives today.
That's correct.
And he did ruin so many lives that day.
Yes, he did.
And Kira is writing back to her. She wishes she could help more. She's also in shock, correct?
Objection again in the form of question, Judge.
Well, he doesn't know if she's in shock. She texts that.
Okay, I'm sorry. She texted, I am still in shock too.
That's what she texted, correct.
And Kira encourages Jennifer, take it one day at a time, and again, just be honest about everything. It should help you through this.
Correct.
And offers to take care of the boys, which we would guess is her horses.
The two horses at her farm, correct.
Jennifer is thanking her for not judging her, unlike the whole world, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay, meaning that we can assume Jennifer feels the whole world is judging her.
Again, objection to the form of the question.
Yeah, well, he doesn't know. He knows what the text says. He doesn't know how she feels, but that's what she said.
Okay, that's what the text says.
That's what the text says, correct.
Kira says that she's not going to essentially judge Jennifer. It doesn't remotely make her think it's their fault, correct?
That's what Kira texted, yes, correct.
And then Kira says, it sounds like Ethan was a troubled kid.
Correct.
It's unfortunate this happened.
That's correct.
Okay. And Jennifer is texting her back, I wish we had some warnings. Something. That's what Jennifer texted back to her, correct?
Yeah, the hallucinations, back to that, could have been warnings or seeing demons.
Okay. And again, you didn't know these people, you don't know the context, you don't know what they discussed. We've already covered that earlier in your testimony, right?
I do not know them before this prior. Correct.
Okay. So you've talked about the hallucinations many times. The jury gets it. There's a text about hallucinations. We all agree. Those are there. Okay. To you, those would have been alarming. You would have acted differently based on getting that text.
Absolutely, I would have.
Okay. Jennifer Crumbley is texting her friend Kira in this text thread. That's what we're going over right now.
Okay.
And her texts are saying, I wish we had warnings.
Correct?
Correct, that's what she put, yes.
Okay? And Jennifer Crumbley wrote, he's a good kid. They made a terrible decision. And there may be typos, but it says, he's a good kid. They made a terrible decision, correct?
That's what she typed, yes.
Okay. Kira responds back, there probably were warnings, but nobody saw them. Hindsight is always 20/20. I don't care if you agree with it or not.
That's what's typed there.
That's what Kira says.
That's what's
Hindsight
typed
is
there.
always 20/20, correct?
That's what's typed there, yes.
Then Kira goes on and says, people at the barn are concerned. I'm sorry, I'll go slower, okay? A lot of people have found out Ethan's all over Facebook. That's the next thing she says, correct?
Correct.
And then she goes on to say, people at the barn are concerned.
Correct.
She tells Jennifer, I think it would be best if you didn't go out to the barn, or if you do, you should be escorted by police, correct?
Correct.
When someone's escorted by police, that's usually for safety reasons, correct?
Possibly, yes.
Jennifer says, seriously, those horses are the only thing good in my life right now. And this is after the shooting, correct?
Correct.
And Kira responds, I understand that, but we all need to be careful.
Correct.
So it's fair to say there was a concern about safety regarding Jennifer after the shooting, and also other people around her were concerned for their own safety.
Correct.
And it's also fair to say, and if you don't know, please just let me know if you don't know, a lot of people in this state hated Mr. and Mrs. Crumbley when they heard about this shooting.
Judge, he can't possibly
I don't know.
answer that question.
I don't know how we can testify to that.
Okay.
There was a widespread attention.
There was widespread attention.
Yes, there was, of course.
And there were many news articles,
Correct, yes.
and people on anything like this are naturally upset to see a school shooting,
Absolutely.
and people naturally are angry to hear that children have died.
Absolutely.
And this was the kind of event that sparked a lot of emotion in a lot of ways.
That's fair to say.
That's fair to say for you personally.
Absolutely.
You would imagine that for other people, they were personally affected by this, very emotional.
Yes.
And it's fair to say that this kind of a tragedy it was just horrific. We can agree it was horrific.
The shooting, yes, it was, absolutely.
Jennifer tells Kira to call her on Facebook. She's on a track phone, needs to figure some things out, correct?
Correct.
If they did have a phone call, you're not aware of it. Well, and I'll slow down. The next message says, sorry, I missed your call from Kira, correct?
Correct.
But we don't know what happened in between the text about calling at 11:23 and the text the following day at 2:34. We don't know if there ended up being conversations or not. Is that a fair statement?
Correct.
You can't tell from this
Not
thread.
from this, correct.
So they're going back and forth, talking more and more about letting her know later today, things like that. They're talking horses in between all of this. Is that a fair statement?
Correct.
And on the bottom of page 22, Kira indicates, I don't want people to follow you or hurt you.
Correct.
And Jennifer says, we are out of the area for a few days in a safe place until we have a better grasp on everything. Correct?
That's correct.
She doesn't say, we are trying to get out of state, we're trying to get out of the country. She doesn't say anything like that, correct?
Not in this chat thread.
Okay. In this, she says, we're trying to be in a safe place,
Correct.
which would indicate safety is, of course, a concern to the Crumbley parents.
By saying they're in a safe place, yes, I would say that.
Kira says, I'm glad you're safe. I care about you guys, correct?
Correct.
She assures her she'll take care of the horses. They'll talk about buying them, figuring out somebody to buy them, correct?
That's correct.
A few more text messages back and forth about meeting before then. And then on page 24 of that exhibit, Jennifer says, what's your number? I want to call and set up a safe place to meet, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, she mentions that her messenger is probably being monitored,
She does say that, yes.
okay? And she's talking about she needs to get stuff, discuss the horses, correct?
That's correct.
And let's see, they're going through more about whether cash or checks are best.
What page is that? I see that, yes, I'm sorry.
25.
Yes.
Okay, and you're aware that after the night of the shooting, the Crumbleys went and stayed in a local hotel.
Yeah, correct. They went to a hotel, yes.
Okay, and the next day they went to a different hotel.
Correct.
Okay, which was also, I mean, maybe an hour from here, a local hotel, not out of state, not out of the country, right?
Within an hour, yes.
Okay. And so in the days following the shooting, the Crumbleys did not return to their home in Oxford.
They did not know.
And as far as you know, since the day of the shooting, the Crumbleys have never returned to their home in Oxford.
No, they've never been back.
If there's anything else, I'm sorry. Okay, and then the rest of this is talking about possible charges being announced, and things. Jennifer is saying she's anticipating there may be charges announced, criminal charges.
Yes, at the night before, I believe, on the page 26, yes.
After the shooting.
Yes.
And when she's talking about charges, she's trying to figure out if they're charges, well, I'm sorry, scratch that. She's talking about charges against her son, correct?
I'm not entirely certain if she's, it doesn't say whether she's referring to herself or somebody else.
Okay, so she's waiting to basically just figure out what's going on.
Judge, again, counsel can't narrate what she thinks her client was thinking. She can have him read the text message. I admitted it into evidence. They can have it all.
Yep, okay, so there's a text.
Okay,
Maybe there for that.
So the text says, Jennifer Crumbley wrote, I'm not sure what's happening.
Yes, I'm sorry, yes.
Okay. From the text message thread that the prosecution introduced between Jennifer Crumbley and Brian Maloche, we also can conclude, and if you can't, let me know, that Jennifer Crumbley was trying to deactivate and delete social media accounts.
I believe she was, yes, I believe they discussed that, yes.
And Jennifer Crumbley is asking Brian Maloche things about, can you still see James's Facebook? Can you see my Facebook? Questions like that, correct?
Correct.
Okay. James and Jennifer Crumbley Jennifer Crumbley in her text messages is very clearly making it obvious. She is telling Brian that she is shutting things down. Like that.
I don't remember the language that she used. I know they talked about it. I don't remember if she was afraid of shutting things down.
If a person has a Facebook account that they deactivate, okay, I'm gonna go even slower. When someone has a Facebook account, other people in the world have the ability to see that account, correct?
If it's public or your friends or whatever other securities are setting, but yes.
However you have it set up,
Yes.
you allow who can see the account and who can't, correct?
That's correct.
If you do have an account and you don't want the world to see it, if you deactivate the account doesn't appear when people look for you on Facebook, correct?
That's correct.
So if the Facebook account is deactivated, people cannot send you messages through Facebook, correct?
That's correct.
And they can't send you messages through Facebook Messenger.
I'm not entirely certain if you'd have to deactivate Messenger as well. I don't know, because they are two separate platforms. It's under one company, Meta, Facebook, but I don't know if you have to deactivate both of them.
So with Messenger, if Jennifer Crumbley deactivated Messenger, we can agree that people wouldn't be able to send her messages.
Correct.
And in general, if a person is trying to avoid having people find them on social media, deactivating the account makes it so people don't find them, correct?
Correct.
So, for example, Instagram. Jennifer Crumbley had an Instagram account, and you testified about that to the jury, correct?
There's a two-factor authentication text message that was found, yes, with Instagram. Is that what you're referring to?
I'm not referring to the two-factor authentication, but you testified that Jennifer Crumbley had an Instagram account. Well, we can agree, she had an Instagram account.
Yeah, she did. There were the posts that were admitted the other day, I believe, right?
Right,
Yes.
and in that, on Instagram, the whole point of Instagram is to post photos or videos, correct?
Correct.
And we can see the Instagram account that Jennifer Crumbley had with videos and pictures she had posted over time.
Correct.
And when a person turns off or deactivates their Instagram account, other people in the world don't have the ability to see those photos any longer, correct?
That's correct.
Other people in the world don't have the ability to send messages through Instagram to the person that's deactivated their account.
Correct.
So, as a computer expert, if a person is trying to avoid having people see them or find them or see posts of theirs, even old posts, deactivating the account will accomplish that task.
Correct.
On that Instagram account, you are able to tell from the data that you received other accounts that Jennifer Crumbley followed.
Correct.
So, meaning that from her account, Jennifer Crumbley had certain people she was linked up with where she could see what they posted on their accounts, correct?
Correct.
And on the flip side, people she was friends with on Instagram or connected to could see what she posted.
That's correct.
And we know that Jennifer's son had an Instagram account, e.crumbley, correct?
Correct.
And we can tell that Jennifer's account was connected with her son's in a way that she could see what he posted on that account.
Correct.
And we can presume he could see what his mother posted.
Correct.
When you are looking through the Instagram records, you are not able to tell which posts Jennifer did in fact see or not see, correct?
Correct.
So if the shooter posted something and Jennifer Crumbley had not checked Instagram, it's possible she would not have seen it even though he posted it.
It's possible.
If he posted it and she looked at Instagram and looked at his account, or looked at his profile, is that what it's called? She would certainly see anything he posted.
Looked at his account, you're saying, I'm sorry?
Yes.
Correct.
But in terms of all of the data you don't have any way to determine which Instagram pictures she did or did not see.
Correct.
Now, if she made a comment on a picture, you would know she obviously saw it because you couldn't comment unless you had seen the picture to put the comment on there, correct?
That's correct.
And on the Instagram photos, there are not comments from Jennifer Crumbley to her son about the posts, correct?
On all the photos or a particular one?
I suppose the ones that we've admitted as exhibits in this case, the photograph of the gun, for example.
Correct.
And there's no doubt the shooter liked guns.
Correct.
And there's no doubt Jennifer posted photos of the gun.
Correct.
And videos.
Correct.
And and even with what she posted, we can't tell if the shooter could see her posts.
Possibly. Correct.
He may have seen them, he may not have seen them.
That's correct.
In terms of people communicating, we know that people can communicate obviously by telephone, voice phone calls. I don't take many these days because I hate them, but in the old days we could talk on the phone from one person to another, correct?
Correct.
And there's the ability obviously to text. People can send messages from one person to another.
Correct.
And in terms of people's habits, some people may delete texts when they get them, correct?
Correct.
Some people may keep every text they've ever had.
That's correct.
Some phones will delete texts after a certain period of time.
Not unless the user tells it to, no.
If someone gets a new phone, there are occasions where the old text from the old phone may not come up on the new phone.
I mean, I can't say for certain. I don't know. I haven't tested something like that yet. I don't know.
We can agree that everyone's personal habits in terms of how many texts they keep on their phone or don't are individual to each person.
Correct.
So when you're testifying and telling the jury about posts that you can tell or texts that you can tell are deleted or not deleted, you have never sat down and talked to Jennifer Crumbley about her habits with deleting posts or pictures or texts, correct?
That's correct.
The best you can do is look at what's deleted, what's not deleted, and tell this jury your findings.
Correct.
I want to go to March 9th of 2021, You testified pretty extensively about that date. Do you recall the materials from that date? And if not, I can certainly.
Absolutely, yeah, if you have copies of it, I would prefer that, yes, please.
Okay. So on that date, I will approach with copies in just a moment. I just need to pull it up on my computer. I'm going to go to exhibit number 78. Okay. So, Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Sure. He has them on his screen.
Here.
You said you wanted hard copy.
Either way, it doesn't matter to me.
Oh, okay.
Are you okay with this
That's
screen? Or do you want?
I'll have that, please.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay. So March 9th is one of the dates that you talked about.
Correct.
And the text messages that were introduced make it clear that James and Jennifer Crumbley made plans that day to go out to the barn, correct?
Correct.
And you have photos confirming that they were in fact at the barn, photos of horses they took.
Correct.
Okay, the jury has seen that the data shows the times these photographs were taken, so we know they were taken on March 9th.
Correct.
Okay, you've brought in GPS locations to prove they were there on that date.
Correct.
Okay, and it's on that date that Ethan Crumbley, the shooter, is sending his parents some texts that were admitted through Exhibit 82. Do you recall those texts?
I do, yes.
Okay. Now, in these texts, starting at, I'm going to put it up on the screen. This has been admitted as Exhibit 82. At 3:17, we can see that the shooter asks his mom, "Where are you?"
Correct.
And I'm sorry, I have that one in my hand. Do you want me to trade with you?
I should be fine with this.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think counsel misspoke.
I'm sorry, Jennifer, I'm so sorry. Jennifer Crumbley asked the shooter, "Are you home now?" At 3:17.
So where are you? Yes. Is that what
I'm
you're-
sorry, where are you?
Yes.
Okay. And the shooter responded, it looks like 4 hours later, saying, "Can you get home now?" And then proceeded to send some other texts about, "There is someone else in the house, I think," and it goes on from there, correct?
Correct.
Now, in between the time of 3:17 and 7:50, okay, we can agree there's a couple hours of a gap.
That's correct.
You don't know if Jennifer Crumbley and the shooter had phone conversations or discussions over those couple of hours.
If we looked at the call logs on their phones, we could possibly find that out.
Okay? If we looked at the call logs and the phone calls were to and from cell phones, we would be able to tell that, correct?
If they, yes. Correct.
Okay, but if, let's say Jennifer Crumbley called from her office phone, it would not show up the same as if she called from her own cell phone.
Well, the number would be different, correct.
Okay, and when you and law enforcement went through looking for phone calls, there are not, you provided over several call records, but not call records for example, Jennifer Crumbley's office with Ethan Crumbley.
There are none entered as exhibits. I can't say for certain right now with all the information I looked at, if there were any, off the top of my head.
You don't know if there were any.
Right now, I don't know.
Okay. And you also don't know that day, on the 8th, you know that they're planning to be at the barn. James and Jennifer make plans to go to the barn that
Correct.
day after work.
Correct.
Okay? Between the time they make these plans and the time the shooter texts, "Can you get home now?" You don't know if Jennifer Crumbley or James Crumbley has physically been with the shooter?
Right, no, I do not. From that chat thread right there, I do not know that.
You don't know the discussions on that day that may have taken place in between the shooter and his parents.
Right, from this, I can't tell you that. Is that what you're saying? I don't understand.
Right.
Correct.
Right. The best you can do is piece together bits of information, but we can agree there's gaps of time where you don't know definitively what happened.
Correct. Right now, yes.
We can agree there are any number of things that could have happened between 3:17 and 7:50 there would not be evidence to show you what exactly happened, correct?
If there is none there, you mean? Is that what you're saying?
Right.
Correct.
And the only people who would know if they can even remember the day years ago would be the people who were present. So Mrs. Crumbley and the shooter, correct?
Correct.
They would be the only people who truly know what they spoke about or didn't speak about on that day.
Correct.
So when you see these texts, and I understand you find them alarming, I imagine that the texts, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that you find alarming are the texts about there is someone in the house, I think, someone walked into the bathroom and flushed the toilet and left the light on. I thought it was you, but when I came in, no one was home. There is no one in the house, though. Those are some of the texts that you found to be problematic, correct?
In the fact that there's no response between any of those, yes.
Okay. We can agree there's no response, but you don't know if... Okay, we can agree there's no response by text between Mrs. Crumbley and the shooter, correct?
Correct.
But you also have no way to tell when you see text messages like this, at what time Mrs. Crumbley read those texts.
Correct. You'll be able to tell that it was read, but yes, not what time.
Okay, so for example, when the shooter texts, "Can you get home now?" And then there's someone in the house, I think, a few seconds later, and then about 30 seconds after that, another text. You have no idea if Jennifer Crumbley checked her phone to see the first text message, checked and saw the second. You don't know which ones she saw or when, correct?
I don't know the time they were read, no.
All you know is that you don't see any response to them.
They're correct. There's no response.
So there's a number of possible things that could have happened in between these texts.
From 7:50 to the end of the last text?
Yeah.
She could have texted back, you mean, or called?
She could have, well, she didn't text back. We agree with that,
Correct.
right?
Yes.
Okay. When I say there's a number of things that could have happened, I mean, she could have read the text and thought this is garbage or he's joking and just set the phone down, correct?
She could have.
Okay. She could have not seen the texts because she was busy doing something.
Correct.
She could have been, we know she's at the horse ranch. Are you aware of how strong Jennifer Crumbley's cell signal is out at the farm, at the barn, where the horses are kept?
I have no idea about that. No, I do not.
Okay. If her cell signal doesn't work out where the barn is, it's possible these texts are not getting to her until she gets to a place where data uploads into the phone, correct?
That's correct.
So while we see these texts being sent, we cannot conclude that Jennifer Crumbley is reading these as they are coming to her. Fair to say?
I mean, that's the time that they were sent, the 7:50 and 14 seconds, and then 17 seconds and 39 seconds. That's when they were actually sent, and they were received on the other end. That's marked at that time. Otherwise, it would have come in at a later time.
Okay, but my point is you don't know when she saw them, when Mrs. Crumbley actually read them.
No, but they would have been on the phone at that time.
if the phone had a signal and was able to get text, they'd be on the phone at that time, correct?
It would have been at a later time, at the time that they came in.
Okay, but if the signal wasn't working, she might not have been able to see those texts until she got to a point where the signal came in.
Correct.
Okay, there's times where you're in an area, people can be in an area with their cell phone, and the signal is bad, and texts are coming into them, but their phone shows nothing. That's a possibility, correct?
Correct.
And then when the person gets to a spot with better cell phone signal, all of a sudden, all the texts they missed over whatever period of time the phone wasn't working will flood into the phone, correct?
That's correct.
And just because they come into the phone at that time, they were still sent possibly hours before.
Without testing, I can't say for certain.
You don't know.
I can't say for certain without testing, correct.
Okay, so the text messages that were sent about someone being in the house, someone walking into the bathroom, you don't know any of the responses that, or even the thoughts Jennifer Crumbley had when she did in fact read those messages.
I don't know if she would have called back if that was alarming to her. Is that what you're saying? Or
I guess what I'm saying is, so these messages are coming in, and even when she does see them, let's say if she sees them as they're coming in, you don't know what she's thinking about these.
I don't know what she's thinking, no.
Okay, and you also don't know, and obviously we've already talked about it, this has already been asked, but you obviously don't know when she's seen each message. There's no documentation like she saw this one at 8 o'clock, this one at 8:05, anything like that.
Those are the times that they came into the phone, yes.
Okay. The next message we see is a text message on the following day sent to Ethan by Jennifer Crumbley that says, "Where is your dad?" Correct?
Can you just scroll down a little bit?
Yeah.
I just want to make sure I see
Yeah,
it.
no, sorry.
You know, I feel like maybe I should give the jury a break. You're not close, right?
I'm not even close.
I think the witness could probably use it.
Okay. All right, so I'm going to let you step down. We can't accept your testimony with anyone.
Okay.
Okay, so can we come back at about 5 after 3? Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
All rise for the jury.
Maybe seated. You know, some of the questions are becoming repetitive, so that's going to make you lose them.
Okay.
All right. All right. So 5 after 3. Okay.
Thank you.
Ready for the jury?
Yes, sir.
You can retake the stand. All right, I need to see that.
Recording in progress.
You were sworn to it, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. This is not on. Okay. Okay, may I continue? Okay, thank you. All right, so we've been sitting here going over March 9th, 2021. There was also some messages from March 8th, so the day before that you testified about. Do you recall those messages?
I do.
Okay. Do you recall, do you need to see those messages, or are you able to answer questions without seeing
I'd like to see them, not, yes, please.
Okay, so these are going to be, let's see here. This is Exhibit 84. Okay, Exhibit 84. Can you see it up on your screen?
Yes, I can.
Okay, these are texts that are between James and Jennifer Crumbley, correct?
Correct.
Now, these texts are confirming that Jennifer is saying she's swamped at work and is going to have to not go to the barn that night, correct?
I'm sorry, do you have the copy? Don't scroll into
I don't know what I did with my copy. Let me just, I'm sorry. Here it is, it's right
You're
here.
just scrolling too fast.
Here you go, sorry.
No, it's fine.
This is 84.
Thank you.
Do you want me to take these, or do you want to keep those?
Unless you're going to refer to them, I don't need them.
I'm not sure if I will, so we'll find out. Okay, so on Exhibit 84, these are the texts from the day before. March 9th are the texts where Ethan is sending those things saying there's somebody slamming the door or things like that, right?
Correct.
Okay, these are from the day before on March 8th, yes?
Correct.
And you testified about these texts from March 8th on direct, and those were admitted through the prosecution.
Correct.
Okay. On March 8th, the parents are talking about Ethan at the beginning of the text messages. Is that a fair statement?
At 3:09, Jennifer asks, is Ethan going bowling?
Okay, so on page 386, she starts
Yes.
off with, is Ethan going bowling? He says IDK, which is I don't know. We can agree
Correct.
on that. Okay, what do you mean I don't know? Okay, goes down further. And Jennifer Crumbley on the 8th is asking at 3:12 in the afternoon, why isn't he home yet? Correct?
That's correct.
At 3:12 and 51 seconds, she says he should be home by now. Correct?
That's correct.
When she's saying he, we know that she's talking about Ethan, correct?
Correct.
And then it goes on at 3:12 and 56 seconds, she says freaking out, correct?
Correct.
And James responds to her at 3:13, so not even a minute later. He doesn't get home until 3:16, correct?
Correct. That's what he says, yes.
So these parents are communicating about when their son gets home down to the minute of when he can be expected. Yes?
Correct.
Jennifer's text back to him is, I told you to pick him up because he's upset and I don't want him to do anything stupid, God damn it. Correct?
Correct.
That's Jennifer saying that to James.
Correct.
On this date in March of 2021, Jennifer is working at Princeton at her job that's out in West Bloomfield, correct?
Correct.
And as far as you know, James at that time is a DoorDash driver working out in the Oxford area.
Correct.
And at that time, James was in between jobs, and if you don't know, please tell me, in between jobs and door dashing on the side as he was waiting for another job to come along, correct?
I do recall text message about trying to be an interviewer or something like that between them, yes.
Okay, and in all fairness, if I ask you something you don't know, just let me know.
Absolutely.
Okay, I'm just trying to speed it up a little. Okay, so Jennifer's yelling at James, I don't want him to do anything stupid, goddammit. When she says that, it's fair to say you don't know what she means by I don't want him to do anything stupid, correct?
I have no idea, correct.
Okay, and James's response is, dude, chill, he is fine, and I'm trying to fucking work, correct?
Correct.
And Jennifer's texting back again, not even a minute later, does he have his phone? Yes?
Yes.
And James texts back right away, he won't answer while he's walking, I'll let you know the minute he walks in, correct?
Correct.
And Jennifer, within a minute of that, is sending another text. I'm serious, freaking out. Is he home yet? Those are the next two texts in succession, correct?
Correct.
It would appear from these text messages that Jennifer is voicing concern over Ethan.
In this one thread, yes.
Okay,
Correct.
and again, we're guessing if she's concerned about him, correct?
I mean, the language makes her like she's excited. I would say yes.
Okay, so the next day, when she's not responding to Ethan's text, again, we've gone over this ad nauseum. We don't know why she's not responding or what's going on in her head or if she's getting the messages, correct?
I don't know, yes.
You would agree with me in the text messages between Jennifer and James, and I'm sorry, they communicate way more by Facebook Messenger, correct?
Yes, they did.
Okay, and if I were to say that this is the printed out stack of Facebook messages between James and Jennifer, would that surprise you?
I don't. There were a lot of them. I can tell you that. I don't know what it would look like printed out yet. If you say that, I believe you.
Okay, approximately how many messages do you recall reviewing between them? Thousands?
Yes, thousands.
Okay, and in the messages, you read every one of these messages, correct?
Correct.
And when you were putting together information for the prosecution and for this investigation, you went through and found the evidence that's obviously brought into this trial.
I'm sorry, I don't understand.
The evidence that's been admitted, these texts are texts you found when you read the whole thing.
Correct.
Okay? And obviously, if there were texts between Jennifer and James that said something like, I think Ethan's psychotic, you would have brought that in to this court, correct?
Just like the text we had where she said she was worried he was depressed, yes.
Okay, so, and I'm going to get to the text about him being depressed later, but if you saw something in these text messages, like, I think our son is a serious threat, you would have brought that in here to show this jury.
I don't understand the question. I mean, this chat was brought in because for an unknown reason, she's very excited or doesn't want to do anything stupid. I don't know what he would do that's stupid.
Right, okay, so you don't know what he would do that's stupid. Aside from that, though, my point is, we're not going to have this jury read all of the text and messages between James and Jennifer Crumbley, right?
Correct.
And in prepping for a trial, you bring in the ones that show the point you're trying to make, correct?
Correct.
So to do that, you read through all of them.
Correct.
And you pick out the ones that you think are important.
Correct.
And the ones that you've shown the jury are the most important ones you found.
Correct.
And we can agree that the balance of the messages, there's a lot more information that this jury is not going to see because it's not important to proving this case.
I'm sorry. What was give me the question again.
I'll ask a different question. It's fair to say throughout these texts, there are numerous conversations between James Crumbley and Jennifer Crumbley about their son.
Numerous?
Yes.
I wouldn't say numerous.
Okay, there's many conversations about, is he home yet from school?
There's some, yes.
Okay, there are conversations about him having to go to take headache medication.
I don't recall it. It might be that I don't recall headache medication. I remember him having a headache.
Okay? There are texts in here about what they're going to eat for dinner with their son.
Okay,
Do you agree?
correct, yes.
Okay? There's texts about all kinds of things that a mom and a dad would talk about that are not important in terms of proving this case, correct?
Correct.
Okay? And the most important information you found are the papers that have been admitted through the prosecutor.
Correct.
Okay? And in the rest of the text messages, my point is, if you saw something that was more serious, like, I think Ethan's going to shoot people, you would have brought that into court.
Just like the one, yes.
Okay.
We would have.
So, when we're looking at the
Yeah, I
evidence...
just need to object to the form of the question.
She's characterizing that he brings it into court. He doesn't bring it into court.
He's the investigator. The prosecutor decides what they're asking to be admitted. So,
Right. She's insinuating that he's taking certain things out and not telling anybody else, and everything's been turned over. I mean, it's the
I'm
same
not
argument.
insinuating that.
I'm starting to think it might be shorter to ask the jury to read that whole stack, right? Would that be shorter? Yeah.
Okay. My point and my question is, James and Jennifer discuss Ethan in other text messages.
Yes, they do.
And if there were text messages that showed evidence that either one of them believed Ethan was sick, mentally ill, anything along those lines, you would be pointing them out for this jury.
More than what we have, correct, yes.
Okay. What you have is the best evidence you could find after going through all of them.
That, like was said, that I turn over to the prosecution, yes.
Okay. And that's true, too, of the messages between Ethan and his friend, correct? In terms of the evidence you brought in, is the most important evidence you thought that was relevant to this case, correct?
Not entirely,
Same
no.
objection is the witness doesn't bring in evidence when he thinks is relevant. He's already testified. His job is to take the data, he extracts it from devices, and he passes along all the information.
The prosecutor decides.
Thank you.
I mean, it's a technicality. They work together, but the prosecutor is the one who decides what might be relevant and what might be admissible.
Okay. When you went through the cell phone reports, you read all of the messages between the shooter and his friend, the friend that the prosecution has not named, but the one friend that's been an issue in this trial, correct?
Correct.
You read through, there were over 25,000 messages exchanged between the shooter and his friend that came off of the phones.
Correct.
If I told you that this was the amount of text messages all printed out, would you disagree with that?
I would not.
Okay. And when you went through and pulled out, we can agree that there's lots of different topics discussed among these text messages.
Correct.
And the text messages that were brought in and entered as evidence were from this large stack of text as a whole.
What was presented, I'm sorry.
They're in these.
Yes.
They're from here.
Yes, there was more information that was turned over, but
Right. Okay. So my point is, though, the pieces, the materials that have been admitted and that you've been testifying about are a part of all of the messages between the shooter and his friend.
correct.
Judge, if counsel wants to continue with this, that's admissible. And she has asked the court not to
I think
be.
you need to be really careful, okay? See, this is the conversation we had when we were picking the jury, that we are not trying to case the shooter. So we've all endeavored to give you the things that are important to this case, that are not specific to the shooter's case. So, I don't want the jury to think that they are not allowed to see something, all right? So I don't want the jury to think that either side is hiding something, because they're not. There have been evidentiary rulings made over the last year and a half in this case, and those are rulings that I've made after extensive research and briefing and all those different things with the prosecutor and defense counsel. So I don't want you to think anything's being hidden. That's not a fair, characterization. So.
Judge, I'd ask the court to instruct counsel that can't request certain things and then make this line of questioning without opening the door.
Well, I do not want to try the shooter's case. Okay, so let's not do that, right? Yeah, yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so we've talked about March 8th, and we've talked about texts from March 9th, yes?
Correct, yes.
Okay, and then you also testified about text messages that were sent on March 17th. Do you recall that?
I recall the date, yes.
And the overall point of those messages, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is that on that date, the parents were at the barn together with their horses.
Those are the pictures, yeah. I don't remember if you have a copy of the text messages that were in that day.
I can show you them if you
Can
need.
I make a request?
Yes.
Could you disassemble the Leaning Tower of Pisa?
Oh,
Because
sure.
Honestly, it looked like it was. I would hate you to have to reconstruct that. It just looked like it was going to tip, and then you'd have to try to re-put it together, and that would take. I'm hoping you're going to be drinking a glass of wine in your sweatpants this weekend instead of
I'm gonna drink a bottle.
reassembling that file. So
5 bottles at this point.
it looked like it was going to tip.
Okay.
So.
No, thank you.
All right.
All right. We talked about 3/8. We talked about 3/9. I'm going to 3/17. You asked me what text messages I'm talking about, and these are the exhibits that are around exhibits 83 through 86. Would you like me to bring you the text messages so that you can see those?
If you could, please, yes.
Okay. The March 17th starts with exhibit 85.
Okay. Now, on 85, we amended it, so there are texts that
I remember, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then I'm also going to hand you right now what's on 86. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Now, the overall point of these text messages was to show that both of the parents were at the barn on March 17th, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And on that day, while they were at the barn on March 17th, the shooter was trying to get a hold of them. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And on that date, we have cell phone evidence that was admitted in Exhibit 83 that shows, and tell me if I need to slow down, I can break this down more. An hour after the shooter was texting Jennifer Crumbley, she called him and had a phone conversation within an hour, correct?
Correct.
And that phone conversation lasted less than a minute.
Correct. I remember that.
And you have no idea what was said during that phone conversation.
No, I do not.
You have no idea what happened after Jennifer left the barn that day or James left the barn.
No, I do not.
You have no knowledge that the family, whether they were together that night or not, correct?
Correct.
You've done the best you can do to put together the information with materials you have.
Correct.
Okay, so we've talked about March 17th. Now I want to talk about March 20th. I'm sorry, the 19th and the 20th. On March 19th, there were text messages that were introduced, and tell me if you need them, they're exhibits 95 through 100, where there's a discussion about Ethan waking up and seeming hungover. Do you recall those?
I do, yes.
Would you like me to give you those?
I just like having a copy in my
Yeah,
hand or
that's-
on the screen either way.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so here's exhibit, this is 95. And I'm going to put 95 up on the screen. So now we're talking about March. Sean, can you fix it? Okay. All right, so we're looking at exhibit 95, okay, which has been submitted. And this is from March 18th, correct?
19th, 95?
Okay, exhibit 95 is from March 18th.
It's,
You know what? It goes over multiple days. Okay, may I please approach with 96 also?
Sure.
Okay, there's two that are in order and they both contain multiple dates, correct?
correct.
Okay, so I'm sorry, this is a little bit confusing because we've got two different dates on two different exhibits. Okay, so I'm gonna go to 96 first. These texts actually come before 95. On this date, these are the texts where Ethan says, I just finished picking up the room. I cleaned until shelves or clothes started flying off the shelf. This stuff only happens when I'm home alone, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and I am totally off. I am so sorry. March 17th. I need to be on exhibit 85.
85. 85 is, it says is the thread from March 17th, 2020.
Yes, and 85 is one that I cannot display because it's been redacted. So I'm asking if the prosecution can please put 85 up on the screen.
Can you put redacted 85 on the screen?
I can't, just need a minute, Judge.
Okay, so on 85, this is on March 17th. This is the text where it started off, gonna get drunk and ride my horse. Jennifer Crumbley sent that at 1:30 p.m.
Correct.
Okay, and I'm sorry, Mr. Keese, can you please scroll down? Okay, Jennifer Crumbley's indicating that afternoon, I hate my job. Can you bring out last, please? And I don't know what that means. You don't know what that means. Would you agree with that?
I don't know what she's referring to.
I don't either. Okay, can you go down, please? Okay, Jennifer Crumbley indicates at 4:02 that she's left work. Yes?
Correct.
I'm sorry, I might be going too fast.
Nope, you're good.
Okay, and then if we can go down more, please. That jumped exhibits.
That was at the end.
Oh, I'm sorry. So 85, can you go to the end of 85? Because it jumped to 86. Okay, so on 402, at 402, Jennifer Crumbley said she left work.
Correct.
Okay, and the important thing about the 17th is showing that on that date, she was at the bar.
Correct.
And the next day is on the 18th, when we have the text messages about, March 19th, exhibit 95. Do you have 95 in your hand?
I do not. I have.
It would be easier probably to submit the whole thing and go page numbers, but we're not going to do that. I'm just having a difficult time with these pages. Do you have exhibit 95?
I do not. I have 96.
Okay. I am so sorry that this is a mess. Okay. On March 19th, I've got it up on the screen. This is when Jennifer Crumbley and James Crumbley are talking about Ethan acting like or seeming like he was way hungover that day, correct?
Correct.
And it appears from the text that Jennifer is asking if he's okay. She says, "How is he?"
Correct.
Okay. Why is this doing this now? I am gonna kill myself. Okay. Okay. So he woke up acting like he had way too much to drink last night, complaining about a headache. That's what James said back to Jennifer, correct?
Correct.
And, okay, Your Honor, I need like a minute, and I'm so sorry. Now I've got exhibits that are doubles on the page, and I'm having a really tough time with the exhibits. I apologize to the jury. Can I please have a minute?
Okay, well, I'm probably not going to excuse them because.
Can you help me get this
Are you
back?
able to do it while they're here? 'Cause
Yeah, I'm trying to just
the
get it
next time I
back.
excuse them, I'm going to send them home. I was hoping to finish this witness. I have this task completion thing. So, I like to.
You know what, we can just leave it 2 pages on the screen. So right now it's got on 440, page 441 is on the left, 442 is on the right. Okay, so starting with 441, this is where the text says, well, he was really worked up and out of control, so I can see why. This is after they're talking about him waking up, correct?
Correct.
And Jennifer Crumbley texts, all I know is he needs to eat, go to work hard, not complain, and he can get his stuff back, correct?
Correct.
And James ends up saying that Ethan asked, why was I in your room last night?
Correct.
And Jennifer ultimately says she gave him a melatonin pill, or a melatonin tablet.
Correct.
And James says to her, I thought you gave him a Xanax last night.
Correct.
And it's evident from this that Ethan, or the shooter, their son, slept in their bed that night.
Correct.
And it appears that on March 19th, as the parents are talking, there was some kind of argument or something happened with their son the night before.
Correct.
And we don't know anything about what happened the night before on March 18th that preceded this whole conversation.
Correct.
It appears from the conversation on the 19th that something was taken away from him because it implies he can get his stuff back.
Judge, objection on the form of the question. He can't testify what it implies or what it appeared, only what's on the phone.
I'm sorry, I'll restate that. The text explicitly says if he does these things, he can get his stuff back.
Correct.
Okay. All right, now I'm going to skip ahead to the 20th of March in 2021. On the 20th, we admitted exhibits 97 through 100.
The 96 are text messages dated March 20th. And the 97 starts with some pictures.
Okay, so 96 are the text messages that are up on the screen. Do you see those?
Yes, I do. I have
Okay,
them.
and it's on the 20th that the shooter is saying things like, I cleaned up and clothes started flying off the shelf. He's making other claims that something is happening that's not normal, correct?
I would say yes.
Okay, he's making claims that things happen when he's home alone and trying to make his mother think things are flying off the shelf.
That's what he said, yes.
Okay. And you don't see any response from Jennifer Crumbley that day.
Correct.
And you showed the jury, we introduced and admitted all of the exhibits to show on that day she was at the barn again, correct?
Correct.
Now, you don't know what they talked about before or after she got home from the barn?
Correct.
All we know are that we have these couple of text messages making it sound like something is flying around in the house from
Again,
her
Judge,
son.
I don't know how often I can say this. Objection in the form of the question. He can testify to what he found on the device.
Yeah, he doesn't know beyond that, right?
Okay, I
He
apologize.
wasn't there.
Okay, and so on the 20th, Mrs. Crumbley is obviously at the barn. So we've talked now about March 8th, March 9th, the 17th, 19th, and 20th, correct?
Correct.
So we can agree that from the 8th through the 20th, we're talking about a period in time that's about 12 days long.
Correct.
And we've seen bits of the 8th, the 9th, 17th, 19th, and 20th.
Correct.
Okay. In April 4th are the dates of the texts between the shooter and his friend, correct?
There was a lot of text messages, I would assume, I believe they texted on that day.
Okay. And I believe it is Exhibit 101. Okay. I have 101 on the screen. Do you recall these?
Correct, yes, I do.
Okay. Now, these texts on April 4th are between, we agree that they are between the shooter and his friend.
That's correct.
This is not a group chat where Mrs. Crumbley is on it.
That's correct.
There is no evidence that these texts were ever forwarded to Jennifer Crumbley.
Correct.
There is no evidence to show that Jennifer Crumbley ever saw these text messages.
Correct.
For example, there isn't a text like, oh my gosh, you should see what our son sent to his friend today. There's nothing along those lines, correct?
Well, not in this group. Are you talking about this chat still?
I'm just saying in general, if you found evidence that Jennifer Crumbley saw these texts, that would be important.
If she saw it, I would say yes.
Okay, and we don't have anything to show she saw them.
Not that was on the phone, no.
So, on this text thread between the shooter and his friend, he talks about how he hears people talking and he sees someone in the distance, correct?
That's correct.
There's no response from his friend.
Correct.
We don't know if his friend saw those texts and didn't respond, or if his friend didn't see those texts and the shooter just kept texting, right?
They came in rapid order, so yeah, they were one after another, correct.
Okay, so this is around 11:56, and then we go down 11:57. Says it's at the point that I'm asking to go to the doctor. Okay, that's one of the texts that you testified about, correct?
Correct.
There are not any texts where the shooter is saying anything to his mom and dad about I want to go to the doctor.
Correct.
While the shooter is saying this to his friend, we don't have any evidence that it's true whether the shooter really wanted to go to a doctor or not, correct?
I mean, he said it a couple times, and they talked about everything.
And all the times that he talked about it, this jury is seeing. You've brought that in. Well, you haven't brought that in. I'm sorry. I keep misstating that. The evidence in this case is showing the jury what you gleaned from your investigation.
I don't understand. I'm sorry.
Okay. In the investigation, there's not you don't have any text messages where the shooter is saying to his mother anything about going to the doctor for hallucinations or anything along those lines.
That's correct.
Okay, if that did exist, the jury would be seeing that.
That would have been turned over to the prosecution, yes.
Okay. So in this case, when the shooter says, it's at the point I'm asking to go to the doctor, my mom laughed when I told her, again, you have no idea if Mrs. Crumbley ever saw these texts between the shooter and his friend.
Correct.
And we can agree we don't have any more context than just this text thread that exists between these two.
Judge, again, counsel is getting very close to running afoul of the motion that she filed to preclude evidence, Judge. There is a lot of context, but counsel requests the motions.
This is making it sound like there's evidence being hidden, and there's not.
Okay, well, I've said there's no evidence being hidden. There's no evidence being hidden. But, okay, so ask the next question.
Okay.
You're not aware of any communication between the shooter and his mother?
No.
Yes.
Correct.
Okay. And when the shooter texts his friend, I was thinking of calling 911 so I could go to the hospital and text, I need help. There are no 911 calls, correct?
Correct.
There are no text messages to Mr. or Mrs. Crumbley saying those same types of things.
Correct.
And when he says, I am going to ask my parents to go to the doctor tomorrow or Tuesday again, we obviously don't know if that's true.
Correct.
And when he says, but this time I am going to tell them about the voices, okay, that's the next text, right?
Yes.
Okay. In his words, he did not send that information to his mom and dad as far as you can see from his messages with them.
Correct.
So when we're talking about this whole text thread, where at the end he says, like, I am mentally and physically dying, you also don't have any evidence that the friend who received these showed them to the shooter's mom, correct?
Correct.
There's no evidence that his friend did anything with these text messages beyond the fact that they exist.
Correct.
We don't know if...
Judge, we just need to clarify. There are thousands and thousands of text messages. She needs to be more specific. Is she asking to comment on the 20,000 page text thread? Is she asking to comment on certain days? It isn't fair to the witness who reviewed all of this information.
Okay, well, is there any evidence that the friend shared anything with the parents?
Not that I know of.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Now, on April 29th, okay, so we've talked now about April 4th and 5th, the text between the shooter and his friend. Okay, we just finished that, correct?
Correct.
Okay, now I want to go to April 29th, and this is exhibit number 104. You testified about a text thread that went between Jennifer Crumbley and the shooter's friend's mother, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, in this text thread, the moms are, you would agree with me, talking about the difficulties of online school and how it's wreaked havoc, essentially, on their kids.
Correct.
Okay? And they start off by talking because Jennifer is telling the friend's mother that Ethan is not going to bowling, correct?
Correct.
And she says he's been acting kind of depressed. I don't know what's going on, correct?
Correct.
And she says, I'm not sure if there's something bothering him at school. He doesn't really feel good. I can't get anything out of him, correct?
Correct.
She doesn't say anything in here like he's seeing things, he's hallucinating, I'm noticing that he's paranoid, correct?
Correct.
She uses the word, he appears to be somewhat depressed. Depressed is the word she uses.
Correct.
In terms of the word depressed, that could have meanings.
Objection, speculation.
He's not going to explain what being depressed means.
Well, that was actually my exact question, was just, you can't explain what it means. That was my
It
question.
means different things to different people, different professions.
You answered my question. That was my question. Thank you. Okay. I'm sorry, may I continue?
Yes.
Okay. So then they're talking about how the shooter and his friend are happy when they're together, and Mrs. Crumbley was concerned, based on these text messages, that there had been something going on between the shooter and his friend, but it's clear that's not an issue, correct?
Correct.
So these text messages, Mrs. Crumbley is, you would agree with me that overall, she is indicating an interest in figuring out what's wrong with her son.
She's pointing out things that she's aware of.
Okay? And this text thread, there are more texts between Jennifer Crumbley and the friend's mother, correct?
Correct.
And there's one other set that we're going to talk about, but this evidence about, there's not any further explanation of what the word depressed means in the messages or not, correct?
Correct.
All we have is what's in these text messages. I'm sorry, scratch that. Okay, so this is on 4/29. We can agree that obviously on that date, Mrs. Crumbley made representations using the word depressed.
Correct.
The next set of text messages with the shooter's friend's mother were admitted as Exhibit 105. And we can agree these are months and months later, in October of 2021, correct?
That's correct.
So this jury is seeing texts from April 29th and then October 31st.
That's correct.
On October 31st, there is discussion between Jennifer and the shooter's friend's mother about the decision they had to make to send the friend away, correct?
There wasn't discussion. She didn't reply back to the 4th of November, but Jennifer texted her or sent a message to her.
Okay, send a message to her asking how they're doing, saying they're thinking about them.
Correct.
Okay, and the friend's mom writes back talking about how hard it is. I appreciate you checking on our family, those kind of things, correct?
Correct.
And in these texts, Jennifer mentions, I know Ethan misses him, meaning his friend, correct?
Correct.
And she's asking just how things are going for the friend who's away.
Correct.
Okay. Now, at the end of these text messages, there's a few texts from December of 2021, correct?
Correct.
Now, those text messages are not about anything related to the shooter being sad or depressed, correct? Those text messages are after the shooting has taken place, correct?
Correct.
And those text messages, there's not many. We're only talking about a couple. The friend's mother asks if Ethan is safe on November 30th, correct?
Correct.
So on the day of the shooting, when the friend's mother asks at 3:47, is Ethan home safe? It would be fair, and if you don't know the answer, you can tell me, it would be fair to assume she's asking, is he safe from the shooting?
He can't answer that question, and these are Facebook messages, not text.
Yeah, he doesn't know.
Okay. So Jennifer Crumbley says, I'm sure you've seen the news, and ultimately says, I'm sick to my stomach, correct?
Correct.
And she mentions to the friend's mother that they're getting threats all over social media, which is something we talked about earlier, correct?
Correct.
And she also says that they're staying in a hotel because the news is camped out at their house.
Correct.
Yes?
Yes.
During your testimony, you admitted some GPS location information.
Yes.
And if you need to see the exhibits, let me know, but I think these will be simple questions. When you provided the jury evidence that James was at the gun store on the 26th, we can agree Jennifer was not at the store when the gun was purchased, correct?
Correct.
And when that day, there was a video on the 26th that the shooter made of him holding the gun. It's a short video that was admitted as Exhibit 417. Do you recall that little video?
Yes, I do.
And in that little video, we can't see who else is around while the shooter is filming himself with holding the Sig Sauer gun.
In the video, correct.
And we don't know, obviously, who was present in the home or in the room even with him.
Correct.
That was the day the gun was bought.
Correct.
And the shooter took that video himself, as far as we can tell.
It was on his phone, yes. It was on his phone.
And he, and it was a video that he sent I'm sorry, let me back up. There were also photographs taken that day of the gun.
Correct.
The day they purchased it.
Correct.
Jennifer Crumbley actually posted a photo that was taken of the gun.
After they went to the gun range?
No, the day before, on Friday, the day the gun was bought. And if you don't recall, you can just, I believe it came in through the witness before you, so if you don't know, you can just let me know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, thank you. So the gun was purchased on the 26th, and the next day is Saturday the 27th, correct?
Correct.
On the 27th, we know that James Crumbley was door dashing that day.
Correct.
That's the day that the shooter and his mother went to the gun range.
Correct.
That is the day where there was posts about a mother-son experience at the range, in terms of shooting the gun, going to shoot the gun.
I remember those, yes.
Okay. Now, there is not any information about where the gun was stored or placed in the Crumbley's home overnight between the 26th and the 27th.
Judge, I'm going to object. These exhibits weren't introduced to this witness. It's inappropriate to ask this witness of those questions. Agent Brandon testified yesterday. It's the same questions that she asked to him at cross-examination. He doesn't have the foundation to give that sort of testimony.
Well, I guess I don't understand the question. Are you asking, is there any communication on a text or a Facebook or a picture about whether the guns were they stored or whether they were
Yeah.
locked? Okay, so did you...
On the phones, no, I did not find.
Also, the very minimum, he should be given the opportunity to review the exhibit before he's asked that.
I don't know if she specifically asked him about it.
She was asking about the Instagram post.
Oh, the Instagram post. Okay. All right. There's no Instagram posts about storage or being locked up or anything like that.
Not that I saw, no ma'am.
Okay,
You don't see
so,
any locked guns on Instagram.
Locked guns, no.
and the evidence that you showed us from the 27th, there's not any information about who put the gun in the vehicle that drove the gun to the target, to the shooting range, correct?
I don't know anything about that.
We don't know anything about who did anything aside from the fact that we know when Mrs. Crumbley and her son went over to the shooting range.
I don't know anything about the transportation of the gun, no.
Okay. We know when they got to the range that Mrs. Crumbley and her son went in and they shot some targets, correct?
Correct.
Well, the ATF guy testified to that. Do you know that?
What,
Video?
I do know the video, yes.
Oh, okay.
The gun range video?
All right.
I have seen it.
Okay.
Okay. And in terms of the text messages and all the evidence that you have reviewed, from the night of the 27th to the 28th, there are not any text messages or Facebook messages about where the gun was that night, where it was in the home, where it was in general, correct?
Correct, I don't know anything
Okay.
about that.
In these same days that the Crumbleys, that Mr. Crumbley bought the gun and Mom and the shooter went to the shooting range, from the evidence that you talked about in front of the jury, it's clear one of their horses has some kind of an issue, a health issue going on, correct?
Correct.
So as the evidence is unfolding about what's happening on those days in terms of what the parents were doing, there's also talk about medication for the horse and things along those lines.
Correct.
When you testified about the search on Mrs. Crumbley's phone about clinical depression, you don't know anything other than what was typed in when she searched for information about clinical depression, correct?
Correct.
You don't know if that was her looking up information for herself?
Correct.
You don't know if that's looking for information about the shooter?
Correct.
Or if it's looking up information about some other person?
That's correct.
On the 29th, that was a Monday. Does that sound right?
Yes, ma'am.
Of November.
Yes.
I'm sorry, of November.
Yes.
Okay. And that was the day that the voicemail was left that was played as evidence as Exhibit 115 from Miss Fine. Do you know what voicemail I'm talking about?
Yes, I recall it.
Okay. So going a little bit backwards, that day, on that Monday, the voicemail indicates that Ethan was caught looking at bullets on his phone, correct?
That's correct.
The voicemail, we saw lots of evidence, was left on Jennifer's cell phone.
Correct.
We know Jennifer Crumbley listened to the voicemail.
That's correct.
We all heard the voicemail.
Correct.
And the voicemail did not ask Jennifer Crumbley to call back, to return the phone call, correct?
I don't believe so.
That message indicated that Ethan was not in any trouble, but the teacher wanted, or Ms. Fine wanted to make Mrs. Crumbley aware that
Judge,
they
the
had a
exhibit
discussion.
speaks for itself. He can't interpret the exhibit.
Yeah, that's the best evidence of what was said, right?
Okay.
You can have all the exhibits, so you can listen to it again.
Thank you.
Yeah.
The conversation, in that conversation, there is talk about I can play the exhibit. I'm just going to ask about one quote, and if I need to play the exhibit, then I'll play it.
Okay, let's hear the question.
At the end of the voicemail, Miss Fine says that it's perfectly normal and healthy.
I can't remember what she was referring to when she said that, but I do remember those words.
Okay. The tone of that conversation was not one that, well, I'm sorry. The content of that conversation did not ask Mrs. Crumbley to come over to the school or anything along those lines, correct?
Correct.
And then we did see evidence that you testified about showing that Mrs. Crumbley asked her son about that voicemail, correct?
Correct.
And her text to him was evidence we saw as Exhibit 117, where she writes to her son, seriously, bullets, correct?
Correct.
And we saw the exchange in Exhibit 117. The shooter writes back to her, I'm in no trouble.
Correct.
Judge, counsel has to show the witness the exhibits
I can do that. I'm sorry.
in the entire exhibit.
Okay, we'll do the whole thing. All right, so this is Exhibit 117. And as I asked, and I think you already answered, it starts off seriously, looking up bullets in school.
Correct.
And the Jennifer's son responds, I already went to the office for that. He admits he was. We can agree that's the content of this conversation, correct?
Was that he went to the office for that? That's the last thing you said.
He says that I already went to the office for that.
Yes, correct.
Okay, so I'm moving down and he's explaining, or at least texting, what he was looking up and saying it's because he was curious.
Correct.
In his words, on page 199, he says completely harmless.
Correct.
And based on the voicemail that we heard from Miss Fine, it sounded like...
Objection sounded like...
Okay, I apologize. I'll move on. Jennifer told her son the school left me a voicemail, correct?
Correct.
And asked her son, did you show them your new gun?
Correct.
And obviously he says, no, he did not, and says, I did not show them the pic, my God.
Correct.
Okay. Again says it was a harmless act.
Correct.
Gives more explanation to her.
Correct.
And ultimately, at the end of the conversation, he asks if he can hear the voicemail later, and she says she saved it.
Correct.
After that, there's conversation that was admitted in Exhibit 118. I've put it on the screen.
Judge, if counsel's just going to read exhibits, it's not a cross-examination. And I want to get to my reader. I want to finish this witness today.
Finish this witness.
Your Honor, I find that when I'm asking questions, if I don't go step by step, I have to go backwards and go step by step
You
by
have to
step by
follow the rules
step.
of evidence. You can't ask the witness to guess.
There are some questions that could just simply be answered, and they're not being answered. So I have to go step by step by step
Okay,
when
let's
it's
do
not
it.
happening.
Let's do it. Well, yeah, but they're sort of hearing the same.
The evidence that was admitted as Exhibit 118 shows there was a conversation between James and Jennifer Crumbley about the issue with the bullets at school.
Correct.
We went through the timeline from November 30th, 2021 in great detail earlier. You would agree with that.
Correct.
And obviously, you've collected all of the information you could from the 30th off the cell phones of James Crumbley, Jennifer Crumbley, and the shooter to look at in your investigation.
Correct.
It's fair to say that you did not seek a search warrant for people at the school who dealt with the shooter that day.
Hold on. To clarify the form of the question, seek a search warrant for the people at the school. That's not even an investigative method.
Okay.
A search warrant for who?
For the people, right, exactly.
Yeah, there's a lot.
All right, sorry. I'll back up.
And for what?
Okay, you're aware that Jennifer and James Crumbley went to the school. We saw the video of them walking in for the appointment, correct?
Correct.
You're aware they met with Sean Hopkins.
Correct.
You're aware there was conversation in a meeting.
Correct.
You did not at any time seek the messages off of the devices of Mr. Hopkins, correct?
That's not for me to decide. That's the officer in charge of the case to decide what to collect and bring to me to get data for them.
Okay, so that's not something you did. That's my only question.
It's not something that we would do in computer crimes, correct?
Now, when the text was sent at 9:31, the first thing that Mrs. Crumbley, that we can tell she received that morning that was of alarm was the altered math sheet that the shooter had written on, correct?
Could you pull it up real quick just so I could see?
Sure. So that was Exhibit 123.
Correct, okay.
Okay, so Exhibit 123, now when we say altered math sheet, the shooter initially wrote things on a math paper that was introduced as a different exhibit. It was introduced as Exhibit 74. And I'll open that up. So I've got Exhibit 74 on the right, and we can agree that was initially what the shooter wrote on his math paper.
Correct.
And after writing all the writings on Exhibit 74, he added to the math paper and added the things that we see on Exhibit 123.
Correct.
Now, the first thing that Mrs. Crumbley receives is Exhibit 123, which is the altered drawing, correct?
Correct.
And in terms of what's on the drawing, it speaks for itself, but it has things like, I love my life so much, harmless act, we're all friends here. It has a bunch of writings like that on there. The jury can see what's on there. It speaks for itself, fair to say?
It does, yes.
Okay. And when Mrs. Crumbley got that, we know that she immediately, because we have the timestamps, sent Mr. Crumbley a message to let him know that something was going on.
Correct.
And in the text messages, or Facebook messages, which were admitted as Exhibit 125, and I'll put it up, it specifically, Mrs. Crumbley specifically sent photos over to, I'm sorry, scratch that. Jennifer's first message at 9:33 says call now, now being in capital letters, correct?
Correct.
And emergency.
Correct.
And her next text right after says emergency again.
Correct.
And then we know that Mr. Crumbley texts back.
Correct.
And that's in a separate, it's further down in the thread. And his response is, my God, WTF, which stands for what the fuck, correct?
Correct.
So the parents, we can agree that as soon as the math paper is received by Jennifer Crumbley, there's conversation between the parents.
Correct.
In addition to the messages, there's also phone conversation.
Correct.
And at 10:04, we know that Jennifer Crumbley is heading to the school, physically going to the school, correct?
Correct.
And at 10:05, we can see she's sending texts saying, I'm very concerned.
Correct.
We know, obviously, they get to the school and have a meeting with the counselor.
Correct.
And we know that that meeting only lasted 12 minutes long. That was your testimony.
Correct.
We don't have any kind of record or recording of that meeting in the counselor's office.
Not that I've made aware of, no. Correct.
After leaving the counselor's office, we have the text messages that Jennifer Crumbley sent Kira Pennick.
Correct.
Okay? We have text messages that Jennifer Crumbley sent Andy Smith, which were introduced and admitted.
Correct.
And it's fair to say that Jennifer Crumbley is telling at least those people about what's going on with her son, or that she's dealing with something.
Correct.
Now, we know Jennifer Crumbley goes back to work. We saw the exhibit showing her re-entering back at her office.
Correct.
Okay? And we know that at some point there's obviously a notice out that was admitted. The Oxford High School has there's an alarm of an active shooter, correct?
Yes, correct.
Upon hearing that, we saw all of the evidence about Mr. and Mrs. Crumbley heading back to the school, correct?
Correct.
And all of that evidence speaks for itself in terms of the timeline of events that happened. And you went through those times on the record already, so we don't need to do that again.
Correct.
In those messages, there was not anything from Jennifer Crumbley saying anything along the lines of, I think Ethan might shoot people today.
Just to the form of the question, anything along the lines?
Okay, I'll rephrase. Jennifer Crumbley, the text messages that we have are the extent of the text messages. You've provided everything from November 30th. Everything we've gone through, there's not more text messages that this jury's not seen. Is that a fair statement?
Well,
On November 30th.
On November 30th.
Correct.
Okay. And we can see the messages that Jennifer sent over to her son at the time. You introduced those when you testified.
Correct.
And there's various exchanges, obviously between them that speak for themselves, and the jury can read those.
They were changed, yes.
Okay. And there is a message that says, ultimately from Mrs. Crumbley, and if you need to see it, you can let me know, Ethan, don't do it.
After he was in custody, yes. She sent, that message was sent.
And at the time that message was sent, we don't know what Jennifer Crumbley knew in her head.
Correct.
All we can do is look at the evidence and read what's before us and what's been admitted in the testimony.
In the text messages?
Yes.
Correct.
You testified about alarm images in exhibits 149 and 150. Do you recall that?
I do, yes.
Okay, so I'm gonna just put up 149 and 150. Okay, and I just want to make sure I understand this correctly. This was an alarm clock on the track phone. Is that right?
Correct.
So this is an alarm clock set for 6:30 in the morning and 6:45 in the morning that would have been for Saturday, December 4th.
Correct.
Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay, so these alarms, from what you can tell, were set on the day before, on the 3rd.
Correct.
Okay, and then again, there was some testimony, and I believe we've mostly covered this. Ultimately, when you looked at the cell phone, between Jennifer Crumbley and Kira Pennick, you testified, I believe, that there were 26 messages still on the phone.
Correct.
And from the data, you could see there was actually 4,047 that existed at one time between them.
Correct.
So obviously, many messages had been deleted between Kira and Jennifer Crumbley by Jennifer Crumbley on her phone.
That's correct.
And again, there's not any texts or anything that say that have explanations about deleting things. All we know is that they were deleted.
Correct. She said yes.
May I have one moment, please? So there's also, I just have one point of clarification and then I'm done, promise. There are some messages that say that they are unsent. What's the difference between unsent or deleted?
Deleted would tell me that it's just not there anymore. You would delete the message that says it was unsent even.
Okay, so the unsent messages, it's possible for someone to send a message to someone else, but before it's received to unsend it and recall it back. Is that a fair statement?
I believe also if it was received, that you can unsend it, you can pull it back, yes.
Okay, and throughout some of the evidence we've seen, it appears that messages were unsent at times.
Correct.
I have nothing further.
Tell me how long you need for redirect.
I'll finish today. Just give me a few minutes.
All right.
Okay. Now, let's talk first about the deleted messages on the message between Jennifer and Brian Maloche. So when you looked at the return, it didn't just say unsent, it had the red X insignia next to it. What does that signify to you?
That it is deleted.
Okay, so clearly Jennifer Crumbley knew how to delete those messages.
Correct.
Okay, and in fact, she deleted ones that said, "We're on the run again,"
That's correct.
and "We're fucked."
Correct.
Okay, and I want to talk to you just really quickly about this word right here. It was a harmless act. That signify anything to you?
Yes, it does.
How so?
It was also written on the modified math paperwork.
Harmless act, right there. Okay, that's Exhibit 123. And Jennifer was sent that,
Correct.
and she was sent that on November the 30th before the shooting.
That's correct.
She was also sent this, People 74. And People 74, the shooter wrote, "Help me."
Correct.
She was sent that, and she saw that.
Yes, sir.
Okay? And then she communicated about that with her husband.
Correct.
Okay. Now, you were asked lots and lots and lots of questions about, is there any evidence of, did you find any evidence of certain topics? So, specifically with deleted content, you can't tell if there's something that was deleted but unable to be recovered by search warrant.
That's correct.
And we've already established that Jennifer Crumbley knew how to delete. In fact, she did delete certain messages.
Correct.
All right. And one message in particular she deleted from to Kira Pennick was that picture of this drawing.
Correct.
Okay. And speaking of that exhibit between Jennifer Crumbley and Kira Pennick, that's People's 130. In those exhibits, they're in front of you if you want to look at them. There's about 28 pictures. They're screenshots. So there are many communications regarding her horses.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So one of the first things she does after the meeting is say, I can't, or after the shooting rather, is I won't be able to make it there tonight. Is that correct?
I believe that's correct. I can look it up.
Take a look. And tell us the time that came into. You know what? I'll pull it up for you.
Yeah, I don't see it real quick.
That's right, I'll pull it up for you. "2:36 p.m. Kira, I won't be there tonight." Okay, it's on the screen.
Okay.
That's part of Exhibit 130. And that is, the shooting ended at 1 p.m., so that's an hour and 36 minutes after he was taken into custody.
Correct. I see it now. Yes.
That's 6 minutes after she arrived home from the substation, after she was brought there,
Correct.
and that's the last time she saw her son.
Correct.
6 minutes after. Okay. So you were asked about a lot of questions about this Facebook chat here, including a particular message where Jennifer says, "I wish there had been some kind of warnings."
Correct.
Okay.
Remember that?
But she sent this to Kira, and this is the picture where he said, help me, with a picture of, or he wrote, help me, with the picture of the firearm.
Correct.
Okay, and she deleted that, though. She later on deleted that particular text that she sent to Kira.
Correct.
Now, you were asked a lot of questions about this big stack of these messages between James and Jennifer Crumbley. Do you remember those questions from counsel?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you were asked if there were certain messages about any message that Jennifer had about my son's going to shoot up the school, things like that.
I remember that, yes.
Okay. You have had a chance to review some of those messages, or all of those messages.
Yes.
Okay. And was there anything in the messages indicating they were going to take him to see a therapist?
No, there was not.
Anything in there indicating they were worried and they wanted to take him to see a psychiatrist?
No, there was not.
Was there any time they tried to set up any mental health counseling?
No.
In the phone logs or text messages from the period after the school meeting till the shooting, were there any indications that they researched any mental health professionals?
No, there was not.
Did they call any counseling offices?
No,
Did
they
they
did
call
not.
any psychiatrists?
No.
I'd like you just referring to that message, and Judge, for the record, again, I'd like to omit the entire thread that's Exhibit 423. That's the entire Facebook thread between James and Jennifer Crumbley. I'd like to have that available for the jury if they want to look at that.
Your Honor, I would have no objection to that as long as we redact the things that this court's already deemed inadmissible.
Okay.
That would be fine.
Okay, I don't recall specifically what those are, but if there's already been a ruling and things have been redacted, then I would like those taken out.
Certainly.
Okay.
Certainly. Sir, if you could, referring to that, what would be Exhibit 423, contrast for the jury, please, the amount of time and messages between James and Jennifer Crumbley regarding their horses with their messages regarding their son.
Your Honor, I would object. There needs to be a foundation that he can even determine this or has data to support this.
Sure.
Did you look at the messages?
I looked at the message, yes.
Okay. Are you able to contrast the amount of time and messages between James and Jennifer Crumbley regarding their horses versus
Your Honor,
their
I
son?
would object. This is misleading and speculative, and
It's-
there's been lots of talk about things that have been deleted, that we don't have all the messages. So I would object, Your Honor.
Judge, for the record, the point is that counsel asked, is there any evidence of when
Okay.
this witness has already testified, so things are deleted, and he's going to testify what's actually on thread.
Okay, I'm eating your desk a little bit here. Okay, first of all, you want 423 text messages between,
Facebook messages.
Facebook messages between Mr. and Mrs. Crumbley admitted in the redacted form. I'm going to ask that the redacted form be verified by Ms. Smith, and then I'll admit 423 because you do not object.
Thank you.
Okay, you want him to ask him, he's going to be estimating, obviously.
I'm asking for an estimation.
And, Your Honor, I was not allowed to ask his interpretation of topics or words that were in there. And so for the prosecutor to ask this question, that's asking him to interpret how often they're talking about various topics. That's the same kind of question I was asking, and I was prohibited from asking.
Well,
So
you asked him to interpret something that someone said or what they thought, which you can't do.
I also asked questions about, in those text messages, there was nothing about, I believe our son could be a shooter. And that was objected to, and he wasn't able to.
He answered.
There were other questions along the same lines where I was not able to talk about.
No,
the
he
top-
answered that there were no communications like that. He answered that. If you had another example, he reviewed all of the text messages. He also said some were deleted. He looked at the Facebook, right?
423 is going to be admitted, so it can be argued later. I will withdraw my objection.
Okay.
Could you contrast for us the amount of messages between James and Jennifer Crumbley regarding their horses with the messages regarding their son?
I would say there was a vast majority of just discussing their horses and putting ointments on their legs and getting the vets to see them. If I had to put a number on it, it'd be upwards of 75-80% of the conversation.
Over what period of time, if you know?
With that volume right there.
Oh, okay. When does that start and when does it end?
It's early in 2021.
Early 2020. Okay. All right.
Thank you. Now, what about the percentage of time expressing concern over their son?
Up
Your
until
Honor, I object. This is speculation, and there's no way for he doesn't have data on this.
Do you have data on this?
Just the conversation after the pictures were sent, that they drew in on the math paper, and there's a couple other conversations about him having a headache and that, but other than that, I can't remember any more conversations.
So I have some data.
You're going to make us listen to data?
No, well, this is just the one question. Does this sound right to you that,
Your Honor, I object to leading this witness into this. If he has data, he can testify about it. If he doesn't have data, this is
Judge,
inappropriate.
people are entitled to lean
That's
into
not a
what?
leading question.
Okay. If you were to put a name search, because it's a PDF, right? So you can do a name search.
Correct.
And if you were to do a name search of their son, you could find how many times their son was mentioned.
That's correct.
Okay? And if you were to do a name search of either their horses' names or horses, you could find how many times that was mentioned.
That's correct.
Okay.
Your Honor, this is going so far beyond the scope of.
No, it's not. This is you asked about this. You asked about this.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Would it surprise you that it's thousands and thousands and thousands different?
It would not at all.
Thank you. Now, you, sir, were asked a lot of questions about March 9th, March 8th, March 17th, March 19th, and March 20th. It's that area spring of 2021 that we talked about where the defendant's son was text messaging his mother and where James and Jennifer were at.
Correct. Yeah,
Okay.
I remember, yeah.
So you were asked specifically, are you able to tell if Jennifer Crumbley saw those messages come in? You remember those questions?
Yes, I remember those questions.
Okay. I want to make clear that all of that information, all that evidence that was admitted on those days came from Jennifer Crumbley's original phone.
Correct.
Okay. So if she wouldn't have received it because either her phone was off or no service, it wouldn't have had the same timestamps that we see in here.
Correct.
Okay. So the timestamp of 6:03 on her phone, the exhibit, that means that's the time that actually got to her phone.
Correct.
Okay. And let me ask you something, sir. I don't think you need to be an expert to identify this, but when you take a picture, do you have to open your phone?
I mean, you have to access the app to take the picture, yes.
Right. Do you have to look at your phone?
Not necessarily, you just push the button on the
You have to
side.
hold it up and push a button.
Correct.
Okay. And so when we have pictures on Jennifer's phone from the exact same time that her son is sending her text messages, what does that tell you?
That she would have seen them.
Right. Now you were asked about the alarm sent on December the 4th of 2021, and it was up on the screen. It's an exhibit.
I remember.
It was set for 6:30 a.m. and 6:45 a.m. on December the 4th, 2021.
Correct.
Okay, and it said when it was set. It said from 7 hours and 30 minutes.
Correct.
So then we can tell that she actually set that alarm at around 11 p.m. on Friday, December the 3rd.
That's correct.
Were you aware that Detroit police were actually on scene at that date and time, at that specific time, at the location where she was found?
Your Honor, I object in terms.
If he knows.
I would,
What is the objection?
Well, the objection is lack of foundation about whether he knows.
You can tell us.
Well, he can tell us if he knows. I don't know.
I was not aware when Detroit police was.
Okay. You were aware that they were on scene that evening?
Yes, I was. Yes, I am.
You were also asked about what counsel referred to as threats and her, Jennifer Crumbley, receiving threats. Do you remember those questions?
Yes.
Okay. And you didn't just review the Facebook messages between Jennifer Crumbley and Kira Pennick. You also reviewed other Facebook messages, other chats. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And including the chat where she was communicating with a neighbor of hers on East Street, and James and Jennifer Crumbley met her at the Red Naps in Oxford the night of the shooting to exchange pet food.
I remember that.
Okay. Now, how close is the Red Naps to her home?
It's just down the road.
It's right in downtown Oxford,
Yep,
right?
correct.
Like a block away.
Correct.
So you were asked specifically about Exhibit 130 here. If Jennifer Crumbley expressed some sort of concern over what her son did, right here, it's, I'm bawling right now, Kira, my son ruined so many lives today.
Yes, correct.
Okay. Now, that was substantially after she was asking to sell her horses for cash.
Correct.
Asking cash stats. I think
Correct.
Stats.
Yes.
Okay. And is there any text messages at all in this exhibit expressing any sort of sympathy over the victims after this?
Not that I recall.
And in fact, the conversation continues about liquidating her assets.
Correct.
Okay? And it continues about her not being able to see her horses.
That's correct.
And expressing how upset she is that she can't see her horses.
That's correct.
Nothing further, Judge.
All right, you, next up, John, your excuse. Artist working room and opening time. All right, ladies and gentlemen, during this trial, do not read, listen to, or watch any news reports about the case. Under the law, the evidence you consider to decide the case must meet certain standards. For example, witnesses must swear to tell the truth and the lawyers must be able to cross-examine them. Because news reports do not have to meet these standards, they could be incorrect or misleading information that might unfairly favor one side or the other. So to be fair to both sides, you must follow this instruction. You must not go on social media, you must not post, you must not do research, you must not discuss the case with anyone. We're moving quickly. Please follow my instruction. It's so important. I don't want to have to put you in the middle of a holiday again. All right? I can still do it. Okay? So follow my instructions so that we don't have to do that. Okay? I'm going to have you return at 8:30 on Monday. Don't look at anything over the weekend. I should have served you some vitamins with your lunch. Please stay healthy and go well.
All right for the jury?